Coming up, whip up a whirlwind in a bottle.
Fake a gory wound that'll gross out the grown-ups.
Who's going to win the great annual ice cube melt-off?
And the ultimate tablecloth trick to try on your friends.
Wow, that looked really cool, Dana.
How about my bubbles? They're pretty cool too, don't you think?
Ha! If you want to see mind-blowing bubbles, take a look at what the real champs are up to.
Jordan and I are practicing to become bubble-blowing champions. That's a prize winner for sure. Let's go for some bigger ones. Look at those colours. Catch it. Whoops. Hey, I wonder if we could put a bubble inside another bubble. Testing. Nah, it's too windy out here. This time we're leaving nothing to chance. Stir it up. We're going to need something with a smooth surface area. I know just the thing. A sheet of Perspex. Cool, hey? And now for my supersized homemade bubble blower. Put this loop in my bubble mix and watch this. Done. Why doesn't the bubble sit there? Maybe it needs something to stick to. Okay, so I'll get some of this bubble mix and smear it over the Perspex. We'll try again. It's working. Yay, look at that. I reckon we can get a bubble inside that bubble. Just you wait and see.
My creative genius keeps getting interrupted. Here's Michael with another fake bruise. Ever since Mum gave him her old blush and eyeshadow, Michael thinks he's the Michelangelo of movie makeup artists. Ha! He's about to see what a true fake wound artist can do. I'll leave him to do some doodling while I get really creative with cocoa powder, petroleum jelly, some tissues, a bowl to hold the ooze, some cotton buds, plus blood red food colouring. Now for my ghastly masterpiece. Glob some petroleum jelly into the bowl. Toss in 4 drops of red food colouring, a dash of cocoa powder to make it look darker, and mix it all together. Ew! Totally gross! Now every good wound has some loose skin, so I'll tear off a bit of this tissue. That's a good size for a respectable wound. A nice gash on my knee, I think. I'll spread this icky goo on the tissue. Yes, the tissue looks just like loose skin. And this is getting gorier by the second. Now I'll master all my creative skills to sculpt the tissue so the edges are higher than the middle, just like a real wound. Perfectly disgusting. Looking good. Just one thing missing. A scab. Why not use a sprinkle of my cocoa powder? Around the edges will look best. A few finishing touches. Clean up the edges. And that is a shocking wound.
When you cut yourself, a whopping 16 chemicals quickly combine to form a scab. Scabs keep the germs away so that the body can heal the sore underneath. Sometimes, a mass of white blood cells collects around a sore to help kill germs. It's called pus. Macrophages, another kind of cell, clean away all that icky pus. Eventually, your scab falls off, showing the brand new skin that's grown underneath.
Now to show Michael. Hey, Michelangelo, feast your eyes on this. Looks like Mr. Gross was out-gross this time.
Yep, truly disgusting. Well done, Lara. You're a world champion wound maker. Speaking of champs, let's see how our brilliant bubble makers are going.
We've made a big bubble, and now it's time to make a little bubble inside the big one. This could be tricky. We need something to get the bubble mixture in there. Good idea, a straw. Let's have a go. Oops. Why doesn't it go through? Let's try again. First, we'll need another bubble. Excellent. Now this time I'm going to wet the straw first. Here goes. Yay! It goes right through. Pretty cool, eh? A bubble inside a bubble. But we've come this far. I think we need to go all the way. 3 bubbles. Stand by for sheer bubble brilliance.
I never like having to clean up. I think a boy should be allowed just to stay dirty. Wow, look at that water go down the plug hole. It's like a mini whirlpool, sucking down anything that goes near it. Cool. I've just had a great idea. Okay, Patrick, we're going to make a super whirlpool machine. All we need is some tape, 2 large plastic bottles, and a washer. Fill 1 bottle 3/4 full of water. Let's add some glitter. It'll make our whirlpool look extra special. Now we tape the washer on top. Don't block a hole in the middle, Patrick. The washer narrows the neck of the bottle and makes our vortex last even longer. Good work! Now we tape both bottles together, making sure the joint is watertight and strong. That's it! We have a whirlpool machine! A few strong swirls from the whirlpool master, and look at it go! We've got a super slimline whirlpool!
This mini whirlpool is just like the one going down the plug hole. It's known as a water vortex. The water moves in a circular motion and forms a lower pressure area in its center. This draws everything around it into the middle. This action does to water what a tornado does to air. Just like the water vortex, a tornado in the atmosphere has low air pressure at its center. It sucks everything it can into the middle.
Hey! Our very own whirlpool whenever we want it. We never need to go near the bathroom ever again.
Whoa, this thing really is cool.
Hey, if you think that's ingenious, just wait till you see what Giovanni can do with a tablecloth.
Oh, muffins! My favourite! Kimberly is putting on a fantastic spread. It all looks awesome, except the tablecloth is all bunched up on this end. Kimberly's feast will look a whole lot better if we just remove this tablecloth. Yep, it's got to go. And Kimberly won't have to touch a thing. Don't panic. Ready, steady, go! Pretty cool, huh? They moved a bit, but not a single thing tipped over. I'll show Kimberly how it's done. It's all in the wrist. Okay. 3, 2, 1, pull! Ha 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 ha! Whoops, not quite. It's all about the technique. The trick is to pull down really fast. Okay, Kimberly, so have another go. If you get it wrong, I'll clean up all the mess.
When Giovanni pulled the tablecloth downwards really fast, its speed made friction with the bowls very small. And the force of inertia kept the bowls upright. But when Kimberly tugged the tablecloth, it moved so slowly, friction overcame inertia, and the bowls tipped over.
Come on, you get it this time. 3, 2, 1, pull! Great start! You did it! Now it looks like a feast fit for a king.
Stand by for the Grand Annual Ice Cube Face-Off. My opponent is Tanner. He's never been beaten. Until now. The gloves are on. The victor will be the first to melt their ice cube. Meltdown time. I'm going for the igloo effect, forming a layer of warm air around the ice cube. Tanner is using his same old strategy, rubbing the cube in his mittens. It's touch and go. Come on, melt, little ice cube. I'll try the old warm breath trick. Tanner looks too confident. Oh no! Tanner has won! Again!
Tanner's ice cube melted first because friction between his mittens and the ice cube generated a lot of heat that melted the ice very quickly. Logan came, well, second, because even though her breath was warm, the air around her ice cube acted as an insulator and kept its temperature pretty much the same.
So Tanner keeps his unbeaten record, but at least I kept my mittens dry.
Poor Logan. She'll just have to keep practicing. Maybe she'll be the meltdown champion next year.
I hope so, because I reckon Nicole and Jordan just about have that bubble-blowing championship sewn up.
We're about to become bubble champions. We've already made a bubble inside a bubble, and now we're going for 3 bubbles. Poor old Jordan doesn't think we can. Here goes our bubble inside our bubble in a bubble. Okay, that's 1. Now for our bubble inside the big one. Great, 2. Okay, now for our moment of truth. Yay! Our bubble inside a bubble inside a bubble.
The detergent makes the bubble mixture become more flexible. When the straw was dry, the bubble just burst. But when the detergent on the straw met the surface of the bubble, the liquids joined together instantly without breaking apart.
A bubble inside a bubble inside a bubble. We really are bubble champions.
Hey, those bubbles were brilliant. I'm going to try and blow some right now.
I don't mean to burst your bubble, Taryn, but you're too late. We've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, magic tricks that'll tickle your taste buds.
The perfect way to poke a potato.
Make the coolest snowshoes on Earth.
And how to turn a birthday surprise into a slithering snake.
Oh, don't make me jump. Snakes are so scary.
Come on, Dana, be brave. You could learn a thing or two from Jordan's amazing stuntman.
I've always dreamt of being able to fly. Fraser and Lila think they can fly right now. I wonder what it really feels like to soar through the air like a bird. Hey guys! Because you're such flying experts, how about helping me with my latest flying experiment? I need a test pilot who's incredibly brave. A true hero who laughs in the face of danger. Oh, and most importantly, someone with no fear of jumping from terrifying heights. I am, of course, talking about the one and only Stuntman.
Yay, that's me.
Stuntman has told me if we build it, he will fly in it.
Huh? Did I?
Let's get to work, team.
That Mike the magician thinks he's pretty clever. Look at him up there showing off. Everybody's totally into it. Hocus pocus, you're a jocus. Pulling snakes out of a hat. What's so clever about that? Nice snake, magic boy. But I've got a real magic trick for you. All I need is a little flour and some salt. I'll make 2 piles of salt here and a pile of flour over here. Aha! Here's the great magician himself now. Okay, Magic Mike, I've got some magic for you. But first, call your adoring fan club. Now the real magic show can begin. I'd like you to taste this salt, please. It's not sugar, is it? And now this second pile of salt. Nothing but plain salt? And this third pile is plain flour, yes? Well, I'm going to turn that salt into sugar before your very eyes, using nothing but this flour. Now for the magic words. Mike Sedoofus. Now if you'd kindly taste this, please. And I think you'll find it's turned into sugar.
Michael thinks the salt has turned into sugar, but it's really the flour that has changed. The saliva in his mouth begins the digestive process by breaking down part of the flour into a type of sugar. That's because sugar can be quickly turned into energy that the body can use right away. The magic trick works because the salt makes this flour to sugar change even faster.
Yes, thank you, Magic fans. Now to turn Michael into a toad.
I'd watch out, Michael. Rebecca's tricks look a little dangerous. And speaking of danger, I think our amazing stuntman is about to face the most frightening challenge of his career.
Our daredevil superhero stuntman is about to take to the sky. First, he'll be thrown over, dead man's drop.
What?
Only a parachute can save him from a sticky end.
I don't like the sound of that.
We need something light and strong to make a chute. Yeah, nice one, Lara. A garbage bag is perfect. We'll tie 4 pieces of string the same length to stuntman. Then tie the other ends to the 4 corners of a garbage bag. Tie the 4 pieces separately to the bag. This will help stuntman balance when he's falling.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Okay, Lara, you launch stuntman, and Fraser and I will be the ground team. It's time for the incredible stuntman to make his first descent. 3, 2, 1, go! A perfect landing!
The parachute works because air is captured inside as it falls. Because the air can't escape quickly, the resistance slows down stuntman's descent.
Well done, stuntman!
Thank you very much.
Is there nothing you dare not do?
Yes, actually.
I think it's time for the ultimate test of bravery. We've seen stuntman drop. Now I think he should be fired into the air.
Oh, no!
Emily and I have nearly finished peeling all of these potatoes for dinner. It's taken us forever. I think it's time for a bit of fun. I'll be right back. It's time to make potato people. Mine has big googly eyes and a great big smile. You can make one too, Emily. How cute. Hello, Mr. Potato. I'm Mrs. Potato. Let's use these drinking straws for arms and legs. Emily can't seem to get the straw to poke into the potato. The end of the straw keeps bending. Mine works easily. Look. Maybe her potato is too hard. No, it feels the same as mine. Try it one more time. I see what's different. You're not putting your thumb over the end of the straw like I am. Try it again with your thumb blocking the end. That's it. Now you can do it.
The secret is not the straw, but what's inside it. Air. When the girls push a straw into the potato with a thumb over the end, the air inside is compressed. That air pressure pushes outwards on the sides of the straw and makes it stronger.
I bet our potato people would have never known that.
Wow. Imagine getting a straw to sink right into a potato.
Speaking of sinking, Herman and Amber are about to have a sinking feeling. And I mean really sinking.
Herman and I've got to take Dad's brand new tennis rackets to the sports center for him. We've got to go carefully in this deep snow. You never know when you're gonna sink in. Whoa, stuck again. It's so tiring having to pull yourself out all the time. Hey, Herman, I think I just had a brilliant idea. Come with me and I'll show you. Okay, here's the plan. Put your foot on there. We're gonna make Dad's tennis rackets into homemade snowshoes. I'll wrap these strung elastic bands around. That'll keep him in place. There. You do the other foot while I get on with mine. With these on our feet, we'll be able to walk across the snow much more quickly. Come on, let's go. These are just like the real thing. We're not sinking in at all anymore. I think that was pretty clever of me.
Snowshoes make walking on soft snow much easier. It's because they spread the weight over your body and over a greater area. The less concentrated weight reduces the pressure on the snow, so you don't sink in as easily.
Dad's gonna be so impressed that we've turned his new tennis rackets into snowshoes. What? Don't you think so?
This party's turning out to be a real blast. All my friends are here, and I'm the lucky birthday boy. I can't believe so many came. Great! Grace finally made it. Wow, she's even brought me a present. I wonder what it is. Hey, that is one scary snake. Thank goodness it's only plastic. But it does give me an idea for a party game. Let's make a human snake. In a line, guys. Well, it has lots of legs, but snakes don't have legs. I'd say that looks more like a human caterpillar. What do you think, Snake? How does a snake move without legs? I know. Let's try something more coordinated. Put your left hands up in the air. Now put them under your legs towards the person behind you. Grab their left hand. Okay, now whoever's in front, lift your left leg over the joined hands without letting go. And lie down with your legs sticking out in front of you. Everyone shuffle forward. Now keep repeating that move. Oh boy! I thought snakes were supposed to slither. This doesn't look much like a snake at all. Oh well, at least it's fun.
Real snakes have hundreds of separate bone joints along their spines. It makes them very flexible. By stretching and contracting bones and muscles along their entire length, snakes make an S shape that they use to push themselves forwards.
It mightn't be much of a snake, but it's a great party game.
Fantastic. I like a snake story that goes from scary to fun.
Pity about Jordan's poor old stuntman then. I think his story is about to go from fun to really, really scary.
The incredible stuntman has already parachuted from Dead Man's Drop and survived.
Yippee!
Now it's time to test his limits again. Although he doesn't know it yet, our brave superhero is about to go riding on a rocket. First, we need to build our Master Blaster Extreme Cannon. We need this old bottle as an air source. Yep, that old bicycle inner tube will make an excellent air hose. And for the barrel of our air shooter, we can use that piece of plastic pipe. The first thing we need to do is make sure the air hose is securely attached to the bottle. Wrap a piece of tape around the joint to make sure it's really airtight. Then fasten the pipe to the other end of the hose with another piece of tape. Now we loosely wrap a piece of paper around the barrel and seal up the end. This will be our rocket. Time for you to get on board, stuntman.
I want to go home.
Place the air shooter on the launch pad and we're ready for blast off.
I'm not ready.
Stuntman, you truly are the bravest of the brave. Are you ready for your challenge?
I need to use the bathroom.
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Ah!
Jumping on the bottle creates a rapid increase in air pressure, forcing air out of the bottle super fast. As the air bursts out of the nozzle at the end, Stuntman is blasted into flight.
Spectacular. Stuntman, you really are a daredevil legend.
What a day.
Phew! For a moment I thought our amazing stuntman was facing a rather sad end.
Well, he survived, but we're the ones who've come to a sad end. The end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, super cool surgery in your own backyard.
A breakfast trick that'll have your cereal bouncing back for more.
Stick a super gross pus-filled boil on your face.
Or stick a teaspoon right on the tip of your nose.
How neat is that trick? But my spoon keeps falling down.
Funny you say that, because falling down is exactly the problem Daniel and Ashley have to avoid, because they're about to build a really cool explorer shelter in their backyard.
Ashley and I are daring explorers, camping out for the night in the wilderness. We've got everything we need right here. Warm clothes, torches, sleeping bags. What about the most important thing of all? The food! Us adventurers get pretty hungry out in the wild. Now, the first thing to do is get the tent up. Ashley, where have you put the tent? You were supposed to bring the tent. Great, you just keep munching on that food. We can't camp without a shelter. Looks like I'm gonna have to save the day with a brilliant idea. To the explorer's shed. There's always something useful in there. This is good. A tarpaulin and some rope. Maybe we could tie it up to a tree and make a shelter. We've got one tree, but there's nothing to tie the other end of the rope to. How can we make a cozy shelter without using trees? We're going to have to build some sort of frame and then tie the tarpaulin over it. Let's get to it.
It's Halloween and I've got the coolest costume ever. Yellow teeth? Check. Scary claws? Check. Monster mask? Uh-oh. My monster mask! I can't find it! Oh well, I'll just have to think of something else to make me look gross. Maybe something that looks like pus from a festering sore. Yep, that's gross. I need some cotton buds and petroleum jelly, tissues, food colouring and a couple of egg cups. I can feel a sudden rush of festering boils coming on. First a little red food colouring to make a nasty infection. Now for the perfectly putrid pus. I'll mix a dollop of petroleum jelly with a few drops of yellow food colouring. On it goes. Yuck! And to finish off, I'll use some tissue as skin. There. Now that's disgusting.
Pus is actually a signal that your body is working to kill infection and bacteria. That gross-looking yellow stuff is a cocktail of dead white blood cells, body fluids and bacteria.
Ew! This'll really freak the girls out. Though maybe I do have one too many boils. I know just how to fix that.
Truly, truly disgusting. Excellent work, Patrick. And Daniel and Ashley look like they're doing a pretty good job with their explorer shelter too.
Ashley and I are building a shelter to camp under for the night. These old gardening stakes from Dad's vegetable patch will be perfect for building a frame. Thanks, Dad. We take 2 branches and tie them together at the top with rope. This is our first A-frame. It'll support one end of the tent. Now we need another A-frame. Up she goes. Hold those in place, Ashley, and I'll get the top pole. That sits on top of the A-frames. Now we tie up each end, making sure the knots are really tight. It needs to be pretty strong so it doesn't fall down on us. We'll make the whole frame more secure by anchoring it to the ground with guide ropes. One end is tied to the frame and the other end to a peg hammered in the ground. That ought to do it. Time to get the roof on. Half the tarpaulin goes on each side of the top pole. I'll attach another guide rope to each corner and stretch it out tight. This will make sure the water will run off when it rains. And there we have it. Not bad at all. One problem though, if it does rain, the ground will get very wet. Sorry, Ashley. I think we're gonna need a raised sleeping platform.
Morning, Michael. Hey, wait! You finished the cereal. I wanted some of that. Here's the deal. If I can make that rice cereal jump around without touching it, it's mine to eat. Do we have a deal? Good. Don't touch that cereal. I'll be right back. Okay, I've got a plate of plexiglass, some wooden blocks, and a woolen scarf. I'll need some of your ordinary, everyday rice cereal. Soon to be my rice cereal. Thank you. Now the plexiglass goes over the cereal with the blocks as supports. Then I just rub the woolen scarf on the plexiglass. And look what happens. Jump, my little rice cereal, jump! Yes! Do your little dance, my tasty friends.
The cereal jumps and sticks to the plexiglass because of static electricity. Rubbing the plexiglass with the woolen scarf makes it build up negative electrical charges. It then attracts the positively charged cereal. As the cereal absorbs negatively charged electrons from the plexiglass, it loses its positive charge and drops back down again.
Woohoo! The cereal's all mine. You gotta get up pretty early in the morning to outsmart me.
Now that is what I call clever.
Well, clever is what we do best around here. In fact, we even have some talented backyard surgeons standing by to strut their stuff.
We will now perform an incredibly delicate lung transplant. Meet my surgical colleague, Lara. This is going to be the wildest plastic surgery you've ever seen. First, I will remove the diseased lung. Just as I thought, dry as paper. Now for this patient's fabulous, shiny, plastic replacement lung. All we need is tape, a funnel, a balloon, and a plastic bottle. To make our artificial lung, we'll stretch the neck of the balloon over the narrow end of the funnel. Push the balloon and the funnel into the bottle. Good. Our new lungs are now in their chest cavity. Time to make the plastic bottle airtight. Great! Our artificial lung is almost ready. Squeeze in, squeeze out. That's what's going to happen when our patient's chest muscles make him breathe in and out. When I squeeze the bottle in, air is forced out of the balloon. This is what happens when our patient breathes out. And when I let go of the bottle, the balloon fills back up with air. That's how our patient will breathe in.
Fraser's and Lara's clever replacement lungs work just like real ones. When we breathe, muscles in our tummies and chest expand and contract. When they expand, the pressure in our lungs drops and air rushes in. When we breathe out, the muscles relax and our chest cavity gets smaller. That forces air out of the lungs. If the muscles don't work, we don't breathe.
Phew! For a minute there, I thought Lara was going to be next in line for a lung transplant. But first things first, let the surgery begin.
Poor Jordan. He lost his balance on his skateboard today and hurt his ankle. Now he's as grumpy as a grizzly bear. Well, he loves chocolate biscuits. Maybe that'll cheer him up. No! This is serious. Come on, Jordan. You can wash it down with your favourite chocolate milk. Don't want milk either. Boy, this is trickier than I thought. There's got to be another way to put a smile back on his doll. I know how to make Jordan laugh and to show him how his balance isn't so bad after all. A few hot breaths on the spoon, and hey presto, I can balance it here on the end of my nose. Yes, it's working! Not even grumpy old Jordan can help giggling at this trick. I guess it's not every day you see someone with a spoon hanging on their nose. He must be feeling better, if he wants to try it too. Hey, nice balancing, Jordan.
Scientists can't really explain this wacky balancing act. One theory is that a natural glue is created when the atoms in the metal spoon bond to the skin on our nose. Another theory is that the condensation from the warm breath dries to form a sticky union with the skin.
Yep, Jordan's got good balance after all. And he's got his smile back too.
Yes! I can do it as well. Now I can relax.
And there'll be plenty of relaxing in Daniel and Ashley's Explorer shelter too, as soon as they work out their sleeping arrangements.
Ashley and I have made our very own shelter to sleep in for the night. Before we can settle in for a rest, we need to make a sleeping platform. It'll keep us up off the cold, wet ground. We're going to use a small tarpaulin folded around 2 strong poles. Using string, we tie the 2 edges together in the middle. Turn the thing over, and we have a comfy stretcher ready to attach to the shelter. The 2 side poles go outside the A-frame of the shelter. The yellow tarpaulin holds the poles together and stops the stretcher from sliding down. Pretty clever, hey?
Do you know what shape is making this structure strong? Yes, it's the triangle, the strongest shape. In triangles, the angles between the 3 sides cannot change once the triangle is built. Each angle is fixed by the side opposite. This makes it a very sturdy shape for a shelter.
Boy, do I love camping. Sorry, Ashley. There's only room for 1 person in here. And this was my idea. Hey! My food supplies!
Whoops, I thought that construction project would end on a happier note.
Speaking of endings, we've reached the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, magic tricks that'll amaze your friends.
Weird and wacky bubbles that'll blow your mind.
The world's trickiest brain teasers.
And a megaphone that'll guarantee those match-winning goals.
Hey Karen, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Dana. Oh, that megaphone is so cool. And speaking of cool, get ready for some ice and snow and the coolest picnic you've ever seen.
My friends and I are going on a totally cool picnic. It's an ice picnic. We're gonna need a stack of ice. So this spot looks perfect. Our entire picnic is gonna be cooled by the snow. Chase has brought the shovel That's to make our ice picnic table. And the supplies to make snow cones. He'll make those later. But first, for our dish of the day, we're gonna make our own ice cream. That takes the longest, so let's get going. First, into our small plastic bag, we'll need half a cup of sugar, half a cup of milk, half a cup of cream, touch of vanilla essence, and last of all, a few drops of blue food coloring, just to make our ice cream look super cool. Okay, now we seal it up, give it a shake, and our sloppy mixture is about to become rock solid.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be amazed. You won't believe your eyes when I make my lovely assistant Grace float above this table. Abracadabra, Alice Shazam. This normally works, I promise. I can do this. Maybe if I just help a little. No. Okay, so I can't make Grace levitate, but I can make a whole audience disappear. Not exactly what I had in mind. Time for my emergency trick. This trusty magic paperclip works every time. I also need some scissors, sticky tape, an empty jar with a metal lid, string, plasticine, and the magician's best friend, a magnet. To make my magic paperclip jar, I cut a short piece of string and tie one end to the paperclip. Now I attach the magnet to the inside of the metal lid using the plasticine. Then I tape the string to the bottom of the jar. The paperclip should have enough string to almost reach the top of the jar. The lid goes back on, and my magic paperclip is ready to impress. I just need my doubting audience back. Hey, you guys! This time I really will make something float in midair. Gather around and watch closely. You won't believe your eyes. Drum roll, please. I just turn the jar upside down like this and say the magic words, abracadabra. Look at that! The paperclip is suspended in midair. Now do you believe I'm magic?
The secret to Kimberly's trick is the magnet. It pulls the paperclip towards it, but the string stops the two from meeting. This leaves the paperclip suspended in the jar as it tries to get to the magnet. Simple.
So you see, I do have magic powers. Now for my next trick, I'll turn Grace back into a butterfly and you boys into toads.
Turning boys into toads, now that I have to see. And I can't wait to see how Dylan's going to turn his sloppy mixture into solid ice cream.
My friends and I have headed to the snow for our ice picnic. We've already made our ice cream mix. Now it's time to make the world's funkiest freezer. We get another plastic bag that's big enough to hold the small one, plus 2 handfuls of snow. Okay, into the big bag they go. See if it's cold enough to freeze our ice cream. Needs to be colder. So, here's a trick to making our ice cream really freeze. Gabrielle's gonna put in a whole bunch of salt. Seal it up and mix it around. Okay, into the big plastic bag goes our ice cream mix. Seal it and shake it all about. Now we take turns at rolling the bag around to make sure our ice cream mix gets cold all over. While our fridge in the bag starts to freeze that ice cream, Chase will concoct his world-famous snow cones while the rest of us start building our picnic table.
Nicole is such a super brain. She can write faster than anyone I know. And she's a super speed reader. I think it's time her nerdy super brain got a real workout. Time for a real brain challenge, Nicole. pat the top of your head. Now rub around your tummy at the same time. I'll keep her doing that for a while. This time, pat your tummy and rub your head in a circular movement at the same time. Haha! I've got a brilliant brain tied up in knots.
Our brains get used to moving each hand in a certain pattern. When we change the pattern, we alter the hand-moving program in our brains. Sometimes our hands stop moving while the brain learns its new trick.
She's not a fast learner after all. Whoops! Looks like she's a fast runner though.
That's what I call using your brain, Zach.
And Jade and Ashley have been putting their brains to work too in the backyard bubble blowing department.
Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Magical, mystical, marvellous bubbles. Ashley and I are bubble magicians. It's so fun to watch them float away. You never know where they'll land. But they're always round. I wonder if there are any other shapes we can make. Let's grab some more pipe cleaners and give it a go. What if I make a square bubble wand? Can I blow an oblong bubble? That would be magical. Oh, suddenly not a square. Well, if the square won't work, let's try a different shape. My Bubblicious buddy has a triangle ready to go. It always comes out as a sphere. Ashley, my dear, I've had an idea. Maybe our bubble blowing shapes need more depth. They need to be three-dimensional. You try making a triangular prism and I'll make up a cube. I think we might have just come up with a solution here. Perfect! A masterpiece of pipe cleaner construction. Into the magical bubble mixture they go. Wow, look at that! It's a square bubble. And check that out! A triangular bubble has formed inside the frame. But can we blow them in that shape? They're round again, after all that. Beautiful bubbles, though.
Blowing a square or triangular bubble is impossible because the molecules in the mixture like to stick together in a particular way. They naturally arrange themselves into a spherical shape.
Well, when it comes to bubbles, I think the big is really the most beautiful. Now that's magic.
I'm coaching our neighbourhood soccer team. With the way they're playing, we'll never kick a goal. Go round! Go round! To the right! I said right! Don't kick it there! What are you doing? To the right! They're just not listening to me. I need a voice booster. I know. I'll place a rubber band around the bottle about halfway down and use that as a cutting guide. The top section is what I'll need. Now to see if it works. Dribble it around! Around to the right! It works! Now kick it straight on!
When we speak, sound waves travel out from our mouths in all directions. They get thinner and weaker the further away they travel. But Jordan's simple megaphone channels the same sound waves in one direction. Because they're not spread out as much, they sound louder and stronger.
He scores! A blast! A goal! Now if they just keep listening, the neighbourhood soccer championship is in the bag.
Now that is what I call a match-winning megaphone.
Yep, and I'd like to get my mouth around some of Dylan's prize-winning ice cream. I wonder how it's turned out.
We're ready for our ice picnic to begin. Chase is putting the finishing touches on the snow cones. while the rest of us work on our ice picnic table. Better check on that ice cream. How cold is our freezer bag now? 10 degrees below freezing. Okay, really cold. Good. That salt has made our ice cream solid. Let's get this stuff onto our picnic table. Time to sample the goodies. Our ice cream is now solid enough to serve.
As soon as Dylan puts salt into the bag, it begins breaking up the crystal-like structure of the ice, causing it to become liquid. Now, salt dissolves in liquid water. And because energy is required for the dissolving process, the dissolving salt absorbs heat from the water, causing it to get colder and colder. The super cold water then starts drawing heat away from the ice cream mix. So its temperature drops way below zero, making the ice cream really solid.
Now let the ice picnic begin. Yum! Yum! Oh, yum! And double yum! This is the best ice cream ever! Mmm!
That's it. I've got to go make some of that ice cream.
Might as well, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, spinning balloons that'll turn you dizzy with success.
A spoon that tolls like a bell.
A trick that'll keep your friends stuck on a chair.
And an applause machine that'll have them begging for more.
Can't wait to learn the secret of Giovanni's applause machine.
All in good time, Taryn. And speaking of time, Kimberly's about to come up with the most amazing clock you've ever seen.
What a huge area to sweep! Nicole, Marcus and I have been doing this forever. But Mum says we can take a rest break only once every 10 minutes. One more minute, then we can put down our brooms. Oh no! It's stopped working! We'll have to use Nicole's to time our breaks. Trouble is, she has to go home soon. What are we gonna do? I know! Why don't we make our own clock? Come on, guys! Fraser's birthday party guest will be here any minute now. But we keep playing with the balloons. Cool! They're flying all over the place. Whoa! They're out of control. Hey! What if we can control the way they move? We can use our party drinking straws. We just need to make them shorter. So we'll snip a little bit off the long end. Now we take a balloon and stick the straw in. Now a rubber band. And we'll stretch it around the neck of the balloon until it's really tight. There. Fraser's turn. Perfect. No air can escape. Now, let's get these balloons blown up. The bigger we get them, the better. Done. Now let's give them a spin. Let it go, and... Wow! Now Fraser's. Oh, they've run out of puff. Hey, let's make them spin in opposite directions. Turn the bendy bit to the other side. That should make it spin in the opposite direction. Brilliant!
As air leaves the balloon's nozzle at high speed, it pushes against the outside air. That moves the balloon forwards. The angle of the bendy bit controls the direction in which the balloon spins. Aeroplanes also steer by controlling air movement. But they move flaps in their wings and tail, pushing the air in different directions. That's how aeroplanes steer.
These balloons are going to be a super cool party trick. But we better stop this soon. Old Fraser's guests will be here before we're ready.
Yep, you better hurry, guys. The party girls will be there any tick of the clock. Oh, which reminds me, I wonder how Kimberly's clock ideas are ticking along.
Nicole has to go home soon. But before she does, we're going to make a clock to tell us when to take a break. So let's put our heads together and think of a way to make a clock. That dripping tap gives me an idea. We can make a water clock. Marcus, you find a long piece of cardboard. We'll need a water jug and a load of paper cups. We'll also need thumbtacks and a glass jar, and scissors, tape and a ruler. This is how I think it will work. Our long piece of cardboard will support our clock. We'll line up our cups down the cardboard, just like this. We'll pour the water in at the top, and it will drip down the cups and into the jar at the bottom. That's the plan. So first, we put thumbtack-sized holes in all of our cups. Now we stick them to the cardboard. Marcus, you stick in a thumbtack. And we'll space the cups evenly down the cardboard. Great. And there we are. 5 cups in a row. And the water will drip down here and into the jar. Now to make a clock face for our water timer. I'll fold up another piece of paper, cut it to size, and tape it to the jar. There we are. Now we have to work out how long it will take for the water to drip down. We can use Nicole's stopwatch before she goes home. Pour in the water and go. Yay! It's dripping! Now we'll wait and see how much water drips into the jar in 5 minutes.
Yum! I've got to have it. And I think I know how to trick Billy into parting with his mouth-watering mousse. I'll just grab a spoon and a piece of string. All I have to do is promise him I can make this spoon sound like a huge clanging bell. In exchange for the mousse, of course. Please. Good. The mousse is all but in my mouth. All I have to do is loop the string around the spoon and show Billy how to dangle the string from his ears. Time for the bells to toll. Excellent. He's holding the string close to his ears and gently swinging the spoon against the table. Yep, in Billy's ears, that's going to sound like the chimes of Big Ben.
When the spoon hits the table, molecules in the spoon vibrate, making a dinging sound. The spoon's vibrations in turn make the string vibrate. But because the string's molecules aren't as tightly packed as the metal spoons, the dinging sound is changed into a deeper donging sound that travels up the string and straight into Billy's ears.
Hey! My bell trick must sound more impressive than I thought. I think I'll have a go. Hey, it really does work. Wow! Sounds just like big bells. Hey, what the? Only one miserable spoonful left. My trick backfired on me. That's as clear as a bell.
Poor Jade. I think she was just a little too tricky that time.
Speaking of tricks, time to catch up with the master of trickery himself, Jordan.
For the ultimate chair challenge, you need a chair and a volunteer. Meet Nicole. All she has to do is sit up nice and straight in the chair. Nicole's challenge is to stand up against the force of my tiny little finger on her forehead. The only no-nos are she can't move her hands and she can't bend her back. Let the challenge begin. See? No matter how hard she tries, Nicole is pinned to the chair by my little pointer.
Nicole is trapped by her body's centre of gravity. She can only move if she's able to shift her centre of gravity forward. When her centre of gravity moves closer to her legs, she can lift herself up. But poor Nicole will stay stuck fast to that chair as long as Jordan's finger stops her moving forwards.
Cool challenge, eh? Now she can't get up because she's too exhausted.
Carrie-Anne wants to be a famous dancer. She craves the sound of everybody cheering for her. That's not a roar of applause. This crowd will never roar. How can I make her think a huge crowd of people is cheering and clapping? I know. I'll need an old jewellery box, a candle and a piece of thread. Good. The box has a nice thin lid. Now a small hole in the middle and poke the thread through the hole. I'll pull the thread over the candle. This will coat it in wax. Now pull the thread slowly through the hole, and it sounds like a huge crowd of people clapping to make Carrie-Anne happy.
Giovanni's clever applause machine works because the wax on the thread rubs against the thin sides of the box when the thread is pulled through the hole. This makes the box vibrate, and it makes a sound just like an audience clapping.
Oh no! Carrie-Anne loves the applause. I'm going to have to do this every time she performs.
So that's how Giovanni's applause machine works. Would you like a quick round of applause, Dana?
I think it's Kimberly's water clock that deserves the applause.
Our new water clock is keeping perfect time. Water's dripping through the cups like clockwork. Nicole is about to go home, but her stopwatch is nearly at 5 minutes. 57, 58, 59, 5 minutes. I'll mark how much water went into the jar in 5 minutes. Then I'll mark the same distance all the way up, and that means that each line means 5 minutes. Phew, just in time. Nicole has to go, but now we've got a working water clock. So let's take it outside and put it on the garden seat. Now Marcus will start our clock. And it's dripping nicely. Yep, just like a ticking clock.
Because the water drips through the cups at a nearly constant rate, it's a reliable way to tell the time. But the more constant the water pressure, the more accurate a water clock will be. People have used water to tell the time for thousands of years. Water clocks like these were used by ancient Greek and Roman civilizations, long before electric clocks were invented.
Boy, this sweeping is hard work. It makes you hot and thirsty. Thank goodness there's only a few more drops. Yay! 10 minutes are up. Time for a rest break. Don't touch that! Hey! Now how will we time our rest breaks?
Time's up for that water clock, I think.
Time's up for us too, Taryn, because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, spinning balloons that'll turn you dizzy with success.
A spoon that tolls like a bell.
A trick that'll keep your friends stuck on a chair.
And an applause machine that'll have them begging for more.
Can't wait to learn the secret of Giovanni's applause machine.
All in good time, Taryn. And speaking of time, Kimberly's about to come up with the most amazing clock you've ever seen.
What a huge area to sweep! Nicole, Marcus and I have been doing this forever. But Mum says we can take a rest break only once every 10 minutes. One more minute, then we can put down our brooms. Oh no! It's stopped working! We'll have to use Nicole's to time our breaks. Trouble is, she has to go home soon. What are we gonna do? I know! Why don't we make our own clock? Come on, guys! Fraser's birthday party guest will be here any minute now. But we keep playing with the balloons. Cool! They're flying all over the place. Whoa! They're out of control. Hey! What if we can control the way they move? We can use our party drinking straws. We just need to make them shorter. So we'll snip a little bit off the long end. Now we take a balloon and stick the straw in. Now a rubber band. And we'll stretch it around the neck of the balloon until it's really tight. There. Fraser's turn. Perfect. No air can escape. Now, let's get these balloons blown up. The bigger we get them, the better. Done. Now let's give them a spin. Let it go, and... Wow! Now Fraser's. Oh, they've run out of puff. Hey, let's make them spin in opposite directions. Turn the bendy bit to the other side. That should make it spin in the opposite direction. Brilliant!
As air leaves the balloon's nozzle at high speed, it pushes against the outside air. That moves the balloon forwards. The angle of the bendy bit controls the direction in which the balloon spins. Aeroplanes also steer by controlling air movement. But they move flaps in their wings and tail, pushing the air in different directions. That's how aeroplanes steer.
These balloons are going to be a super cool party trick. But we better stop this soon. Oh, Fraser's guests will be here before we're ready.
Yep, you better hurry, guys. The party girls will be there any tick of the clock. Oh, which reminds me, I wonder how Kimberly's clock ideas are ticking along.
Nicole has to go home soon. But before she does, we're going to make a clock to tell us when to take a break. So let's put our heads together and think of a way to make a clock. That dripping tap gives me an idea. We can make a water clock. Marcus, you find a long piece of cardboard. We'll need a water jug and a load of paper cups. We'll also need thumbtacks and a glass jar, and scissors, tape and a ruler. This is how I think it will work. Our long piece of cardboard will support our clock. We'll line up our cups down the cardboard, just like this. We'll pour the water in at the top, and it will drip down the cups and into the jar at the bottom. That's the plan. So first, we put thumbtack-sized holes in all of our cups. Now we stick them to the cardboard. Marcus, you stick in a thumbtack. And we'll space the cups evenly down the cardboard. Great. And there we are. 5 cups in a row. And the water will drip down here and into the jar.
Now to make a clock face for our water timer. I'll fold up another piece of paper, cut it to size, and tape it to the jar. There we are. Now we have to work out how long it will take for the water to drip down. We can use Nicole's stopwatch before she goes home. Pour her in the water and go. Yay! It's dripping! Now we'll wait and see how much water drips into the jar in 5 minutes.
Yum! I've got to have it. And I think I know how to trick Billy into parting with his mouth-watering mousse. I'll just grab a spoon and a piece of string. All I have to do is promise him I can make this spoon sound like a huge clanging bell. In exchange for the mousse, of course. Please. Good. The mousse is all but in my mouth. All I have to do is loop the string around the spoon and show Billy how to dangle the string from his ears. Time for the bells to toll. Excellent. He's holding the string close to his ears and gently swinging the spoon against the table. Yep, in Billy's ears, that's going to sound like the chimes of Big Ben.
When the spoon hits the table, molecules in the spoon vibrate, making a dinging sound. The spoon's vibrations in turn make the string vibrate. But because the string's molecules aren't as tightly packed as the metal spoons, the dinging sound is changed into a deeper donging sound that travels up the string and straight into Billy's ears.
Hey! My bell trick must sound more impressive than I thought. I think I'll have a go. Hey, it really does work. Wow! Sounds just like big bells. Hey, what the? Only one miserable spoonful left. My trick backfired on me. That's as clear as a bell.
Poor Jade. I think she was just a little too tricky that time.
Speaking of tricks, time to catch up with the master of trickery himself, Jordan.
For the ultimate chair challenge, you need a chair and a volunteer. Meet Nicole. All she has to do is sit up nice and straight in the chair. Nicole's challenge is to stand up against the force of my tiny little finger on her forehead. The only no-nos are she can't move her hands and she can't bend her back. Let the challenge begin. See? No matter how hard she tries, Nicole is pinned to the chair by my little pointer.
Nicole is trapped by her body's centre of gravity. She can only move if she's able to shift her centre of gravity forward. When her centre of gravity moves closer to her legs, she can lift herself up. But poor Nicole will stay stuck fast to that chair as long as Jordan's finger stops her moving forwards.
Cool challenge, eh? Now she can't get up because she's too exhausted.
Carrie-Anne wants to be a famous dancer. She craves the sound of everybody cheering for her. That's not a roar of applause. This crowd will never roar. How can I make her think a huge crowd of people is cheering and clapping? I know. I'll need an old jewellery box, a candle and a piece of thread. Good. The box has a nice thin lid. Now a small hole in the middle and poke the thread through the hole. I'll pull the thread over the candle. This will coat it in wax. Now pull the thread slowly through the hole and it sounds like a huge crowd of people clapping to make Carrie-Anne happy.
Giovanni's clever applause machine works because the wax on the thread rubs against the thin sides of the box when the thread is pulled through the hole. This makes the box vibrate, and it makes a sound just like an audience clapping.
Oh no! Carrie-Anne loves the applause. I'm gonna have to do this every time she performs.
So that's how Giovanni's applause machine works. Would you like a quick round of applause, Dana?
I think it's Kimberly's water clock that deserves the applause.
Our new water clock is keeping perfect time. Water's dripping through the cups like clockwork. Nicole is about to go home, but her stopwatch is nearly at 5 minutes. 57, 58, 59, 5 minutes. I'll mark how much water went into the jar in 5 minutes. Then I'll mark the same distance all the way up, and that means that each line means 5 minutes. Phew, just in time. Nicole has to go, but now we've got a working water clock. So let's take it outside and put it on the garden seat. Now Marcus will start our clock. And it's dripping nicely. Yep, just like a ticking clock.
Because the water drips through the cups at a nearly constant rate, it's a reliable way to tell the time. But the more constant the water pressure, the more accurate a water clock will be. People have used water to tell the time for thousands of years. Water clocks like these were used by ancient Greek and Roman civilizations, long before electric clocks were invented.
Boy, this sweeping is hard work. It makes you hot and thirsty. Thank goodness there's only a few more drops. Yay! 10 minutes are up. Time for a rest break. Don't touch that! Hey! Now how will we time our rest breaks?
Time's up for that water clock, I think.
Time's up for us too, Taryn, because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, how to make snow disappear before your eyes.
Finding earwax inside your friend's ears.
How to blow a coin into a cup.
And a jet boat that'll blow you out of the water.
Can't wait to see how those cute little boats are going to turn into jet-powered racers.
Me either. But first, poor old Patrick's been sent to his room, and he's not a happy chappy.
I can't believe it. I've been grounded. But Tammy's outside and wants to tell me something. Something top secret. I can't shout or Mum will hear me. Tammy, can you hear me? What's the secret? It's no good. He can't hear me. How can I get his secret message without anybody else hearing? I know. I'll get Tammy to write it down and throw the paper up to me. That's it. Now send it up. Oh no, it's not heavy enough. He'll never get that piece of paper up here. What we need is some kind of secret spy telephone. There's bound to be something in my trusty junk box. I think I've got an idea.
After an exhausting game of football, Larissa and I deserve a nice cold drink. Oh no! There's only one can left. I suppose we could share it. But I think it would be more fun if we played for it. You up for it, Larissa? Okay. My house, my rules. Your challenge, if you choose to accept it, is to get this coin into the glass without touching it. Think you can do it? She's never gonna blow it into the cup like that. She has no idea how to do it. That delicious can of drink is as good as mine. You give up? Okay, let the king of the coin trick show you how it's done. It's easy when you know how. Time for me to enjoy a nice cold drink.
Larissa would never have been able to blow the coin through such a small gap. The secret is to blow quickly through the gap into the glass. The trapped air inside increases the air pressure and lifts the card. That tips the coin into the glass.
Okay, I got the coin in the cup without touching it, but I'll give Larissa a second chance. If she can get the drink from this can into that glass without touching the drink, we'll share it. Darn, it's so obvious. Cheers.
Great thinking, guys. I reckon those two are just as clever as each other.
Yep. And I think Patrick is about to get up to something pretty clever too.
I think everything I need to make a spy telephone is right here in my trusty junk box. Let's see. Little lamp? No. 2 plastic cups? Yes. Crazy hippo? Not this time, crazy. A chainsaw? I don't think so. A long piece of string? Perfect. And the last thing I need is a couple of paper clips. Gotcha. First, I put a small hole in the bottom of each cup. Then I thread each end of the string through a hole and tie it to a paper clip. Now I give it a pull and the paper clips are flat to the bottom of each cup. That should do it. I may be grounded, but Mum can't stop me talking to Tammy now. If he takes that end and puts it to his ear, he should be able to hear me. Patrick to Tammy. Can you hear me? I wonder why it isn't working. I've just got to figure this out.
It's supposed to be the day of our big sailing boat race across the pool. There's just one problem. No wind. Not even a breath. This is not a good day for sailing. What we need is some boats that are powered by something other than wind. I've got it! Come on, Captain Billy. I know how to make a jet boat. We'll each need a baking dish, some vinegar, bicarbonate of soda, a straw, a funnel, and a small drink bottle. First, we make the baking dish into a speedy racing boat shape. Now for the engine. We need 2 holes in each bottle. Thanks, Mum. 1 on top for the funnel and 1 on the side for the straw. Okay, Billy, put the straw through the hole in the side of your bottle and leave a long section hanging out. Now glue it in place. Then stick the funnel into the hole on the other side of the bottle. Next, make a hole in the back of the tin foil tray. Sit the bottle in the tray with the straw poking out through the hole in the back. Now make the hole watertight with glue. Pour 1 tablespoon of bicarbonate of soda into the bottle. And the jet boats are fueled up and ready to race. Bring the vinegar, Billy, and let's go racing.
I can't wait to hear those jet boats rev up.
Don't forget, they're powered by kitchen chemicals. You mightn't hear a thing. Come to think of it, that's exactly what Daniel's hearing. Nothing.
This is Daniel. Look at him. He's in a world of his own. His mum says he's got wax in his ears because he never seems to hear when she calls him. Poor Daniel. How does the wax get in there? Maybe he's been putting candles in his ears. No, I don't think he's that silly. Let's have a look in there. I can't see a thing. It's too dark. I need some more light. This torch should do it. This won't hurt a bit. I can't shine it down his ear properly. I think we need a more direct source of light, like the doctor uses. I know how to do it. I'll need the torch, scissors, a small plastic bottle, a marker pen, some tape, and Daniel's waxy ear hole. Cut the top third of the bottle off. We need it to fit over the top of the torch. Now we colour the inside of the bottle with a marker pen and tape it to the top of the torch. The black bottle creates a narrower beam of light that will let me see straight down Daniel's ear canal. Okay, Daniel, it's time to see if your mum is right about your waxy ears. Yuck! I can see it now. Haven't you ever cleaned your ears?
The outer ear canal has wax-making glands. Earwax traps unwanted dirt from the outside world and prevents it from entering the inner ear and causing infection. If you don't clean your ears properly, the wax can build up over time.
Ew, that's disgusting. And I always thought Daniel had nothing between his ears at all.
Our great sailing race across the pool had to be cancelled. There wasn't any wind. But the race must go on. So Billy and I have built a pair of racing jet boats. There's a tablespoon of bicarbonate of soda on board each boat. We each need 1/3 of a cup of vinegar ready to pour into the funnel. Racers, start your engines. Jet boats, go! Forget about sailing boats. Jet boats are where the action is. Come on! You can do it! Keep moving! Faster! Faster!
When baking soda combines with vinegar, it produces carbon dioxide gas. As the pressure of the gas builds up in the bottle, it's forced out through the narrow drinking straw. The carbon dioxide encounters resistance when it meets the water. This creates a force that propels the boat forward through the water.
Go, little jet boat, go! Don't let Billy beat us. Billy's boat is taking the lead. Come on, get a move on. Do it for the girls. Come on, come on. Hey, this was my idea. Billy wasn't meant to win.
Well done, Billy. A clean sweep to the boys in the jet boat race.
Speaking of clean sweeps, I believe Herman's about to work out a whole new way of sweeping snow off his back steps.
We had another heavy snowfall last night. Dad wants me to clear the snow off the back steps. Then to stop ice from forming and making them slippery, he said to spread the salt all over them. But I don't understand what the salt does. Why does it stop ice from forming? This is just ordinary table salt. I'm gonna find out more about salt and ice. I'll just fill these 2 plastic cups with water. I'll add a big scoop of salt to one of them and stir it in so it dissolves. There. Time for you 2 cups to spend some time in the freezer. I wonder if I'll see any difference after 2 hours. Okay, time's up. Out they come. Let's have a look. Uh-huh. The one without salt is already frozen. The one with salt in it is still water. So the salt really does stop water from freezing.
When Herman added salt, he introduced dissolved foreign particles. They lower the temperature at which water turns to ice. The greater the amount of salt, the lower the freezing point of the water. So salt really does help prevent ice from forming on Herman's back steps.
Hey, I'm gonna carry a packet of salt everywhere I go. That way I'll never slip over on the ice. He should carry some salt with him too.
I'm stuck in my bedroom and I need to talk to Tammy without anyone hearing us. I've made a spy telephone, but it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe it's because the string is so loose. I know. He's got to move back until the string is tight. Can you hear me now?
Great.
Now, about that secret message.
Uh-huh.
No way.
When Tammy talks into the cup, sound waves produced by his voice make the bottom of the cup vibrate. These vibrations then travel along the string to the other cup and make the bottom of the second cup vibrate in the same way. That means Patrick can hear Tammy's voice. The string has to be tight, otherwise the vibrations can't travel from one cup to the other.
And it's completely foolproof. Oh well, almost.
Oops, that's the end of that conversation, I suspect.
And it's the end of ours too, Dana, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time. Coming up, the secrets of super fast dog sledding.
How to avoid mishaps with popcorn. Show your friends how to see in the dark.
And find out how flower petals take a good long drink.
What are you doing, Taryn?
I'm drying the dishes. It's great fun.
I don't think so.
Well, it sure is, if you do it the way Nicole and Zach are about to.
Washing up, washing up, washing up. I always get left with the washing up. Is there anything interesting about doing the washing up? There, finished at last. Goodbye, dishwasher. That is interesting. Hey, Zach. Why doesn't this droplet run away down the sink? It seems to have a kind of skin around it, holding it in place. I wonder how strong that skin is. If it can hold water in a droplet, then it must be pretty strong. I'm going to put the surface skin to the test. Will this pepper break through the skin? No, the pepper just sits on the surface. It's not floating in the water. It just sits right on top. Let's find out just how strong the surface skin is.
Mush, mush! Go, dogs! In icy conditions like these, dog sledding is really the best way to travel. My dogs love to run together as a team, but we don't seem to be going as quickly as we did yesterday. I wonder why that is. The dogs seem to be finding the sled harder to pull. Whoa there! It's not nearly as cold as it was yesterday. Maybe this has some effect on how easily the sled moves across the ice. It's still frozen. Could very cold ice be slipperier than ice that's not so cold? Let's go find out. I'm gonna make an ice run by filling a flat baking tray with water and putting it in the freezer. I'll leave that to freeze for 2 hours. Now I'll make a second ice run. This one won't get as much time in the freezer, so it won't be as cold as the other tray. I'll come back when the second one has turned to ice.
Cool. I can't wait to see how that frozen water is going to hold up Logan's dog sled. And I'm pretty keen to see what Nicole and Zach are going to try to float on their washing up water.
So, Water, you survived the pepper challenge. Now we're going to see just how strong you really are. You think you're tough, but can you handle this? Solid steel paperclip. Oh no! That's broken through the surface skin. I'm disappointed in you, Water. I thought you were so strong. What's he getting? A pencil and a scrap of paper. Zach seems to think he knows how to float the paperclip. First he's floating the paper. Now he's putting the paperclip on top. I know what he's doing. He's using the paper to gently lower the paperclip onto the surface skin. And the paperclip is left floating on the surface. Look at that. It's floating. I knew you could do it, Water. Yay! Okay, Zach, you are a genius. But I think the water's pretty clever too.
Water molecules like to stick together. This closeness forms a skin on the water known as surface tension. This is how the water sits in a bubble shape and why it can support the paperclip.
We've put the water to the test, and it's stronger than it looks. I wonder what else we could experiment with. How about another liquid? What happens to water when we add a few drops of washing up detergent? Let's try it in the first tray with the pepper. Whoa! That's weird! All the pepper is shot to the edge. Why would that happen?
The detergent breaks the surface tension skin on the water. The skin opens up and the pepper goes with it.
This has given me an excellent idea for one last super challenge.
The gang has been watching a movie while I made a tasty batch of popcorn. Hey, it's dark in here. I can't see a thing. I can hear them laughing, but my eyes aren't adjusted to the dark after the bright kitchen. Here you go, guys. Fresh popcorn. Whoa! Hey, I made you all a snack, and this is the thanks I get? It's not my fault I tripped. My eyes weren't used to the dark. I'm going to have to teach my silly friends a thing or two about eyesight. I've got a torch and a mirror. Watch what happens to the black part of your eye when I shine a torch in it. It shrinks. Your eye makes it shrink automatically. You try it, Kimberly. Yours is doing the same thing. Giovanni, your eyes are used to the dark. Watch what happens when they see bright light. See? Eyes do adjust for light and dark.
The black part of the eye is called the pupil. It opens to let in more light when it's dark and contracts to reduce the amount of light getting in when it's bright. The back of the eye is called the retina. It's covered in nerve receptors called rods and cones, which turn the image entering the eye into electrical signals and sends them to the brain. The eye can't cope with too much light in the retina and can't see when there's too little. So it's the pupil's job to let just the right amount of light get through.
I might just stay right here and mess with your eyes so you can't watch the movie. Oh, or I could just go and make some more popcorn.
Popcorn? Yum! It's my favourite thing to eat while I'm watching our show.
Well, sit back and watch this, Dana, because we're about to find out whether Logan's ice tray experiment will get her dog sled going quicker.
My dogs are finding my sled harder to pull today than they were yesterday, when it was a much colder day. I'm gonna find out if the temperature of ice makes a difference to how slippery it is. My 2 ice runs are ready to test. Let's start with the least cold one. It's been in the freezer for only half an hour. First, I'll see how cold this ice is using a thermometer. It's -2 degrees Celsius. That's 28 degrees Fahrenheit, just below the freezing temperature of water. To test how slippery it is, I'll try sliding this coin across the surface. Just a little push, and it's made its way about halfway across. I'll try once more. It's gone halfway again. Time to try the very cold ice. This tray's been in the freezer for 2.5 hours. First, I'll see what temperature this ice is. It's -11 degrees Celsius. That's 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Much colder than the first tray. Now, my coin gets exactly the same flick and... wow, look at that! It slides much more easily. This ice is really slippery. The warmer ice is slow ice. The coin travels much faster on this colder ice.
Yep, colder ice is more slippery. That's because there are fewer semi-frozen water molecules on its surface. These molecules cause friction between the ice and anything sliding over it. The fewer the molecules, the less friction, and the slipperier the ice.
Good boy, Stormy. You don't care how cold the ice is, do you? You just love to run. And lick.
Mom said I've got to keep her prize flower in peat condition. It sure is doing well. Mom says they like nice, moist soil, but I don't understand how plants drink. How do they get the water from the soil up to their petals? I'm going to make my own flower stem and find out. My stem can be this thick drinking straw. I'll wrap it in some tissue. Now for some flower petals. I'll just hold it in my hand like this and push my thumb in the middle and twist it round so it keeps its petal shape. Now I'll stick the twisty end in the straw. There, my flower on a stem. Now we need some water. Here you go. And some food colouring so we can see which way the water travels. A few drops. And stir it around. To see it better, I'll use a black background. Now it's time for the stem to go in the water. Look, it's just rising up the stem by itself.
Water can climb uphill because of a process called capillary action. Capillary action works because tiny electrical forces make water molecules sticky. They stick to each other and they stick to the tissue. So when one water molecule moves towards a piece of dry tissue, the others follow. The process continues so that the water climbs its way right to the top.
Well, I sure found out how flowers drink, but there's only one problem. All that water has made my paper petals droop. I better not do that to Mum's flower.
Wow, the amazing power of water.
Yep, water can do some pretty powerful things, including powering some rather unusual racing fish.
So we've worked out that water has a kind of skin on the top and can support a paperclip. And then we found out that we could break that skin rapidly with washing detergent. And it got me thinking, if it reacts like that to the detergent, then I know how to harness the power. Welcome to the fishy world of fish racing. Start by cutting a fish shape out of a piece of stiff card. Now cut a strip out from the tail to the middle of the body. Our fish are ready for fin-to-fin racing action. To the racing pool. When I say go, put a drop of detergent in the middle of your fish. Go!
The soap breaks the molecular skin on the surface of the water. When the skin starts to open up behind the fish, it pushes the fish forward.
It's a close one. Zach's fish is ahead by a fin. Come on, Green Racer. Oh, and Red Snapper has won it for Zach. Well done, fish racers. I never knew washing up could be so much fun.
Cool fun. I'm off to do some more dishwashing.
Actually, we've both got to go, Taryn, because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, the world's coolest designer t-shirts.
Build a boomerang that really does come back.
A treasure trove of trickery for backyard pirates.
And a big surprise inside a potato.
Yep, if you know where to look, you find some surprising things hidden in the most unlikely places. Even beautiful butterflies come from cocoons.
They do?
Sure, just look at what Jade's about to discover in her backyard.
Mum's asked me to water her precious flowers. And she wants me to stop caterpillars from eating them too. How cute.
One day soon, that spiky caterpillar will turn into a fluttering butterfly. But how do they go from being crawling, leaf-munching insects to butterflies with beautiful wings? Maybe if I make them a house to live in, I can watch the changes happen. And I know just how to build the perfect caterpillar house.
This is the famous pirate ship, the Black Menace. Rebecca and I are fierce pirates hunting for treasure on the high seas. Shiver me timbers! Rebecca looks scarier than I do because she has that eye patch. How can I convince her to let me have a turn wearing it? I'll show her that a one-eyed pirate can't see well enough to steer a ship. Pirate Rebecca, I have a mission for you. Take these 2 pencils and holding one in each hand like this, bring them together and touch their points. It's easy, you try it. Hold them out to the side and then bring them together. No, that's not it. Try again. Nope, the pencils aren't meeting in the middle. Here, I'll show you how to do it. Take off the eye patch so you can see it with both eyes. Now try it again. Well done, Beck. You can do it easily now. You can see much better without that eye patch on.
Each eye looks at things at a slightly different angle, and our brain combines the 2 angles to get a sense of depth. With just one eye open, we can't accurately judge distance. So Rebecca didn't know exactly how far from her face each pencil was.
Hey, who's the most cunning pirate of them all? Now back to looking for treasure.
Go, me hearties! There's treasure to be discovered somewhere around the house. And speaking of houses, Jade's caterpillars are about to get one all to themselves.
I'm going to make a house for my caterpillars. This plastic box will do, and I'll need a cotton bud and some paper towel. The paper towel will make a comfortable surface for the caterpillars to crawl around on. It's also nice and absorbent, so when I spray in some water, it will stay there. And because caterpillars seem to like living on moist plants, I'll give them plenty of water. Now for some caterpillar food. Mum's always complaining that they eat her plants, so these leaves should be perfect. This is like takeaway food for a caterpillar. Now the caterpillars. I'll use a cotton bud to pick them up so I don't hurt them. Hold on, little guy. Hey, he's heading straight for the food. Now, I think I'll get some sticks. They'll make the caterpillar feel more at home. And maybe some different leaves. Nothing like a varied diet. And a few more. There. Oh, there's another caterpillar. You can go in the box too. And here's one more. Mum will be pleased. They're already friends. Well, how do you guys like your new home? Comfy? Now I'm going to see how you turn into butterflies. One more goal before I have to go inside and wash the potatoes. Missed again! I've run out of energy. I need a sugar hit. Darn, there's nothing sugary to eat. I'm left with these potatoes. But Mum says potatoes are nature's super energy food. Sounds perfect for basketball superheroes like moi. Just as well Mum's making her famous grated potato cakes for dinner. But I wonder why potatoes are full of energy. Let's have a close-up look. Nothing that special. Maybe the grated up insides of the potato will show something up. Nah, no clues there. I know! Maybe I need to see what's inside the potato. I'll wrap the grated bits in this tea towel and soften them up with a good soaking under the tap. Okay, now I'll squeeze them hard. Interesting. A milky fluid is coming out. There's something settling under it. Let's see what's left if I pour this stuff off the top.
Thick white stuff at the bottom of the bowl. Nothing too tasty about that. Mum's potato cakes taste much better. I better get cracking and grate more potatoes.
Inside every potato is a white substance called starch. Starch is kind of like a natural storage container. Plants and animals make it to hold sugars. When we eat starchy foods, our digestive juices change the starch into sugars. And what is sugar great for? Energy, of course.
Dinner really was yummy. Now one last shot before bed. Yay, a goal! Mum's potato cakes really were packed with energy.
Wow, after all those energy-filled potatoes, I reckon Emily's basketball career is set for a big comeback.
And speaking of comebacks, wait till you see China's fantastic boomerang.
It's no fun playing catch on your own, but all my friends have gone away on holidays. I've got no one left to play with. This is more like fetch than catch if you ask me. I can't take much more of this. I really need something that comes back to me when I throw it. Yeah! Why didn't I think of that sooner? I'm gonna need some card, a stapler, scissors and a ruler. I'll draw 2 long wing shapes like this, trace around the ruler, and round off the ends with a cotton reel. Now I cut out 2 pieces. These are my wings. Decorate them with a bit of colour. They just have to look good. Now I staple the 2 wings in the middle so that they form an X shape. Make a fold about 2 finger widths from each wingtip. Fold one end of each wing up and the other end down. Yay, looks pretty good. I'm ready to fly. Here goes. Hey, it works!
The folded wing tips are what makes China's boomerang come back. Because 2 are folded up and 2 down, they create a difference in wind resistance on the 2 sides of the boomerang. This keeps it turning in one direction as it flies through the air.
Too easy. It comes back every time. I'm a genius. Now I can play catch even when I'm by myself.
Nicole and I are making these groovy marbled paintings for our school art show. They're finished. Another masterpiece from the marbling master. Cool. I think they look good enough to wear. Hey, Nicole, I know how we can turn our artwork into crazy t-shirt designs. Then we can wear them to the art show grand opening tonight. Sit tight, sister, I'll be right back. Okay, prepare to be amazed. I've got us a t-shirt each, rubber bands, permanent markers, a glass and some rubbing alcohol. I'll just stretch this t-shirt over the mouth of the glass and hold it tight with a rubber band. Now for my funky colour scheme. I'm going to start with some blue. I make a few dots in a circle in the middle of the fabric. This yellow will mix nicely with the blue. Now watch closely. This is where the magic happens. I just put a few drops of the rubbing alcohol on the fabric in the centre of the dots. And just look what happens. It's making a groovy pattern right before our eyes. Here, get going on yours, Nicole.
The marker pens contain permanent ink which will not wash away in water. But the ink is soluble in rubbing alcohol. As the alcohol spreads to the edges of the fabric, it carries the ink with it, creating a circular pattern of colour.
This looks so good. And it's great fun to do. You can choose your own favourite colours and make a totally unique t-shirt. We are going to be too cool for school at the art show tonight. I'll throw the t-shirts in the dryer for 15 minutes. That will set the colours and stop them from running. Joining us now on the catwalk is the gorgeous Nicole. She'll be a hit at the art show grand opening tonight.
Look, Taryn, do you think Zach's designer t-shirt will turn me into a supermodel like Nicole?
I think I'd rather see Jade's caterpillars turn into beautiful butterflies.
My caterpillars are making themselves at home. But they do like to get out and about. Back you go. I better make a lid for my caterpillar's house, or birds will eat them. This muslin will let the air in and stop the caterpillars crawling out. All I need to do is put a big elastic band around the top. I get the feeling that going from a caterpillar to a butterfly might take some time. Hi, little guys. Want some more water? Still crawling around. More food? Hey! A caterpillar cocoon! Things are starting to happen at last. Wow, a butterfly!
Caterpillars can take several weeks to turn into butterflies. When a caterpillar is fully grown, it cocoons itself and changes into a chrysalis or pupa. The chrysalis turns into a butterfly and emerges from the cocoon.
Wow, from that cocoon into a beautiful butterfly. Better let you out into the big wide world so you can raid somebody else's garden.
Amazing! A crawling caterpillar turning into a beautiful butterfly.
Yeah, truly wonderful. And speaking of flying, we've got to fly because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, perfect the art of painting with a pendulum.
Discover how to double your pocket money.
Or how to get your hands on only the biggest Brazil nuts.
And find out how to make your own fake snot.
Gross! I've got to try that.
Oh, hold that sneeze, Taryn, because first, Zach the Magician is all set for some of his famous backyard trickery.
Today I'm going to perform some optical illusions. And China, Carrie-Anne and Giovanni have agreed to be my audience. They're not going to believe their eyes. For my first illusion, I'm going to try and put this fish in this bowl. They don't think I can. We'll see. First, I'll need a pencil and sticky tape. I'll stick the pencil to the bowl side of my card. Now I'll spin it round fast, and like magic, the fish looks like it's in the bowl. They loved my first optical illusion, but wait till they see my next trick.
There's Lara hard at work for extra pocket money again. It just doesn't make sense. She should learn the secret of taking it easy, like I do. All that hard work can't be much fun. I've got it made in the shade. Trying to double your pocket money, Lara? Great idea. But I can show you how to make more money doing no work. My fee is half your day's pay. Good decision, Lara. So what's my secret, I hear you ask? Well, it's simple. If you look carefully, you will see that I have indeed doubled your money. See? Easy money. I told you I'd double it. Priceless.
The light rays bouncing off the coin have to travel through water and glass to reach our eyes. This bends the light rays, distorting the image, and is known as refraction. The water and glass act as a magnifying glass and make the coin look much larger.
Now for my fee, please.
If I hadn't seen that with my own 2 eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. But then when Zach the magician's at work, sometimes you can't even believe your eyes when you do see it.
For my first trick, I made a fish look like it was in a bowl. So far, so good. For my next trick, I'm going to look through a narrow slot in the end of a tube, and these different faces will all merge into one face. But first, I'll need a volunteer. When Carrie-Anne moves the tube slowly from side to side, she sees China and Giovanni separately. But when Carrie-Anne moves the tube quickly, the two faces begin to merge. Well, sort of. Maybe that wasn't my best optical illusion ever. But my next trick will have them begging for more.
Another school day. I don't want to go. I'd much rather stay in bed and sleep in. Gotta come up with an illness that'll fool Mum. Tummy ache? Nah. Totally unoriginal. What about a cold? Chew. Darn, no snot. I know. I'll make my own. Gotta move fast, because Mum will be awake soon. To make truly gross snot, I need 1/8 of a cup of cleaning powder borax from the laundry. Gotta get the measurements right. A bit more. That's enough. Now into a bowl. And mix it with 2 cups of water. Stir it up. I need to dissolve all that borax. Now I need a good glob of sticky glue. Stick it in the sandwich bag. Won't be eating sandwiches at school today. And to make it look snotty, some yellow food colouring. About 3 drops should do it. 3 spoons of my mixture. 1, 2, 3. Seal the bag and squish it all together. This is totally gross. Yep, this looks like the real thing. Better get rid of the evidence. This should trick Mom.
Patrick's excellent snot mixture uses borax, which binds the snotty mixture together. The glue makes the snot sticky, but in real snot, the stickiness is caused by the body's proteins. The yellow colour in real snot is caused by bacteria in our bodies. When we get sick with colds and flu, we produce more mucus or snot. This is a sign that our immune system is working to fight the bugs and bacteria that cause illness.
Right, a bit of snot on the hand, and I'm ready for action. Chew! Yes, totally gross. Oh, Mom!
Patrick, that was too disgusting for words.
Well, I think Larissa and China are about to be too clever for words.
China and I are making some wacky, weird and wonderful artworks. First we cover our card in glue. Then it's time to get creative. A bit of this, a bit of that. It's so much fun making a big mess. As well as making these beautiful artworks, of course. I like these. I think we're geniuses. What's next? I've got a brilliant idea. We need a ball of string, some paper and a pencil, and a kitchen funnel. I'll trace around the funnel to make a circle, then cut it out with scissors. I'll make a snip into the centre of the circle and fold the edges in a bit so I get a cone shape. Then I'll stick it in place with a piece of tape. There. Now I cut off the tip of my cone, making a small hole. This goes into the kitchen funnel like this. Now we need to hang the funnel so it can swing backwards and forwards. I need 2 pieces of string the same length. We tape the ends evenly around the top of the funnel so we end up with a sort of hanging basket. There. We're ready to make our next masterpiece. I'll get China to fill the cone inside the funnel with some of our coloured sand. The small hole in the cone will stop it running out too quickly. I'll take my finger off the end and give the funnel a bit of a wiggle. And look at the perfect patterns we can make with the coloured sand. Beautiful.
A suspended object moves back and forth in the direction it was pushed. This is called simple harmonic motion. The girls are using it here to make a repeating pattern with the coloured sand. Some old clocks keep time using this swinging motion to turn cogs in the clock. The swinging part is called a pendulum.
This is so cool. Every picture is totally different. I never knew pendulums were so useful.
This is Jade. Jade is just nuts about nuts. She loves nuts more than anything in the world. And the nut she loves best? The big, beautiful Brazil nut. Yum! Don't ever get between Jade and a Brazil nut. She gets so grumpy when she can't find one in that big jar. Doesn't she know there's an easier way? Hey, Jade! I know a much better way to find all the Brazil nuts in that jar. All I need to do is shake the jar from side to side like this. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat any. And a little bit more shaking. And I'm done. Yep, just as I thought. All the Brazil nuts are on the top. Easy pickings.
The Brazil nuts have not actually risen out of the mix. It's just that the smaller nuts have all moved down, leaving the big ones on top. In between all the nuts in the jar, there are air spaces. When the jar is shaken, the smaller nuts fall through these air gaps and work their way down in the mix.
Don't thank me, Jade. Just let me try one of your nuts. Hey, I don't think I could stop at just one.
Were those two really about to gobble up all those Brazil nuts? Or are my eyes deceiving me?
I don't know, but deceiving people's eyes is exactly what Zach's about to do.
My first illusion, I spun a card quickly and made a fish appear to be swimming in a bowl. Then we moved a tube quickly from side to side and made different faces merge into one. But now for my ultimate optical trick. I start with an ordinary white cardboard circle, then a pencil, and a thumbtack. Then some coloured pens. Now onto my circle, I draw a bunch of different sized dots. And I colour them in. Then I line up my pencil and stick the thumbtack into it through the circle. When I give the circle a spin, the separate dots blend together so they look like one big spiral. My buddies can't believe their eyes. That's what I call a totally mind-boggling optical illusion.
When your brain sees an image, it hangs onto it for a fraction of a second. This is called persistence of vision. When the brain is shown two images very quickly, it is still holding onto the first image and so blends the two images into one. So with all of Zach's tricks, the brain was merging the images together to form a continuous image.
Persistence of vision is how movies work. These moving images are actually lots of still images joined together. The movie projector shows 24 images every second. Our brain merges them all together so they look like non-stop motion.
But that's not all, guys. I've got one more trick. I'm going to make these yummy biscuits disappear. Now you see them. Now you don't.
Now that's what I call a devilish disappearing trick.
Sure was. And it's time for us to disappear too, because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, create blood-curdling screams with a kitchen cup.
Solve the mystery of the curious clicking radio.
Make your own marshmallow catapult.
Or fabulous flowers that really float.
Welcome to the show where fun is the name of the game.
And no game is quite as much fun as getting your friends together for the winter season's first sled competition.
We're practicing for the great annual neighborhood sled competition. It's me and Tanner versus Gabrielle and Cheyenne. Off we go! Whoopee! Each year we have 2 events. One for the first team to the bottom of the slope, and another race to see which team can go furthest. Time for team strategy meetings. This year the stakes are really high. Grandma has donated 2 jars full of monster jelly beans for the winners. Trouble is, Tanner and I want to win a jelly bean jar each. That means winning both races. Is it best to have a heavy sled or a light one? I know. Let's experiment. Come on, Tanner.
This fish pond is looking kind of dull. I think my fish would really love some water lilies. I know, I can make some. My flowers will have 8 petals, but I'll start by drawing the round bit in the middle. Good, a perfect circle. Now, I find the center by measuring halfway. And I draw a straight line through the center from one side of the paper to the other. Then I do that 3 more times. Then I draw star shapes so that I have 8 triangles on the outside of my circle. Now each of my stars is going to be a petal. I just cut carefully around my whole circle until I've got 8 petals. Then I just fold the petals into the center. All 8 of them. And hey, a cute little octagon shape. That's one done. Now I'm going to make enough to really decorate my fish pond. There, a bowl full of beautiful water lilies. Okay, fish, here I come. Now it's water lily launch time. Here goes. There you go, fish. Your own flowers to swim with. Look, the petals are unfolding.
As Lara's lilies float, water is drawn into the tiny empty spaces between the cardboard fibres. This is called capillary action. The water causes the cardboard fibres to swell. As they swell, the petals unfold. Eventually, they completely open up and the lily floats on the water just like a real one.
I'm going to put them all in because they look so beautiful. What do you think, fish? Fish? Maybe I've gone overboard with the water lilies.
Whoops, things were going downhill fast for a minute there, Lara. And speaking of going downhill fast, it's time to catch up with what's happening at our neighbourhood sled event.
Tanner and I are going to find out whether it's best to have a light sled or a heavy one. The empty jar can be a light sled, and the full one can be a heavy sled. We'll use these 2 planks as our sledding surface. And now 2 chairs to give us the right slope. Now we'll make sure they're both exactly at the same angle. Let the experiment begin. Ready, set, go! Wow! The heavier jar got to the bottom of the slope first, but the lighter one rolled further. I think we're onto something here.
The heavier jar goes down the slope faster because its greater weight increases the downwards force of gravity. But on the flat, its greater weight causes more friction between the jar and the snow, so the lighter jar overtakes it.
I think Tanner and I have just stumbled on the race-winning strategy.
Beck and I are stuck inside. We can't go out and play until we finish our homework. I'm so bored. At least I've got my little supply of marshmallows. Marshmallows. I wonder if Beck wants one. Psst, Beck, do you want one of my marshmallows? Here, catch. Oh no, it's gone on the floor. Let me try again. Here goes. Oh no, this time it's gone too far. It's flown right out the door. I'm 2 marshmallows down and still Beck hasn't had one. There must be a way to land them on her table. I need to build a super accurate marshmallow catapult. I'm going to need scissors, a toothpick, rubber band, sticky tape, 2 pencils, an empty matchbox, and a milk carton. I'll just need the bottom half of the milk carton, and I'm going to cut one of the sides off, leaving a little at the bottom. This is the back of the catapult. Now I make a hole in the centre of each of the 2 sides, and one in the small tab at the back. Now I'll poke an elastic band through that hole in the back and secure it with a toothpick. One of the pencils goes through the centre like this. Take the matchbox tray and cut it in half, then tape it to the end of the other pencil. This is where the marshmallows will go. Loop the elastic band around the other end of the pencil and we are ready for action. Hey Beck, I bet you can't concentrate on homework when it's raining marshmallows. Yay! Bullseye!
When Jordan pushes the pencil down, the elastic band stores the energy. When he lets go, it releases the energy onto one end of the pencil, forcing it down. This levers the other end upwards, creating maximum lift for the marshmallow.
Hey Beck, where are you going? She's finished her homework. Nothing to do now but finish mine.
Open your mouth, Dana. Oh, darn, I missed. Which is surprising because your mouth is really big.
Oh, boys can be so silly. I'm certain Grace and her friends would agree.
Somewhere in the garden jungle, Michael and Damon are hunting for spiders. But the girls and I would rather chill out and listen to the radio. Ah, that's better. We just want to relax and listen to music. Hey! What is that noise? It's coming from the radio. What could be causing it? There it is again. It's getting worse as the boys are coming closer. It's making the noise each time Michael turns that torch on. How does that torch make a noise on my radio? Hey, you guys are messing with our music.
Most electrical devices give out some kind of radio waves when they are switched on or off. The sudden surging or draining of electricity through the circuits of Michael's torch disturbs the electrical and magnetic properties of the space around it. That interferes with the flow of radio waves to the girls' radio.
So your torch is ruining our music. Anyway, I think your spider hunt is over.
Emily is always jumping out and scaring me when I least expect it. She thinks it's so funny, but it drives me bonkers. I bet she wouldn't think it was so funny if I scared her. How can I get her back? Hey, I know how to make a totally horrifying, ghostly, screaming sound. I need this plastic cup, a piece of string, and a lump of the rosin violin players put on their bows. I'll make a small hole in the bottom of the cup. I'll feed the string through and tie a big knot at the end to hold it in place. There. Now I rub the rosin down the string a few times to coat in the sticky, waxy stuff. Now when I run my fingers down the string, I get a horrible, blood-chilling, ghostly scream coming from the cup. You're creepy. Time to freak her out with my screaming cup. I bet she's never heard anything quite like this before. Could that be a ghost you can hear, Emily?
As Kimberly's fingers slide down the string, the sticky rosin causes vibrations which travel back up the string to the cup. The cup then begins to vibrate, making the creepy sound that Emily thinks is a ghost.
Boom! I'm the only ghost around here. Gotcha, Emily.
I think the score in the scaring each other stakes was 1-1.
Yep, and I think we're just about to find out what the score's going to be for our sled competition.
The first event is the race to the bottom of the hill. Our experiment with the jelly bean jars showed us that the heavier load gets to the bottom of the slope first. So Tanner and I are both getting on the sled. Oh, so are Gabrielle and Cheyenne. We're off! Whoa! We're winning! Whoopee! Whoops! They overturned! We were the first to the bottom of the hill. One jelly bean jar is ours. Now to win the next one. In our experiment with the jars, Tanner and I found that the lighter jar traveled further than the heavier one. So our secret strategy is a lighter load for the who gets furthest race. They're both on. Good. But this time, only I'm getting on. That'll keep our sled lighter. Oh no! Gabrielle's getting off. Looks like they've thought of the same strategy. Oh well, may the best sled win. Woo-wee! Oh no! Cheyenne's going way past me. Darn, she won the who gets furthest event. Oh well, at least the lightest sled strategy worked for her too. 1 jar of jelly beans for us, and 1 for Gabrielle and Cheyenne. At least the Great Neighborhood Sled Competition ended with us all being great neighbors.
Well, that's the end of the Great Neighborhood Sled Competition for another year.
It sure is. And it's also the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, boggle your brain with a mirror maze.
Create your own cool-tasting kimchi.
Give your thumbs the thumbs up.
And build a battery-powered alarm guaranteed to bust those jelly bean burglars.
Uh-oh, if Grace gets caught, she's going to end up in hot water.
Oh yeah, and she's not the only one heading for a watery experience. Let's go poolside and see if poor old Billy is going to sink or swim.
Billy is so silly. He just can't stay out of the swimming pool. Typical, straight to the bottom. Pity he couldn't stay afloat better. If it weren't for that air mattress, he'd sink like a stone. Curious? It's super easy floating at the beach, so why is it so difficult in pool water? I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
This model's taken me ages to put together. I think when I finally finish, I'll deserve a few treats from my candy jar. Boy, do I love those sweet, sweet jelly beans. Candy. What? My candy jar has been robbed. Aha! There's the culprit, and she's gobbling all my goodies. What I really need is an alarm system on my bedroom door. Okay, I've got a battery, an electric buzzer, and these wires to connect them. I need to find a way to make the alarm go off when she steps through my bedroom door. I'll need 2 pieces of tinfoil, some card, and a roll of sticky tape.
I'll tape a piece of tinfoil to each end of this folded card. So when I bring the two sides together, the tinfoil touches. I'll pop a piece of foam in there so the sides touch only when someone stands on it. Now I'll build my electric circuit. One side of the card is connected to one of the terminals on the battery. The other side of the card is connected to the buzzer. There. And there. And the buzzer is then connected to the second terminal on the battery. So, now when two sides of the card touch, the buzzer will go off and let me know that there's a burglar about. I'll just hide my alarm device here under the carpet and then wait for that pesky thief to appear.
Electricity from the battery powers the buzzer, though only when it can travel from one terminal all the way around the wires and back to the battery again. This is called a circuit. The foil on the card acts as a switch because electricity can flow through it. When the foil is pushed together, the circuit is complete and the buzzer goes off.
Ah, caught you in the act, you thief. Grace will never get past my room alarm again.
That jar full of jelly beans is safe at last. But I don't think Billy's floating technique looks safe at all. And I think he's about to find out why.
Floating in a pool is way more difficult than floating in seawater. Now Billy and I are going to find out why. I reckon it's because ocean water is saltier. To find out, we'll need salt, a spoon, 2 eggs. Well, don't drop them. And some food colouring. We'll also need 2 bowls. One bowl is the sea, the other the swimming pool. I'll get Billy to fill up the swimming pool first. Then the sea. We need more water. While Billy gets that, I'll draw faces on the 2 eggs. Now, first I put salt into our sea. More salt. Now, food colouring. I think the sea will be blue today. Now let's stir the salt so it dissolves. More stirring. So now we have our own mini sea and mini pool. Time for these eggs to take a dive. Now we'll see how they float.
Emily and I are going to our friend's birthday party. We've bought her a pair of gloves as a present. And now we're making our own matching wrapping paper. What better to wrap gloves in than paper with hand shapes on it? Aren't hands a funny shape? I've never thought about that before. All my fingers are pretty much the same shape, but my thumbs are quite different. I wonder why. What would it be like to have no thumbs? Emily, I have a little challenge for you. Hold out your hand. I'm going to tape down your thumb. I want to see how you can manage without it. There. Now try and do something. Can you pick up your drink? Ha, no. That's impossible without a thumb. Now try writing something. You can't even pick up a crayon. Life's pretty hard without thumbs. One last test. Can you do up a button on your top? Thank goodness for thumbs.
Humans have what are called opposable thumbs. Opposable means that they are placed opposite our fingers and make it much easier to grab, grip and pick things up. Apes and some monkeys also have opposable thumbs. Some of them even have opposable toes. This all helps them grip better when climbing trees.
I think it's time we all took more care of our beautiful thumbs. Emily and I are going to have the prettiest thumbs at the party.
Wow, so many things we couldn't do without our thumbs. I couldn't thumb a lift.
I couldn't give your silly jokes the thumbs down.
And neither of us will be able to give Sarah's yummy kimchi a well-deserved thumbs up.
Mum's asked me to make a jar of delicious kimchi. It's her favorite. She says to put in lots of salted cabbage leaves, really hot chilies, and plenty of garlic. What happens inside the jar that makes the kimchi taste so delicious? I'm gonna see if I can find out. I have 3 plastic cups, some flour, some sugar, and the ingredient Mum says is a key to kimchi, dry yeast. So I'll write number 1 on this cup, number 2 on this one, and a smiley face cup. That's just for holding water. So cup number 1, it gets 2 tablespoons of flour, then 2 tablespoons of sugar. Stir them up. Now cup number 2, same amount of flour and sugar, but this cup gets a teaspoon of yeast as well. There. Now I stir that one up. Now we put a couple of tablespoons of water into each. Give them both a good stir. And wait to see what happens to our gooey mixtures. Well, I've been watching my experiment for an hour, and something very interesting has happened. Cup number 1 looks exactly the same as before. But look at cup number 2. It's bubbling. And it's grown. The cup has nearly twice as much gooey stuff in it.
That's because the yeast has enzymes in it that break down the glucose in the flour and sugar mixture. That reaction creates bubbles of carbon dioxide gas that makes the mixture expand. This process is known as fermentation. In Sarah's kimchi, the fermentation changes the taste of the cabbage. That's why kimchi is such a popular Korean dish.
No wonder Mum says yeast is the thing that makes kimchi so tasty. I better not eat the whole jar, or there'll be nothing left for Mum.
Finished that one. And finished another one, Ashley. Man, I think I'm turning into a maze master. Can you believe how fast I am at this, Ashley? Oh, Ashley thinks mazes are way too easy to bother with. Okay, I know a way to make mazes too difficult for even her super brain. For the next maze, we're only allowed to look in the mirror. Do you want to try my mirror maze challenge, Ashley? Find a maze that Daniel the Maze Master hasn't already done. Okay, that one. Put it down in front of the mirror. Now this is the interesting bit. I'm gonna block your view of the paper so you can only see it reflected in the mirror. Now try and complete the maze. Pretty hard, eh? You can't even keep your pencil in the lines. And you thought mazes were so easy.
Daniel's mirror maze challenge is difficult because of what is called hand-eye coordination. Our maze master's mind is used to a certain set of signals between his eyes and his brain. But when the mirror reverses the image received by Daniel's eyes, his brain has to work out a whole new way of telling his hand what to do. It's slow at first, but if Daniel did it for long enough, his brain would get used to the reversed image and his maze drawing would get faster.
Finally, a maze puzzle to impress Ashley and challenge the master. Now that's what I call an amazing back-to-front brain teaser.
Wow, that really had my head in a spin for a while there.
Yep. And Jade and Billy are starting to get their heads around what floats and what doesn't.
We're about to find out how our eggs float in our mini pool and our mini ocean. First, I'll put my egg in the salty water. Hey! It sinks, then it floats almost back up to the top. Now Billy's turn. Into the non-salty water and straight to the bottom. Yep, sank like a stone, just like Billy.
By adding salt, Jade has increased the density of her water. The denser water makes it harder for gravity to pull the egg down, so it floats higher in the water. Billy's unsalted water is less dense than Jade's, so his egg goes straight to the bottom.
Well, if Billy's going to become a top-class floater, we either have to fill our swimming pool with salt, or Billy's going to have to learn how to keep that air mattress under control.
Hang in there, Billy. You'll work it out in the end.
Speaking of endings, we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, a brilliant backyard balancing act.
A foolproof way to catch funky-looking fish.
A cunning trick for threading thick cotton through a tiny needle.
And a cool way to cram a large coin through a small hole.
But first, Dana, what are you doing?
I'm practicing. One day I might just be good enough to join Jordan's Backyard All-Stars band.
1 and a 2 and a 3. We'd love to have our own rock band. Me on guitar, Grace on keyboards, and Patrick going wild on drums. Oh, it's no good. Come on, guys. We've got to do something about having no instruments. We're gonna make some that make real music. Right, the most important instrument in the band, a guitar. I got a cardboard tube, tissue box, rubber bands. How does that make a guitar, you may ask? All I have to do is make a small hole in this side of the box, then stick the cardboard tube in here and tape it up. See, it's already looking like a guitar. Okay, so now I need my strings. Just pull those around the box. Not too tight, guys. And check it out, one rock and roll guitar. Now we can think about keyboards. Grace, get those fingers limbered up.
Abdul and I are expert fishermen, but we just haven't been lucky today. Wait, I think I got one. Oh no, it was just a piece of weed. I don't know why we can't catch anything today. Maybe we're using the wrong bait. Hey, I know another type of fishing that would be a lot more fun. Come on, let's head back to shore and I'll show you my plan. We're home in record time. Let's go. I got the shiny cardboard here. We'll each take a piece and draw a fish shape on it. The silver side of the card will make our fish easier to see underwater. Now carefully cut out the shape. Hey, nice fish shape, Abdul. Then we slip a bulldog clip over their mouths. It'll make our fish heavy enough to sink to the bottom. Now here's my new fishing bait. We're gonna try out at sea. It's a magnet. We tie a magnet onto the end of our fishing line. Let's test them. Yes! The fish can't resist our magnetic bait. Let's go back out there. Hey Abdul, you know how the magnet bait works on dry land? Do you think it'll still work underwater? I don't know if magnetism does work through water. We'll just have to try. In go the fish. Okay, first to catch a very rare and delicious magnet fish is the winner. Come on, fishies. Come to my yummy magnet. Yay! I've got one. Abdul caught one too.
Well done, boys. Yep, magnetism is a force that works through water. In fact, not much gets in its way at all. Magnetic forces can even pass right through solid objects, like the Earth itself, which behaves like one big magnet, surrounded by its own gigantic magnetic field.
There's just one problem with these magnetic fish. They're not gonna be very tasty.
Nothing wrong with cardboard fish, I say.
There wasn't much wrong with Jordan's cardboard guitar either. And I can't wait to see what Grace is going to come up with for her killer keyboard instrument.
We've already made a guitar. Now Grace has a cool idea about how we can make a keyboard instrument. Okay, she's lining up glasses and tipping water in. Ah, all at different levels. Interesting. I see. Go maestro. Cool, eh? The water level makes the glass sound different every time the spoon hits it. Now stand by for some ear-splitting drums.
I like sewing my own clothes, but I don't like having to thread the needle. Sometimes it just takes me so long to get it through. Hey! Here we go, John to the rescue. Oh, talk about beginner's luck. Thanks. Jordan thinks he's so smart. But I know a trick that'll show he can't do everything. Oh, Jordan! Can you help me for a minute? I want you to thread the needle for me. But I want you to thread it with one eye closed. It's not so easy now, is it, Jordan?
We can see even small objects quite well using one eye. But we need both eyes to help us judge what is close and what is far away. Because our eyes are spread apart, they can judge distances much better when they get a fix on an object from two angles. This is called depth perception. And two eyes are definitely better than one.
Looks like Jordan has met his match.
Oh, man. I can't even thread a needle with both eyes open.
Well, you'd better look at Emily's next little trick. That's what I call a real eye-opener.
Ah, it's Kimberly. And there's the lunch money she owes me. Thanks, I needed that. My money jar's getting very low. Uh-oh. There's a hole in my pocket. And the money's gone straight through. You think it's funny, do you? Come on then, smarty pants. I've got a little game for you. I'll give you back all the money you just gave me if you can pass it through another type of hole. Okay, I'm going to trace around this small coin to make a circle. Now, I fold the circle in half and carefully cut it out with the scissors. There. What we end up with is a hole smaller than this large coin. My challenge for Kimberly is to pass one of the large coins through the much smaller hole. She'll never get it through like that. Hey, no tearing the paper. Don't you believe I can do it? Watch and learn, Kimberly. Fold the paper in half like this and place the coin in the fold. Then carefully bend open the hole while it's folded in half. There. Easy. I guess I'll be keeping the cash.
A coin trick like this is a great example of the science of changing shapes and surfaces. By folding one shape, it can be made to stretch around a bigger shape, even though neither object actually changes size.
Thanks to sheer cleverness, my money jar gets a top up after all.
Look at Lara, lady of the manor, and I'm a slave for the day. Hey, I just thought of something that might let me escape from this slavery. Okay, Lara, how about taking a glass, a cork, a toothpick, and 2 forks, and balance them all on this glass with only the toothpick touching the glass? Wrong, all 3 things have to balance. It's still wrong. They must all balance, but only the toothpick touches the glass. Let the master show you how it's done. First you stick the toothpick into one end of the cork. See? Now stick one of the forks into the side of the cork and a second fork into the cork at right angles to the first fork. There, see? Forks at right angles to each other. Now I'll try balancing it on my finger and lowering it onto the rim of the glass. Yay! There we are. Victory is so sweet.
Zach's trick is all about the center of gravity. All objects have a center of gravity. It's the point at which the downward forces of gravity are balanced at one point in the sideways direction. The center of gravity doesn't have to be located on the object, but can be somewhere around the object, just as it is at the point where the toothpick touches the rim of the glass.
Now it's my turn to be Lord of the Manor. Make it snappy, please, slave. Now that was a challenge worth winning.
Music to my ears.
No, it wasn't. It was disgusting. I think it's time we went back to some real music.
Every band needs some rhythm. And Patrick is a master of improvisation. He's going to need a whole drum kit. And those kitchen containers are making all the right noises. Excellent! We're almost ready for our first live gig. Come on, guys! Great! Our audience is here. Just a little tune-up, and the Backyard All-Stars are about to hit the big time.
All of the instruments work because of the way sound vibrates through different objects. Plucking the rubber guitar strings causes them to vibrate. The vibrations then bounce around inside the box in the neck, making a guitar sound. And each time Grace taps a glass, it vibrates at a rate depending on the water level. The higher the water level, the less glass there is to vibrate, so the higher the musical note. Patrick's drums also vibrate when he taps them, but the larger area on top of the drum vibrates at a slower rate. That makes a deeper sound. All the different sounds combine to make a band. Go, you Backyard All-Stars!
Not bad. Maybe just a bit more practice before we hit the big time. Till then, rock on!
I really wish I could join the Backyard All-Stars. Although it wasn't very nice of their audience to disappear like that.
That's true, Dana. But our audience is about to disappear too, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time. Coming up, how to outlast and outblast your buddies in a snowball fight.
Beat your mates with a balloon-powered racing car.
Show up a muscle man with the sensational power of salt.
And how to turn a sinking marble into a floating success story.
How on earth do you get a heavy old bag of marbles to float?
Good question. I'll just go off and soak in a tub while we try and find out.
Not so fast, Dana. I think somebody's already beaten you to the bath.
I'm in here.
Whoops. Mum's still in the bath. I think it's Mum's favourite place. Why don't I make a special potion to make her bath times even better? Hey, China, want to help me make some bath bombs for my mum? Come on. Okay, I have everything we'll need right here. That's witch hazel in the spray bottle. You can buy it in a pharmacy. Baking soda, pastry cutters for shaping our bombs, a whisk, some citric acid, and some food colouring. Our bath bombs are gonna go off.
Cheyenne and I are losing the snowball fight big time. Okay, we concede defeat. Round 1 of the great snowball fight goes to Dylan and Chase. Cheyenne and I need to build up our stock of snowballs before round 2. But we need to stop them turning to mush. Hey, mittens stop our hands from freezing. I wonder if they'd stop a snowball from melting. Let's take 2 snowballs inside. I know just how to find out if mittens can work like a mini fridge. Now, we'll put each snowball in a plastic bag. Seal them up to stop the water getting everywhere. Now I'll get Cheyenne to put one of the plastic bags inside one of my mittens. And I'll leave the other one there just in a plastic bag. Now we'll keep checking them to see which one melts first. Aha! The snowball in the mitten didn't melt nearly as much.
The reason the snowball in the mitten melted more slowly is that the mitten material contains air gaps. Heat travels very slowly through air, so the gaps acted as an insulator, preventing the snowball inside from changing temperature quickly. But plastic has no insulating air gaps, so the snowball inside melted much faster than the one in the mitten.
Okay, let's get all the mittens we can. We filled the mittens with snowballs and built up a whole arsenal of freezing cold missiles. Take that, you guys! We've just won a stunning round 2 victory.
Great comeback, Gabrielle. You sure bombarded those guys with some awesome snowballs. And speaking of bombs, I think it's time we checked on the progress of Kimberly's bath bombs.
Here's how to make brilliant bath bombs. Measure out about half a cup of baking soda and put it into a mixing bowl. Then we need about half as much citric acid in the mixture. We've got to blend this super well, otherwise the bomb won't detonate when it hits the water. Good, that should be it. Now for a few drops of food colouring to make our mixture a lovely pink colour. Now China's squirting in some witch hazel. It's a natural plant product that makes the ingredients all stick together. 2 or 3 squirts into the mix is enough to do the trick. Okay, make a lump of the mixture like this, then pack it into the moulds before it gets hard. Carefully press it into all the corners of the mould, tap the shape out, and leave it to dry. They look good. Let's try making a few more. We'll make up the same mixture as before, but this time let's make blue bombs. Now we add a few teaspoons of olive oil. It ends up in the bath water and makes your skin extra soft. We're also going to add a splash of yummy lavender oil to make them smell really nice. Squash in some witch hazel again and stir everything together. Then press the mixture into the moulds and leave them to dry out. I can't wait to try one. I wonder if Mum's out of the bath yet. Probably not.
Down to the test track to try out our new racing cars. Marcus and I have made them from boxes, drinking straws and cotton reels. Oh dear, I'd hardly call them jet-powered. Seems like Marcus has got an idea though. Aha, good one, Marcus. He really is making our cars jet-powered. Powered by a jet of air from a balloon. Go, Marcus. I'm going to give mine a jet turbocharge too. It's time for a test run. Yay! They go like rockets. Okay, Our jet-powered engines are fueled up and ready to go. Okay, racers, start your engines. 3, 2, 1, go! Awesome! Orange wins, and green comes in. Well, bad luck, Marcus.
Marcus and Nicole's cars are propelled along as high-pressure air trapped in the balloon is released. As the air is forced through the balloon's nozzle, it encounters resistance from the still air behind the car, which pushes it forward just like a real jet engine.
And now for race 2. I win again! Looks like it's back to the drawing board for Marcus.
Oh, well, nothing a little bit of backyard testing won't solve.
Which is exactly what Lara's about to do. She's trying to make marbles float.
I'd love to be a sailor, living a life of adventure on the wide blue seas. My little red boat would sail through even the roughest storms. Oh no! Little red boat sank when it filled up with water. It must have been too heavy. But real boats float and they're heavy. I'm going to find out why things float. First, I'll try floating a marble in this bowl of water. It's not very heavy, but it sinks. What about a smaller one? No, it sinks too. This modelling clay isn't very heavy. I wonder if it floats. Nope. Straight to the bottom again. Maybe if I make it flat, that'll help it float. If I just squish it on the table here, now it's flat like a leaf. And leaves float. No, it still sinks, though a little slower than before. My little red boat floats, and it weighs about the same as the modelling clay. What if I try making a boat shape out of the clay and see if that keeps it on top of the water? I think I'll name her the good ship Lara, after me. Yay! It floats really easily. I reckon it could even take some cargo. How about a few marbles? One big marble? No problem. 10 marbles and the good ship Lara is still sailing.
An object will float if it weighs less than the amount of water it pushes away or displaces. A marble and a ball of clay weigh more than the amount of water they displace, so they sink. But making the modelling clay into a wide boat shape increases the amount of water it displaces, so it can float.
My new boat seems to be unsinkable. Uh-oh. Maybe I spoke too soon. Now it's sunken treasure. Look at Tamiana go. He's pumped. Those new dumbbells have made him think he's a superhero. Well, I've got a little strength challenge for his new muscles. And he might just find he's not as strong as he thinks. Hey, Mr. Muscles! Bet you can't tear this piece of tissue paper. I like your confidence, Tammy. I'll just put the paper over the end of this cardboard tube and attach it with a rubber band. Next, I'm going to pour in some salt to about halfway up the tube. Now, Mr. Universe, can you break through the tissue paper by smashing down on the top of the salt with the handle of this mallet? Haha, you can't do it. That tissue paper is too strong for you, Mr. Puniverse.
There are thousands of grains of salt in the tube, and between them are tiny spaces filled with air. As Tamiana bangs down on the salt, all his energy pushes the grains closer together. There's no energy left to break through the tissue paper.
It's no good, Tammy. You can't do it. Time to let a strong woman show you how to tear the tissue paper.
Boy, Kerry Ann sure blew Tammy's strongman act out of the water.
And I can't wait to see if Kimberly's bath bombs are going to do much the same thing.
China
Dinah and I have made up some bath bombs to give to my bath-loving mum. The blue ones even have some skin-softening olive oil in them and a dash of lavender oil to make them smell sweet. After 3 hours drying, the bombs are solid and ready. Let's go try some out. Yes! Mum is finally out of the bath. Okay, watch this, China. Here goes. The big fizz test. Cool! Look at that explosion! What a great way to make bath time even more fun.
The fantastic fizz that happens when the bomb hits the water is the result of a chemical reaction. The citric acid reacts with the baking soda to create carbon dioxide gas bubbles that fizz away into the water. As the bomb dissolves, the lavender fragrance is released. How relaxing.
Uh-oh. Only one left. I suppose we could give it to Mum. Nah, this is too much fun.
Right, that's it. Now I'm really going for a good long soak in the bath.
Actually, Dana, we're all going, because we've just come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, invent your own heat-keeping teacup.
Learn the secret of levitating limbs.
How to stump a strongman with a puny little pencil.
Then spear it straight through a water bag without spilling a drop.
Now that I have to try. Stand back, Dana. I need a little space.
Speaking of space, slow down, Taryn. We have a real space story first, because Larissa's suddenly become moonstruck.
I think the moon is amazing. Look, craters of all different shapes and sizes. I know meteors hurtle through space and slam into the moon. That's what makes craters. But why are some bigger than others? Is it just because some meteors are bigger? Or does their speed make a difference? Hey, you guys! That's my moon! You can't run off with my moon! Give it back, you galaxy-stealing villains! I was in the middle of using that moon for something. Right, that's it. Game over for you two. Hey! It's left a crater in the sands. I've just thought of a way to find out why some moon craters are bigger than others. Come with me, you two space monkeys.
Jordan, Nicole and Damon are doing their homework out in the garden. Hey guys, you all look really bored. Come on, wake up. I want to show you my latest trick. I have a magic plastic bag that will never leak. I'm going to fill it up with some of this water. Now I'll seal up the top so it doesn't spill over. There! Now do you think I can fill this bag with holes and not spill a single drop of water? I'm going to take this pencil and stab it right through the bag. Just like this. Look, not a single drop has escaped. That was no fluke either. I can do it again. Easy. Now pencil number 3 goes through here. And still not a drop has leaked. One more. There. 4 pencils in the bag and the water just won't leak out. Magic.
The bag is made of plastic which is quite stretchy. This is because its molecules are formed in long chains known as polymers. When the tip of the pencil goes through the side of the bag, it's really just slipping in between the stretchy chains of molecules. The molecules then seal back around the pencil so that no water comes out.
See, I told you it was a magic bag. Here, you guys have a turn. I've got to go. Start by pulling out the pencils.
All of a sudden I'm having second thoughts about this. And I think Larissa's been having some second thoughts too. About what causes moon craters.
When Michael threw my ball into the sand, a great idea hit me like a meteor. I thought of a way to find out why some moon craters are bigger than others. I just need to borrow a bit of sand from the beach. This is going to be the surface of my moon. We'll just smooth it all out so it's flat. I'll get Michael to spray the top with water. That'll make the top layer of sand stick together, a bit more like the moon's crusty surface. Those marbles are going to be our intergalactic meteors. We'll drop one each from 3 different heights. I'll stand on the bottom step and drop mine first. Now Tina will drop hers from 1 step higher. That way it'll be moving slightly faster when it hits the sand. Okay, now Michael will drop his from 1 step higher still. That'll be the fastest meteor. I knew it! Our meteors were all the same size, but the fastest meteor left the biggest crater. Now let's try bigger meteors. These golf balls are bigger and heavier. Meteors away! Yep, the larger meteors create bigger craters. What about when they hit the moon at an angle? Would it make a different shaped crater? Let's prepare our moon surface for more testing. Now let's hit it with an angled meteor attack. The craters aren't as round as before. The impacts are not as round as before. They're wider and more oval shaped. They spread out as the meteor skids to a stop.
A meteor is a rock travelling through space. It can leave a crater when it hits another object, such as the moon. The size of the meteor and the speed at which it is travelling does affect the size crater it leaves. On planet Earth, there are about 120 known meteor craters.
So now we know what happens when meteors hit. I wonder whether any have hit around here. I'm gonna go looking for my own meteor.
Paul and I can't sit still for a minute before we set each other another challenge. The old arm wrestle. Nut is too strong. Paul wins that one every time. Back to the puzzles. I need a new challenge. Hey, this pencil. Yes. This pencil is as light as a feather. Let's see if Mr. Strongarm can hold it up for 5 minutes. Easy, he says. We'll just see. Okay, the timer is on. 3 minutes. His arm is starting to look heavy. I bet he can't make 5 minutes. That lightweight pencil is beginning to weigh him down. 4 minutes. The next minute will be the real test. He's down! Now we're even.
Holding your arm out for longer than 5 minutes is hard going because our body needs to supply extra blood to the muscles in the arm doing the work. And another thing. While Paul's muscle was working, something called lactic acid built up in his muscles, making his arm feel stiff and sore.
Man, that really was some challenge. I think Paul's arm wrestling days are over.
Taryn thinks he can hold his arm up longer than Paul did. We'll see about that. And while I'm waiting, I think I'll have a nice cup of tea, just like Grace.
There's nothing better than a good book and a nice warm mug of tea. Oh, it's gone stone cold. Heat must have escaped out of the top for sure. And maybe through the sides. Right. Time to invent the perfect heat-keeping cup. A I'll start by wrapping some shiny foil around one of my jars. Now I'll fill it up with warm water and pop the lid on. And I'll put some of the same warm water in this unprotected jar. Then I'll sit my heat-keeping jar on a piece of cork inside the larger container. Inside it goes, and the lid goes on. Now we just have to wait a few minutes, then compare the temperature of the 2 lots of water. Right, back to my book. All right, time to check their temperatures. Wow, the unprotected jar is hardly warm at all now. Now for my heat-keeping jar. Aha! It's still almost as warm as when I put it in.
Grace's clever heat-keeping ideas worked for several reasons. Most effective of all, the lid stopped water evaporating and taking heat away in the process. Next most helpful, the air gap between the jars stopped heat travelling outwards, in much the same way as the cork stopped heat leaking out the bottom of the jar. The shiny foil also helps by keeping reflected heat trapped inside the jar.
My theories worked. Now I know how to enjoy a really nice warm cup of tea. Now, where was I?
Aha! Rebecca's got my game. Right. She's not leaving this room until she hands it over. If I press my arms hard against the door, she'll never push past me. Hey! Darn, never thought about that getaway. Hey! What's happening to my arms? They're pressing up by themselves. That is so weird. They've never done it before. I wonder why. Let's see. I was standing with my arms pressed hard against the door for about a minute. Up they go! It's happening again! It's like one of those magic tricks that you see on TV.
It does look like a magician's levitation act, but this is a trick between your mind and your muscles. Jordan's brain tells his muscles to tense up so he can press against the door. When Jordan relaxes his arms, there is still tension stored in the muscles, causing his brain to send a signal to raise his arms.
My muscles have a mind of their own. And they've just helped me get my game back. Game over, Rebecca.
Well, at least Jordan found his game.
And I think Larissa might be about to find what she's been looking for too.
If meteors can be really big and fast moving through space, maybe they can be very small too. They could even be tiny specks of dust. That gives me an idea. I'm going to go hunting for micrometeors. This screen has plenty of dust on it. Maybe there are some micrometeors on there. I'll brush them onto this white paper so they're easier to see. That should do it. There are lots of tiny particles here. I can't tell if they've come from outer space just by looking at them. My trusty magnifying glass might help me. Yeah, some of the specks look shiny. I wonder if they're made of metal. I know some meteors have metals in them that are magnetic. So if I get my magnet, it might pick up any magnetic micrometeorites. Wow, some of them are sticking. Look at those. Could they be from space?
Space dust and particles are constantly entering the Earth's atmosphere. A lot of this dust has been travelling in space for millions of years. Many of these particles travel through the Earth's atmosphere until they hit the ground.
Wow! People spend millions of dollars looking for meteors in space, and all the time, tiny meteors were lying here right under my nose.
Which all goes to show some of the coolest science happens in your own house.
And we've got heaps more cool stuff ready and raring to go next time.
See you then.
Coming up, find out how to make a fantastic fizzing wizard's cauldron.
Build a mini beach in your own backyard.
The ultimate test of strength for some tiny little eggs.
And creepy crawly spiders. Love them or leave them.
Ooh, Taryn, are you scared my big spider will eat you for dinner?
Nope. I love them. Some of my best friends are spiders. And I'm not the only one who thinks so.
Isn't he beautiful? This is Rex, my 8-legged friend. I think spiders are the most amazing creatures on the planet. Oh boy. Looks like Nicole is not a fan of spiders. You don't need to be afraid of him, Nicole. Here, have a closer look. He won't hurt you. He just wants to play. Okay, time to prove to Nicole that spiders really are beautiful creatures. Look at that web. See how talented a builder that spider is? Spider webs are stronger than metal and stretchier than an elastic band. Don't you think that's amazing? She's not convinced. Well, you know spider webs are sticky. Have you ever wondered why spiders don't stick to their own webs? Come on, I'll show you.
Good old Fraser. He fancies himself as a wizard. Nice wand. Nice cape. Shame about the cauldron. And his magic spell looks like it's spelling disaster. I think he needs some help. For a start, let's get a better cauldron. It's here somewhere. Out go Mum's bulbs. Excuse me. And what do you think of that? Not exactly blown away. Right then. Back in a jiffy. Black paint. A quick squirt. A bit of Michelangelo magic. And before your very eyes, a ceramic pot plant turns into a top-of-the-line cauldron. Okay, show us your stuff, Fraser. Bat wings, snake's blood, and tap water. Right. Let's see some magic action then. In it goes. Stir it around. And... nothing. Hey, I know just how to turn this lame act into a potion with real pizzazz.
Can't wait to see that. And I really can't wait to see how Michael's going to persuade poor old Nicole that spiders make the perfect pets.
I'm trying to convince Nicole that spiders are amazing animals. So I've decided to show her why they don't get caught up in their own sticky webs. Okay, let's take a piece of this sticky tape and pretend it's a spider's web. Now walk your fingers across it as if you were a tiny bug. Aha! Caught! You are gonna be dinner. Let's try that again. But this time, Nicole will have spider fingers. Dip your fingers in that oil and try again. Hey! Now you're a slippery spider stalking across its web. Pretty clever of the spider, don't you think?
The tiny tips of a spider's legs are oily, and that keeps them from sticking to their own web. But there's another even cooler reason why spiders don't get stuck to their own webs.
And if I'm going to show Nicole why, we'll need plenty of these.
Fraser's poor old magic potion has been a real dud, but things are about to change. I've got a bottle of vinegar, more water, and some baking soda. But first, a disappearing act. Sorry, Fraser, but the real magic is about to begin. In goes some water, Fraser, if you please. A few drops of your green food colouring. And now a bunch of baking soda. Into the cauldron. Stir it up, Fraser. Looking good. Now for the vinegar. Stand by for this. Whoa! Sensational! Now that's what I call a magic potion.
Lara's magic potion is really a bit of simple kitchen chemistry. When vinegar and baking soda are mixed, they quickly react to create bubbles of carbon dioxide gas. Because the gas is not as dense as the water, the bubbles quickly float upwards and cascade out of the cauldron.
Great potion, Fraser. But we've made a bit of a mess. Oh well, I'm sure Mum will be able to make it disappear.
I'm with those guys. Mums are great at making messes disappear.
Don't know about that, Taryn, but I do know Ayman and Izar are about to find out how a beach can disappear.
Isa and I love living on a tiny island. Our beach is always changing. Yesterday the sand was high like that. Now it's flat. I wonder why the sand moves so much. There's only one way to find out. We'll make our own beach. Okay, the Ayman and Izar Beach Construction Company is open for business. Our paint roller container is just the right shape for a beach. I'll tip sand into the container. We'll cover the bottom, making the sand thicker at the shallow end. I think it needs a bit more. Good, that's our beach. Now Izar can pour in the sea. In the deep end. Slowly. Perfect. Now I'll use this banana leaf to make waves. I'll move it back and forth, just like the waves wash up and down the beach. Look, our beach sand is starting to move. The waves are washing the sand back into the ocean. So that's how our beach keeps changing.
Beaches continually change their shape depending on the strength of the waves. Big waves will suck sand from the beach and wash it out to sea. This is called erosion. Sometimes the beach sand is dumped offshore, making a sandbar some distance out. Then over time, waves will wash the sand back onto the beach again, building it up.
So that's why our beach looks different every day. Even on our tiny island, nothing stays the same.
I've just been out to the shops to buy a few groceries for Mum. Oh no! They packed the eggs at the bottom. Surely they must have broken with that heavy pumpkin sitting on top of them. Hang on. Not broken at all. Not even one. Maybe eggs aren't as fragile as I thought. Just how tough are you, little eggs? Time for an experiment. I need these 4 egg cups and 4 brave eggs. I better head outside for this, just in case there's a mess. I'll set up the 4 eggs in egg cups on some paper towel. Now we need something heavy to put on top of them. My school books are certainly heavy. They'll be perfect. I'll just try putting one book on first. Easy does it. Yeah, they seem to be taking the weight okay. Good eggs. Let's try more weight. I'll put the rest of my school books on top. I can hardly carry all these books to school each day, but the eggs seem to be able to hold them up easily. That is quite a big book stack. And it's all resting on the top of 4 little eggs.
The dome shape of the eggs means that the weight of the books is spread out along the width of each egg, instead of pushing down on any one spot. The strength of the dome shape makes it perfect for use in building. Architects have used the dome to hold up roofs for hundreds of years.
Cool! Eggs are a lot harder to squash than I thought. Oops, I think I just found their weakness.
Ha! I knew those eggs would come to a sticky end.
And while we're on the topic of sticky, why don't we see how Michael's going with his sticky spider webs?
Today I introduce Nicole to my Spidey friend Rex. Then I try to show her how clever spiders are to build such complicated webs. I even explain to her that their oily feet stop them from getting caught in their own webs. But she's still not a spider lover like me. I'm going to teach Nicole more about spiderweb construction. We're building our own web using sticky tape inside this door frame. Nicole is sure to like spiders when she knows how clever their webs are. We started by running a strip down the middle of the frame from top to bottom. Then we added cross threads, which all meet in the middle. Now here's the clever bit. We swapped to the other side of the web to build up the circular rows onto the cross threads. The sticky side of the tape is facing the other direction now, so only some of the threads are sticky from each side. When a spider is walking around on its web, it keeps to the non-sticky threads. Clever, eh? Okay, let's pretend these cotton balls are little insects that fly into the web. Crash! Into the web they go. See? Some of the cotton balls stick. Those ones are Spidey's dinner. Some of them escape because they flew into parts of the web that aren't sticky.
A spider's web is constructed with liquid silk. One kind of silk dries so that it's not sticky, while another kind stays sticky. Spiders know which strands are which. And with very careful footwork, they avoid the sticky strands. If they do step on the sticky parts, the oil on their feet saves the day.
Okay, let's see if Nicole has learnt to love spiders. Oh well, some people just don't appreciate genius, do they, Rex?
Do you think that's the end of Michael's attempts to turn Nicole into a spider lover?
I don't know, Dana, but I do know it's the end of another show. See you next time. Coming up, how to make a rainbow in a jar.
Hatch some weird new creatures in your fish tank.
Turn a drink bottle into a wave machine.
The secret to pulling off the ultimate coin trick.
And build a brilliant bridge in your own backyard.
Oh yes, I've always fancied myself as a bridge builder.
Well, fasten your seatbelt, Dana, because you're in for the ride of your life.
How cool! We're going over a great big suspension bridge. I love these long bridges. It's a long way up to the top. Look how many cars and trucks this bridge can support all at once. It must be so strong. It's even strong enough to carry our car with Dad in it after he's had a big lunch. When I get home, I'm going to build my own bridge and see if I can make one just as strong. So, I have 2 strong wooden chairs. No, they're not for sitting on, you lazy builders. They're the 2 sides of the bridge. I'll turn them to face each other like this. Now I need this cardboard to make a roadway, and these books to act as cars on the bridge. I'll lay the roadway between the 2 chairs. That looks like a bridge to me. Now let's see how heavy a load it can hold. Seems okay with 1 book on it. How does it cope with 2? Oh no! It's not strong enough. It's not funny, you guys. This bridge building is serious stuff.
There are many types of bridge.
This bridge is a simple beam bridge. Its strength depends entirely on the strength of its beam. The thin cardboard Zach used isn't strong enough to support much weight.
You know, I think I need to come up with a stronger design.
I love being at the beach. I can watch the waves for hours. It's so beautiful the way they rise up and curl over on themselves. I'll just catch some of this wave right here. There, my own ocean in a bottle. Now to make some waves. If I add some blue food colouring, my waves will be easier to see. Now a little rocking from side to side. There, you can see I'm getting a wave going. But it's not looking much like waves on the ocean. It's not as steep. I think I know how to make a steeper wave. Here's my secret ingredient. It's oil. I'm going to pour a layer of it on top of the water. Now let's try again. That's more like it. Now I'm getting a wave that's shaped just like the one on the ocean.
As a wave reaches the shore and the sea becomes shallower, the energy in the wave pushes it higher until it topples over onto itself. Grace's wave in a bottle works in a different way. Because oil is not as runny as water, the energy wave in her bottle meets with more resistance as it passes along the oily surface. This causes the waves to be steeper than they are in plain old water.
Well, it might not be as beautiful as the real thing, but at least I can take my wave in a bottle with me anywhere.
Go, Grace! That's what I call putting on your thinking cap. And I think our budding bridge builders are about to do the same thing.
Well, my first attempt at bridge building ended in a collapse, so I've had to rethink my design. That suspension bridge we saw today had strong cables holding up the roadway. I think I need to turn my bridge into a suspension bridge. I need this rope, some sticky tape, and a ball of string. Okay, you two can help me build a suspension bridge. First, let's get this rope tied between the two chairs. Tie it loosely around the top of each side of the chair. Now we need about 8 pieces of string, all the same length. These will connect the roadway to the top ropes. Thanks, guys. Now stick 4 pieces of string to each side of the roadway like this. Nice work. These are our weight-supporting cables that will make the roadway strong. Then we tie the other end of each piece of string to the top ropes. This is just like the design of a real suspension bridge. I can't wait to put it to the test. David and I are best buddies. Our favourite thing is to set challenges for each other. Hey, this lid gives me an idea. Where are those coins? Good. Now for my hands-free challenge. I'll see if David can blow a coin from a step into the lid. Come on, blow harder. Give it more air. Give up? Watch and be astounded. Yay, it's a goal.
Paul's trick is to blow about 2 finger widths above the coin. This creates a low-pressure area just on top of the coin. As surrounding air rushes in to fill the low pressure, the coin gets lifted into the current and blown towards the lid.
Looks like I won this challenge, but we're still best buddies.
Nice trick, guys. I bet those two will think of another challenge before dinner time.
And meanwhile, down at the old fish tank, it's getting mighty close to dinner time already.
It's feeding time for Jaws the goldfish. But I think it's time Jordan discovered the goldfish aren't the only creatures that like to eat this stuff. Do you think Jaws will mind if I take some of his food?
You're welcome to try it, Beck. But I don't think you're gonna like it.
No, it's not for me, silly. It's for my baby brine shrimp. Come on, I'll show you. We need a jar of warm water, some sea salt, a pinch of Jaws food, and some of these brine shrimp eggs. You can buy them at pet shops. Okay, the first thing we need to do is tip a few tablespoons of sea salt into the water. Stir it in until it's all dissolved. The salt makes the water seem just right for these tiny brine shrimp eggs. Now let's put something in there for them to eat when they hatch. Some of Jaws' delicious fish food is what we need. We need to give them about 2 days to hatch. So let's put them somewhere safe while we wait. Let's have a look. I think our brine shrimps should have hatched. They are in there, but they're still very small. Try looking at them through this magnifying glass. Aren't they amazing little creatures? Look at the way they swim.
Some sea animals, like brine shrimp, lay eggs that survive for as many as 4 years out of the water. Then, when conditions are right, they begin to hatch. Jordan is looking at tiny larvae that hatched from brine shrimp eggs. The larvae will eventually grow into adults about as long as your thumbnail.
I think Jordan's found a whole jar full of new friends.
I hope his friends don't eat all my food.
Silly old Daniel gets really bored when I'm on one of my pattern making crazes. I just love mixing and matching liquids and colours. He thinks it's pathetic, but I don't. Look, it's so cool the way water and oil just don't mix, no matter how hard you try. And then other things, like water and food colouring, are the perfect partners. Now that's pretty. I'll give it a shake. Yep, perfectly mixed. Still not enough to interest Daniel, I see. I wonder if he'll be more impressed if I take oil and water which don't mix and add food colouring. Who knows what it will do in the oil? Only one thing to do. Okay, in goes some red. It's a nice strong colour to take on the muscle of this oil. Looks like the red food colouring is no match for the might of the oil. Oh no, wait a minute. There's some movement. Yes, the red is farting through the oil. Now I'm gonna get really creative. In goes some yellow and green. They're mixing. Wow, it's like a runaway rainbow. How about some blue? Oh, look at that. That's even got Daniel's attention. That's sensational.
Ashley's runaway rainbow works because food colouring is denser than oil. While it won't mix with the oil, it will eventually sink to the bottom of the oil layer. Once it makes its escape into the water, it does so with a burst of brilliant colour.
This is the best fun. I could do this all day. Maybe even Daniel will get on the rainbow making bandwagon.
You know what? I could really get into that rainbow building thing in a big way, Dana.
And I could get into bridge building. Can't wait to see how that suspension bridge is going to hold up.
After a bit of a bridge disaster at our first try, we've built a super strong suspension bridge. It has 8 cables supporting the roadway. First, I need Marcus and Kimberly to anchor the supporting top rope to the ground. Thanks, guys. It's time to see how many books it can take. 1 book. 2 books. It can take 2 books. It's already stronger than our first bridge. 3 books. So far, so good. 4, 5, 6. Yes, it's holding 6 books. A round of applause, please, for our suspension bridge. Whoa! I forgot you guys need to keep your hands on the ropes. Oh, well, I think we did a good job. That was one tough suspension bridge.
This type of bridge is the strongest of all the bridges. It's called a suspension bridge because the road is suspended from overhead cables.
Zach's bridge works in the same way. By pulling on the ropes and applying tension, the weight of the books is spread out between the strings. And so the thin piece of cardboard can now hold lots of books.
Okay, this time, let's see if we can build a bridge strong enough to carry Dad and his extra serve of lunch.
Brilliant! I knew our backyard bridge builders would make it in the end.
Yep, and we've made it to the end of another show too. See you next time. Coming up, build your own ear-shattering bagpipes.
Repair a rusty wheel with homemade coconut oil.
Make your own mini garden.
And put the power of air to the test.
Whoa, Dana, I can see you need a real blast of air to tame your hair.
Thanks very much, Taryn. But I'll have you know, this little hairdryer is nothing. If you want a real blast of air, wait till you see what Billy and the gang are about to come up with.
Deep in the jungle, Beck and I try to ambush Giovanni and Emily in a game of team tag. I got a feeling they're around here somewhere. Better get some more paper pellets ready for our blow shooters. Only one left. It's not looking good, Beck. Look out! It's them! And they've ambushed us. Let's get out of here. Well, I think we lost that round. Phew. If we're gonna win next time, we're gonna need a much more scary blaster than this little tube. Hey, come on, Beck. I've just had an idea. I'm gonna make a jumbo air blaster to shock the socks off those two sneaks. I've got an elastic strap, a rubber band, an old shower curtain, and a bucket with a hole cut through the bottom. This is going to be a blast.
Grace and I are decorating for a party tonight. You can never have too many balloons at a party. And I know a classic balloon party trick. Hey Grace, check this out. One cardboard tube, one ordinary party balloon. Know what I'm going to do with them? Here's a clue. See if you can work it out. First, I attach the balloon to the end of the tube. Now I'll pop an elastic band around here to help keep it in place. Okay, watch this. A few big breaths through the tube. Then I hold the neck of the balloon closed and squeeze it under my arm. At the same time, I loosen my grip on the neck. Now do you know what it is? It's a bagpipe, silly. Doesn't it make the most beautiful music you've ever heard?
All sound is made by vibration. Air flowing through the stretched neck of the balloon causes it to vibrate. Fast vibrations make a high note. Slow vibrations, a low note. Jade's balloon bagpipes may not sound as good as the real thing, but they do work in much the same way. Maybe they do sound just as good as the real thing.
Some people just don't appreciate beautiful music, do they, Grace?
I don't know, Taryn. I'm not sure whether the bagpipes make beautiful music or they just put out a really horrible sounding blast of air.
I think you're right. And speaking of blasts of air, it's time to get back to our game of jungle tag.
Round one of jungle tag went to the very sneaky team of Giovanni and Emily. They tagged us with pellets fired from a plastic tube. But this game is only just getting started. We're building a super air blaster using this bucket. First we'll take our shower curtain and cut out a square large enough to cover the top of the bucket. I'm going to wrap an elastic band around a twist in the middle of the plastic. This will help me pull the plastic out again after firing the blaster. Now we tie the elastic strap around the rim of the bucket to hold the plastic in place. There! One super air blaster ready to strike fear into the hearts of Emily and Giovanni. I just give the plastic a whack and a whoosh of air comes out through the hole in the bucket. Let's see if we can find out how much air comes out. I'm going to load up the air blaster with talcum powder. This time when I whack it, we'll be able to see the air coming out. Here goes. Yeah, there she blows. A perfect pop of powder. Watch out, Giovanni and Emily. It's time for our revenge.
Air is so weird. I can't see it. I can't even feel it most of the time. So how do I know it's really there? I think I need to show that air really exists. Okay, I've got everything I need for this air-brained idea. I'll flatten out this large piece of plasticine. Next, mold it around the top of the jar and stick the funnel through the plasticine. Make sure there are absolutely no air gaps. Now a dollop of food colouring. That'll let me see what's happening. Now into the funnel it goes. Good so far. The jar's filling up. Just as I'd hoped. The water has slowed down to a trickle. There's still water in the funnel. Now it's stopped altogether. It must be too full with air. I'll just make sure. I'll let some air out. Yeah! The water started to flow again. I proved that air really is there.
As Nicole began pouring water into her jar, the air trapped inside became more and more squashed. Eventually, it became so squashed that the pressure it exerted was enough to resist the pressure of the water pouring in. No more water could get into the jar until the pressure was released. Nicole's clever air jar shows that air pressure really is a force to be reckoned with.
Dad says seeing is believing. But now, even though I can't see air, I really do believe it's there.
Good one, Nicole. Thick or thin, air really is there after all. And talking about making something out of thin air, let's see how some other clever kids come up with an ingenious solution to their rusty wheelbarrow problem.
Shakib and I are doing some clearing up in the backyard. Uh-oh! This wheel seems to be stuck. Maybe it's gone rusty. Hey, Shakib! Go and get us a coconut from the top of that tree. I'm going to make some coconut oil. Throw it on a nice big one. Perfect. Okay. We've opened up the coconut and grated out lots of its flesh. I'm going to add some water and mash it up in this bowl. Lots of mashing. Now we dip it onto a cloth and squeeze the thick juice out. I'll pour it into this glass and wait a few minutes while the oil rises to the top. There! That thick white stuff on top is my coconut oil. Let's take a few scoops to the wheelbarrow. Tip it over, Shakib, and let's try our oil. On it goes. There! It's working better already. Coconut oil to the rescue.
Coconuts are a fruit and a nut. The fleshy insides contain chemicals that combine to make oil. Oil can be used as a lubricant to reduce the friction between two rough surfaces, like the rusty axle on that wheelbarrow.
Thanks to coconut oil, we finished cleaning up the garden. Now there's time for a swim.
It's a great day for gardening, and I want to plant these flower seeds, but I don't have a garden. What I need is my own mini greenhouse. I'll make it out of this drink bottle. First, I'll cut it in half. Now I need some soil. Got it! I'll borrow a bit from this garden bed. I'll take some pebbles too. Now back upstairs before the gardener catches me. Phew! Now to fill up half the bottle with the pebbles sitting on the bottom. I'll make a couple of holes with my finger and pop the seeds in. Cover them up. Everything needs water to grow. I'll add just enough to collect at the bottom of the pebbles. Now here's the clever bit. Sealing up my bottle in this plastic bag will keep the soil moist. With plenty of water and sun, my seeds will sprout in no time. Hey, they are growing! Look how big they're getting!
Ashley has created a biome, a self-sufficient environment. Large biomes have been built to see whether we could grow plants on other planets. Here's how they work. The water from the soil evaporates and forms droplets on the inside of the bag. This condensation then falls back into the soil. The bag also keeps the plants warm because it traps heat energy from the sun. And plants love to grow in warm, moist soil.
There, a tiny rainforest in a concrete jungle.
Oh, it's a jungle out there, Ashley. And you've made it a whole lot prettier.
Speaking of jungles, I think that game of jungle tag is about to hot up big time.
Beck and I have built the perfect weapon for winning backyard tag. It's a jumbo air blaster, capable of ruining a perfectly nice hairstyle with one devastating blast. Giovanni and Emily have no idea what's about to happen. One whack on my air blaster and it's game over. Hey, you guys are it. Nice work, Beck. Round 2 definitely goes to us. Now the game is really on.
The secret to Billy's blaster is air pressure. When the plastic sheet is suddenly pushed into the bucket, the air inside is squashed. It then forces its way out through the hole in a surprisingly strong blast.
Beck and I are now the master blasters. Uh-oh. The garbage bin? They wouldn't, would they? They have! Whoa! It's a giant air blaster. And it smells like trash.
Phew! I didn't think that game was going to end on such a smelly note.
Me either. But come to an end it has, Taryn. And so have we.
See you next time.
Coming up, make a freaky horror movie with your own fake blood.
How to pass a football through a postcard.
Discover the secret to growing your own coral.
And solving the mystery of bizarre bouncing sound waves.
Hey, Taryn, what are you doing?
I'm trying to bounce like a sound wave.
Well, I love your technique. But are you sure sound waves bounce like that? I think it's time to do a sound check with our backyard sound engineers.
I've nearly finished another masterpiece. Hey, what's that noise? It sounded like Tammy bouncing a ball right behind me.
There it is again. Tammy is bouncing a ball over there. But the sound is coming from this wall. He's over there. Sound is over here. That's really weird. I'm going to figure out why it's happening. Here's the source of the noise. Hey, Tammy, do you know why I can hear the sound of your ball coming from the wall on the other side of the pool? It sounded like this ball was bouncing off the other wall. Maybe the ball isn't the only thing bouncing around here. Come on, Tammy. Let's see if we can bounce around some sound.
Jordan and I are making our own horror movie. It's going to be totally terrifying. I'm Creepy Kimberly the zombie. Arrgh. Oh, my hand fell off. Looks like the director's not happy. I can see he thinks there's something else we need. He's right. There's one thing this gore fest is lacking. Blood. Yeah, that's it. Okay, Mr. Director, you're about to have more blood than you know what to do with. Watch out for the vampire.
Vampires? Now that's something I'd like to sink my teeth into.
I don't like the sound of that very much, Dana. And speaking of sound, I wonder how our resident engineers are going to solve that sound bouncing mystery.
I figured out that the sound of Tammy's ball can travel across the backyard and bounce back at me from another wall. So we've decided to try bouncing some sound around. We're making a megaphone to concentrate the sound of our voices. Just roll up some card into a cone shape and tape it in place. Now I'll cut off this pointy bit at the end just to make it look neat. Even science experiments have to look cool. Hello, Tammy. Yep, that works. You can have that one. I'll make another one for me. There. Yuck! Tammy, that's gross. You've given me an idea, though. Holding a megaphone up to my ear might give me super hearing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yep, that is louder. Come on, let's give them a go. Okay, Marcus, if I make this penalty kick, you owe me $1 million. Here goes. Rats! He stopped it. This time, if I score, you had to give your school teacher a kiss. And... oh! Okay, half time. Well, I couldn't beat Marcus in a penalty shootout, but maybe I could find another way to show him how super skillful I am. That postcard has given me a clever idea. I bet you I can get the football to pass right through this postcard. Don't believe me? Well then, if I can do it, you have to wear my pretty fairy wings for the rest of the day. You make a gorgeous fairy. Now, wait here. I just need to make a few adjustments to my postcard using this ruler, pencil and scissors. First, I'm going to rule about 20 lines, evenly spaced across the back of the card. Now I'll carefully cut along every second line from one direction. I stop each cut about a finger's width before I reach the other side. Now I do the lines between these cuts, from the other direction, remembering to stop before I get to the edge. Ta-da! Getting worried, Marcus? Come with me. Better bring the wings.
The surface area of the postcard hasn't changed, but by altering its shape, Ashley has given it a much longer perimeter. So the soccer ball goes through easily. Clever thinking, Ashley.
Come on, Tinkerbell. It's time to get back to the big game.
Tinkerbell, eh? I think Marcus looks so cute in those fairy wings he could almost be in the movies. Although not, I hasten to add, the sort of movie Kimberly and Jordan are making.
Our totally scary horror movie is lacking one thing. Blood. Fake blood, that is. And I'm gonna make some. I've got some red and blue food colouring, a box of cocoa powder, some corn syrup, water, corn flour and a measuring jug and bowl. Now this could get messy. Better change out of my clothes. Or Mum might turn into a monster. Okay, let's start with 1/4 cup of corn syrup. I put that into the mixing bowl, then add 2 tablespoons of water and give it a good stir. Time for some rich red blood colouring, about 10 drops. Now to thicken up the blood, a tablespoon of cocoa and about 2 tablespoons of corn flour. This will make it nice and sticky. It needs lots of stirring to mix in the lumps, but I don't think it's as dark as real blood. Time to add 1 drop of blue colouring. Stir that in. That's more like it. Yuck! Time to get back to the film set. But first, a bloodbath. A big wound there. And more on this arm. Plenty on the face. How disgusting. Be afraid, Jordan. Be very afraid.
Blood is red because it contains a type of red iron called hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is very important because it transports the oxygen you breathe in all over your body.
Okay, all ready on set? My bogus blood even freaked out the director.
Snorkeling is the coolest fun. Ocean reefs are filled with fabulous fish, but our favorite is the coral. Look at that bright yellow coral. And that one looks like a fern. My dive buddy Isa and I are crazy about corals. If only we could take some home to look at, but we can't. They're protected. But I've just had a really good idea. Let's grow our own coral. We've got everything we need. And believe it or not, this dirty black lump of charcoal is going to become our coral. I don't think Isa believes me. First up, in goes 2 tablespoons of water, then sprinkle 2 tablespoons of salt and 2 tablespoons of vinegar. Okay, coral, get growing. We want to see you turn into something beautiful. Okay, it's day 2 of our great coral making experiment. Wow, do I see tiny crystals starting to appear? Good, we want more. So we'll add 2 more tablespoons of salt, more water, more vinegar. And to give our coral some color, a few drops of food coloring. Green, red, and blue. Can't wait to see our coral. Wow, it really does look like coral.
The water, vinegar and dissolved salt have combined in a chemical reaction to form crystals. As the reaction continues, the crystals build on top of each other, just as real coral builds up over years and years. But unlike Iman's crystals, coral is made up of millions of living animals called polyps that make hard structures around themselves by dissolving a chemical in the sea called calcium carbonate. It's not really a crystal, but a limestone skeleton that protects the polyp inside.
Our homemade coral is brilliant, but I still think I prefer the real thing. Let's go back and get our snorkels. After lunch, we can go diving again.
Well done, girls. That coral really is clever stuff.
And speaking of clever, Carrie Ann is just about to solve the mystery of the bouncing sound waves.
I figured out that the sound of Tammy's ball game bounced along the garden wall. So we're going to try a little sound bouncing of our own. You stand there, Tammy. I'll listen from the other end of the garden. Okay, hold up your megaphone and talk normally.
Hello, Carrie-Anne, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Wow, I can hear you. It's as if you were standing right next to me.
Sound travels through the air in waves. These waves bounce and change direction when they hit a hard surface. The sound waves from Tammy's voice are bouncing along the stone wall. So he sounds much closer than he really is.
Tammy, it's so amazing. You try it. Hello, Tammy. How are you today? Can you hear my voice right in your ear?
Whenever you listen to an echo, you're hearing sound waves bouncing back from a hard surface in the distance. Some animals like bats and dolphins use bouncing sound called sonar to help them sense where everything is. They make a high-pitched noise and their brains can tell where things are by listening to the sounds bouncing back.
Wow, now that is superhero. It's like dolphins can see with their ears.
Nice work, Carrie-Anne. You wrapped up that little sound mystery very nicely indeed.
Yep, and it's time for us to wrap things up too, because we've reached the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, make your own super flying helicopter.
Avalanche! Build one in your own backyard.
Find out how your eyes really can be bigger than your stomach.
And the secret to making a magic swirling star.
But first, Taryn, do you know the best way to put your smelly old socks to good use?
Gloves? Puppets.
No, you'll never guess. Nicole puts them over her shoes so her friends never hear her coming when they're playing hide and seek.
This place is called Hide and Seek Forest. It's a super cool place to play this game. I love it. There's lots of different bushes to hide behind. I usually win because I have a trick. I put old socks over my shoes. And I can creep up quietly. Gotcha! That was fun. I hope we can come back and play again tomorrow. Better take these socks off before Mum sees them. Hey, I wonder what these are. I've collected all this stuff on my socks. They look like seeds to me. Let's have a closer look. Wow, they are seeds. I'm gonna plant them and grow my own hide and seek forest. In fact, I'm gonna start right now.
My dad's throwing out all this old junk. What have we here? This is an old sewing kit with lots of plastic spools. Let's see what else I can find. Here's a strong piece of cardboard and a ball of string. I know exactly how to turn this trash into something useful. I'm going to make my own flying helicopter. First, I need to make the propeller. I'll draw a small square in the very middle of the card. Now the blades reach out from the square to the four edges of the card. Like this. I'm making them slightly wider at the edge. There! It looks like a cross. Now here's the tricky bit. Measure 3 centimetres along one side of each propeller blade. Mark the spot, then rule a line to the mark from the other corner of the square. Do this to all 4 blades so you get a pattern that looks like this. Carefully score along the 4 angled lines with the scissors. Now cut out the cross shape. Nearly done. There! It looks funky. I'll attach one of the sewing spools, making sure it's right in the centre of the square. Now I'll gently bend up each blade along the angled line. The last thing I need to do is wrap a long piece of string around the spool, like this. Place a pencil in the middle, and we are ready for launch. Hold the pencil in one hand and pull the ripcord fast. Go, little helicopter! Whoa! It flies perfectly!
As the propeller spins, the folded down part of the blades creates higher air pressure under the propeller than above. This pushes upwards on our helicopter and makes it lift off.
Take off! And it all goes to prove that one man's trash is another girl's treasure.
Hey, that's brilliant! Time for me to give this helicopter a whirl.
Go for it, Dana. Meanwhile, let's get back to Nicole's garden and see what she's going to do with a smelly old sock.
Stand by for my garden on a sock. I'll make this shoebox my garden bed. A plastic bag to make it waterproof. And lovely mucky soil. I wonder if Mum will mind me planting my sock. Nah, she won't care. I'll start by loosening up my seeds. Give them a squirt. Don't worry, guys. This will all make perfect sense soon. To finish off, I'll tip some soil on top of my sock. A touch more water. And now I'll wait for my sock to sprout. More waiting. I think this is going to take a little longer than I thought. Must be time to check my seed sock. Man, these seeds are taking their time. I'll leave them to it and come back later.
Walker and I are getting ready for a cross-country skiing trip. You never know what you're going to see on these trips. Last year we saw a huge avalanche. You sure wouldn't want to get trapped under squillions of tons of falling ice and snow like that. I wonder why avalanches happen. Walker doesn't know. Why don't we make our own avalanche and find out? I know just how to do it. First we get a board. That can be on mountainside. We know that each snowfall builds up layers of snow, so we'll use snow-looking stuff to build up different layers. Sugar's white. That can be our first layer of snow. What else? I know. Brown sugar. The next layer of snow can be flour. What else? Good one, Walker. Laundry washing powder. And finally, more brown sugar and a touch more flour to top it all off. I wonder how steep our mountain has to be before the snow will move. Let's find out. I'll lift one end of the board up slowly. Up. 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 And away.
In nature, avalanches happen mostly on slopes steeper than 25 degrees. As Logan's plank tilts at a higher angle, sideways stresses increase until one of the layers gives way. Friction with all the other layers eventually causes the whole lot to come tumbling down, just as in a real avalanche.
Good one, Walker. Cool avalanche. But we'd better clean up this mess, or Mom will be the one coming down on us.
Always clean up your own mess, I say, or it could lead to a real downfall.
Speaking of downfalls, I have to confess my downfall is thick, yummy, gooey chocolate cake. And I'm not the only one.
Chocolate cake.
everybody's favourite. There we are. That's Billy's slice. What? Oh, he doesn't believe they're the same size. Measure all you like, Chucky boy, but I know I cut them the same size. His eyes are playing tricks on him, and I'll prove it. I've got a sheet of pink paper here with a sheet of white on top. I'm going to draw a four-sided curved shape here on this piece of white paper. Now I cut the shape out with the pink paper held together with the white. So I get two identical shapes. One white, one pink. Now, when I hold them up like this, Billy's chocolate crazy eyes are going to say the pink one is smaller. Thought so. But what if I swap them over? Which shape is smaller now? The white one. Swap again. Now the pink looks smaller.
This is called an optical illusion. It happens because your eyes naturally compare the two curves that are closest to one another. Because the curve on the right is longer than the one on the left, your brain is tricked into thinking the whole shape is bigger.
Billy's eyes aren't the only things around here he can't trust. Bad luck, Billy. He should have kept an eye on his cake too.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The great Kimberly will soon be performing her latest, her greatest, her most amazing magic tricks ever.
Please put your hands together for the world's greatest backyard magician. Thank you, thank you. Are you ready to be amazed? For my first trick, ta-da! Okay then, how about this one? Done! Okay guys, don't go. Better come up with something good and soon. Okay, for this trick I need a star-shaped piece of paper, straw, a toothpick and an eraser. Now I just put the toothpick in the eraser and then balance the star on top of the toothpick. Now for the magic. For this I need my plastic straw, magic wand. Now without touching the star, I can make it turn around. Now they're impressed. What the boys didn't see was what I did behind the table. I was busy rubbing my straw in a woolen scarf.
When Kimberly rubbed her straw on that scarf, friction caused negatively charged electrons to jump from the wool to the plastic straw. That gave the straw a negative electric charge. But the paper star was positively charged. So the force of attraction between the positive and negative charges caused the star to spin.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oops, now I need to conjure up another audience.
You know, I think Kimberly was the real star of that act.
Yep, and I think Nicole's about to become a star gardener with the help of a few seeds and her soggy old sock.
My seed sock must have begun to sprout by now. Cool, it has. They're still pretty small. I'll leave them a bit longer and let them grow. Aha! Look how much they've grown. I've got dandelions, grass, weeds, daisies. Wow, all this from a smelly old sock.
Trees and plants reproduce by dropping seeds to the ground. Sometimes these grow where they are, or sometimes they are moved to different locations by animals, humans, the weather, and even sometimes dirty old socks.
Come and see my garden, guys. It's cool. You'll never guess where it came from. All I did was put the sock with a bit of water and it grew. Where did everyone go? Oh no! I've given away my own hide-and-seek secret.
Oh dear, such a great secret, and they've all run away and left her.
Yep, and it's time for us to leave too, Taryn, because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Make your own lick and sniff stickers.
How to stay on tune with a tuning fork.
Get your own back on those drink bottle burgers.
And how to find all those super gross germs that lurk in your bedroom.
Why are you smelling your shoes, Dana?
Well, I'm worried about what might be lurking inside them. And I'm especially worried now that Lyra's on one of her germ hunting expeditions.
Look at him! Billy is just wallowing in filth. What a mess! Phew! Those boots, they stink! How can I get Billy to clean up his act? I know! I'll show him exactly how gross he is. Mum's spotlessly clean kitchen is about to become a germ factory. Right, here's my lab equipment. And Mum's jam jars that she's just sterilised. They'll be bug-free. Now, jug, water, a bit more. Now some germ-hatching gelatin. Couple of spoonsful, stir it up. Now into the jars. And my sticky gelatin mix will be the perfect breeding ground for any disgusting germs. They'll thrive on it. Now string. Cut off 5 bits about this long. Back on with the rubber gloves so nothing gets contaminated. And into the jars go the string. They'll get sticky enough to catch any germ. And now for the germ hunt.
It's Jordan's birthday today. He loves collecting things to stick on his school books. So I've cut him out some paper strawberries. There, birthday card finished. I'll seal it with a strawberry. Oh, it won't stick. Hey, why don't I turn these into strawberry flavoured stickers? I've got a glass of warm water, some strawberry cooking essence, and Mum's supply of gelatin crystals. First I'll put 1 big teaspoon of gelatin into the warm water. It needs a good stir to make sure it dissolves. Time for some strawberry essence. Smells yummy. A good slurp of strawberry and lots more stirring to finish off. My mixture makes a kind of glue and it smells like strawberries. Now I'm going to paint a thick layer of my glue onto the back of each strawberry. I need to make sure the whole thing is covered. Perfect! Now I'll leave them to dry. Well, they smell good, they taste good, and they're sticky.
Gelatin is a type of protein that comes from the skin and bones of animals. When it's mixed with water, the protein molecules expand and hang on to each other. That's why it forms a sticky gel. As the water evaporates, the gel sets and sticks like glue. But when you lick the dry glue, the liquid in saliva makes the gelatin protein sticky all over again.
Happy birthday, Jordan! I made you some lick and sniff stickers. Hope you like strawberry. Yum, eh? Well, you're stuck with it now.
Cool, I gotta try those. Yep, they smell. And they stick. Kinda like those germs in Billy's bedroom, I think.
My experiment to show Billy what a pigsty is living in is underway. First port of call, Billy's festering football boots. Wipe the string around. Ew! Nasty germs for sure. Another piece of string to collect wall germs. Hey, stinky boy, you ain't seen nothing yet. Off with those shoes. Socks. Ugh. And toe jam. Ew! Grotty boy has no idea what a germ factory is. Now for the real germ war zone. The toilet. Yuck! What I do for science. Okay, back to the lab. Pop each piece of string into its jar, on go the lids, and label them. So I've got the terrible toilet, Billy's bedroom, toe jam, that festering football boot, and one with a germ-free piece of string to compare all the others with. Now I'll pop the jam jars back up here where it's warm and wait for those germs to fester.
Here's Sally playing her guitar. She's just a beginner. And she's got a long way to go. Wow, that sounds pretty bad. I think her guitar is out of tune. This is what she needs. It's a tuning fork. When I tap it on something hard, it always plays the note E. Now Sally can get the E note sounding right. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about her playing. But I do have another trick up my sleeve. Check this out. My tuning fork makes the water go crazy. Cool, huh?
All sound is vibration moving through the air. When the tuning fork is making its note, it's vibrating so fast that we can't even see it. But when it touches the water, we can see the vibration as it shakes the surface.
Well, I could tune the guitar, but I don't think there's a tuning fork in the world that could help Sally's playing.
Being in tune is really important, especially for an orchestra. Before every performance, all the instruments tune up first to make sure there are no horrible sounding notes.
La 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 la.
Wow, I wish we could get a tuning fork for Dana. She's doing her singing homework and it's terrible. Time we heard about somebody else's homework.
Oh man! Here's my science homework. Do a detailed drawing of an ant. Well, I've got my ant, but I can hardly see it. I've got to get a better look at it. What about a magnifying glass? Yeah. Here goes. Well, that's better, but I can't really see much in detail. What about 2 magnifying glasses? Surely 2 are better than 1. Nope. Now the ant looks distorted. How can I get it to be in focus? Yeah! That's working! Cool! A giant ant! I can see it perfectly now.
Zach has just made his own microscope. With just one lens, the image is slightly distorted because the different colours bend at different angles as they pass through the lens. But positioned in the right place, the second lens corrects that distortion and makes everything look much bigger.
Wow! I didn't know ants had little pincers at the front. What a monster!
It's a warm afternoon and I've got it made in the shade thanks to my bottle of fruity cordial. There's plenty left for later too. It's my all-time favourite flavour. Time for another drink. What the? I've been burglarised! I know how to catch this cordial cat burglar. I'll use a thumbtack to poke a few holes in the side of the bottle. Like this. Now I've refilled the bottle with cordial. No cordial cat burglar could resist this. When it's full, I quickly screw the lid on tight. And look! The cordial stopped running out of the hole. Back to the scene of the crime. I'll lay the bait and wait to catch a thief. I've got a feeling I won't have to wait too long. Aha! You're busted, Marcus.
When Nicole screwed the lid back on the bottle, some of the cordial leaked out. This thinned out the air at the top, creating a pocket of low pressure there. Because air flows from high pressure to low pressure, the higher pressure air outside tries to push inside the bottle. The only way in is through Nicole's holes, so the air pushes against them, stopping the cordial from flowing out. But when Marcus unscrewed the lid, the air pressure inside became the same as outside, and the cordial poured all over him.
Looks like crime doesn't pay, Marcus.
Naughty Marcus, he got found out that time.
Yeah, and I think Billy's about to find out exactly how germ-ridden his bedroom is.
Okay, let's see how my little germ garden's growing. Oh yeah, the germs have multiplied like crazy in that gelatin mixture. Gross-orama! Now this Billy has to see. Hey Billy, come and see your germs in a jar. Come on, Grotty boy. You are going to be grossed out. This way. That's the clean string. See? No germs. But your toe jams turned into something truly unspeakable. And worst of all, that festering lump there is from your football boots. Even the toilet's not as germ-ridden as what's in your room. I think Billy's finally realised how grubby he really is.
The germs Lara collected are actually called bacteria. Our immune system protects us from most bacteria, which live almost everywhere. But we normally can't see them unless they grow in large numbers. Those colonies of bacteria grow by feeding off the proteins in the gelatin. By the way, bacteria make those lumpy round shapes. Those white fluffy lumps from the football boots are colonies of fungus that like to live on people's feet. Disgusting, but true.
Looks like Billy's gone into a room cleaning frenzy. Lesson well taught, I'd say. Good one, Mr. Tidy Nick. Now I better get Mum to re-sterilise those jars before we end up with Billy's toe jam on our toast.
Ew, toe jam on toast? I'm gonna go clean up my bedroom now.
Well, wait up, Dana, I'll come too, because we've reached the end of another show.
See you next time.
Crush a soft drink can with the power of air.
How to tell the age of a fish.
What makes your fingers go all wrinkly.
And how to shrink a snow pile.
But first, fasten your seatbelts.
Secure your tray tables.
Because Olivia and Damon are about to take us on a flight into aviation history.
Damon and I are going to build a propeller-powered stunt plane. Here's the propeller and its elastic band engine. Let's get building. We need one sheet and 2 strips of balsa wood, a small bead with a hole in the middle, a few paper clips and some strong glue. The first thing to do is make the wings. Draw a wing shape on the balsa sheet using a ruler. Ours is about 40 centimetres from wingtip to wingtip with a slight bend in the centre. Now the 2 tail pieces. One is 10 centimetres wide with a point on the front like this. And the other is the upright fin. It looks like this. Okay, co-pilot Damon can cut those out with the scissors. Make sure you get the edges nice and straight. There. That's the wing, the tail, and the upright fin. Cut 2 short, equal lengths of balsa strip. Poke a hole through the middle of each of them, like this. Now for the body of the plane. Glue the strips of balsa together to form a rectangle. One of the short pieces is at each end. There. Looking good. All it needs now is an engine.
Zach is the world's slowest washer-upper. He's been there for hours. I bet his fingers are wrinkly as prunes. Yep. How gross. Those fingers look like they're 1,000 years old. I wonder why fingers don't wrinkle up so much in salty seawater. Time for an experiment. Excuse me, Zach. I just need to get 2 glasses of warm water from the washing up sink. 1 and 2. Get busy, dish boy. Into the water on the left, I'm going to add a big spoon of salt. Stir that in so it dissolves. Then put a couple of brave test fingers into each glass. Hey, I wonder how the washing up's going. Looks like Mr. Wrinkle Fingers has decided to get the job finished quick smart. Go Zach! You're a dishwashing machine. Done. Time to see if salty water wrinkles up my fingers as much as fresh water. There's my freshwater fingers. They look pretty wrinkled. But look at the fingers I had in the salty water. They're not half as wrinkly.
When your fingers are in fresh water, the concentration of salt is higher in the cells of your skin than in the water. So water gets absorbed by the skin. As the cells swell up with water, the skin wrinkles. But when your fingers are in salt water, the concentration of salt is higher in the water. So not as much water ends up in the skin cells.
Nice job on the washing up, Zach. But you missed out these 2 glasses.
Clever work, Grace. Nothing like a bit of kitchen science to keep those wrinkles away. And down at the aviation hangar, there's lots of clever science just waiting in the wings.
Our fabulous fly machine is taking shape. We've built the wings and the body. Now for powered flight. Damon's going to make the hooks for our elastic band powered engine. Unbend the paperclip, poke it through the little hole, and fold one end over to hold it in place. Do the same thing at the other end. Now put a little bead over the paperclip at one end, and this will keep the propeller away from the balsa wood frame. On goes the propeller. Now bend the paperclip over the front of the propeller to hold it in place. Join the 2 elastic bands in a loop knot like this. One end goes over the propeller hook and the other end over the fixed hook. Now glue the tail pieces together and use more glue to attach them at the back. Now the wings. Plenty of glue and stick them a few centimeters from the front. That looks cool! When the glue is dry, we'll push forward the frontiers of flight as we know it.
The paper recycling goes in that box. And plastic bottles go in there. Uh-oh, we're out of room for bottles. Better squash a few so they can fit. Hey, I'm going to show Larissa another way to crush a plastic bottle. And it's a lot more fun than sorting out recycling. Here's how we do it. Start with an empty bottle. Fill it about 1/3 full of warm water. That should do it. Warm water heats up the air inside and makes it expand. Time to screw the lid on tight. Now I'm going to lie the bottle down in this box while Larissa pours icy cold water over it. Now I stand the bottle in the cold water and look what's happening. It's crumpling all on its own. That's amazing.
Because the air inside the bottle is heated by the warm water, it contains lots of energy. That means it exerts an outward pressure on the sides of the bottle. But when the air is cooled, its energy is reduced and the outward pressure drops. If the air pressure outside is greater than inside, the bottle is squashed.
For our next trick, Larissa will slam dunk the squished bottle. Yay! Now that's what I call using your head.
Awesome! From this to this. Imagine if you could use that trick to reduce the size of...
Your homework?
The mess in your bedroom?
Or maybe even that humongous snowdrift that your dad wants you to shovel away.
Oh man, Dad wants us to move this huge pile of snow. It's blocking the pathway. Herman gets really tired and grumpy when there's so much snow to shift. I know something that'll cheer him up. I'll make him think this snowdrift is half its size. I'll need a straight edge container. Now this jar is about 5 double finger widths high. I'll get Herman to fill it with snow. Pack it in, Herman. Perfect. Now we'll just pop the jar on the table and do some puzzles while it melts. Uh-huh. Just as I thought. About half as much water. Let's check. Yep, about 2.5 double finger widths.
Walker is exactly right. Snow is made of tiny frozen ice crystals surrounded by lots of air gaps. Herman packed the snow in tightly, so only about half was actually water, the rest was air. For freshly fallen snow, air makes up as much as 90% of a snowdrift.
See? We're shoveling mostly air. Come on! Oh dear. It might be half air, but it's still a lot of snow.
Every year, Carrie Ann and I draw a line on this post. It shows exactly how much we've grown in 12 months. Good growing, Carrie Ann. Now my turn. Make sure you get it right. Wow! I shot up by that much. I wonder how you tell how old other things are. Where are you going? Ah, interesting. Yep, you can tell the age of a tree by its tree rings. One for each growing season. Hey, I've just remembered a growth ring I bet Carrie Ann has never thought of. Wait here. Okay, for starters, a magnifying glass and a piece of black paper. Now for the main course. Wait till she sees this. Ta-da! Tonight's dinner, fish. And we're about to find out exactly how old they are. You take one of their scales. It's perfectly harmless. On the paper it goes. There. Now let's have a look under the magnifying glass. Wow, this fish has done some serious growing. Here, you have a look. You have to look carefully. See? They're just like tree rings. Groovy, huh?
Yep, just like a tree, a fish develops growth rings on each of its scales. The rings are composed of little deposits of calcium. Count the rings and you get a fair idea of how many birthdays your fish has had. Some reef fish live for just a few weeks, but the oldest fish can reach the grand old age of 50 years.
Hey, I reckon we're about the same age as this fish. Pity's gonna be dinner tonight. Your growing days are over, fish.
Taryn, what are you doing?
Well, your skin's kind of scaly. I'm just trying to find out how old you are.
Oh, that's it. I'm off to see how Damon and Olivia's plane's coming along.
Damon and I have built a propeller-powered stunt plane. And we're ready for our first test flight. We need to wind up the propeller. This stores energy in the elastic band engine. Wind check. Thumbs up from the control tower. Here it goes. Yay! Nearly made it all the way across the front yard. What legends!
Driven by the energy stored up in the rubber band, Olivia and Damon's propeller turns fast enough to drag air towards it. The angled blades accelerate air past them, creating what's called thrust. Thrust pulls the plane forward, hopefully at a high enough speed to keep it airborne for the duration of the flight.
Another test flight. Let's put more power in the elastic band this time. And take off! Wow, it dive bombs as well. This plane really is gonna make aviation history.
Cool! Up and away, the only way to go.
And it's time we were up and away too, Dana, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, trick those drink thieves with the power of air.
And fool the love struck with a fantastic folding trick.
Prove that girls sweat just as much as smelly boys.
And find out how polar bears survive in the freezing cold.
It makes me shiver just looking at all that freezing ice and snow.
Yeah, imagine sleeping outside on a cold night if you didn't have a nice thick coat and something warm on your feet.
I can't imagine it, but I think Jade and Zach are about to find out exactly what it's like.
Okay, that's just about it. Zach and I have everything we need for our overnight camp out. Bright moonlit night and nice snug tent. Now let's put all our stuff inside. Clothes, bubble wrap the tent was stored in, and our midnight snack box. Oh, hang on. Sleeping bags. Where are they? There. Still on the line. Gee, I hope they've dried. Oh no! Still damp. Darn. We'll freeze. Mum said we wouldn't last the whole night outside. I hate it when Mum's right. Suppose we can close the tent up. Now what? Good thinking, Zach. We'll rug up. Woolly jumpers and scarves. Ooh, but it's still cold. Hey, the bubble wrap. I wonder. Yes! I've just had the most brilliant idea. Come on, Zach. It's Saturday afternoon and I'm lost in a good book. Oi! Hey! That's mine! Not again! What I need is some seriously scientific drink-saving security. I've got it! Here's some more cordial and all the stuff I'll need to keep the cordial cat burglar at bay. I got Dad to make a hole in this lid for me. It's just big enough to fit the straw through it. Now stick it in place with the modelling clay. This will also stop the air getting through the hole around the straw. Now to fill my drink bottle with delicious cordial and screw the lid back on. Just as I thought, it's impossible to suck up any drink. Perfect. Hey Giovanni, why don't you try stealing some drink from my new high-tech bottle? It's impossible, isn't it?
As Emily sucks, the air at the top of the straw thins out, creating an area of low pressure. Higher pressure air outside the glass then pushes down on the liquid, forcing it up the straw. But the airtight seal at the top of the bottle stops any air coming in. That means there's not enough downward air pressure on the drink to force the cordial all the way up the straw. So no matter how hard Giovanni sucks, he'll never get a drink.
Looks like I've been the dreaded drink stealer. Now to just unseal the top of my bottle and enjoy the rest of my drink.
Nice one, Emily. You enjoy that well-deserved refreshing cold drink. And speaking of cold,
I wonder how Jade and Zach are going to survive their chilly night outside.
We're freezing. But my bubble wrap idea might just save the night. I'll get Zach to lie on the bubble wrap. I'll trace around his legs. There, a trouser pattern. Now I'll fold it over and cut it around to make a pair of bubble wrap pants. Now I'll model the top. Nicely done. Fold it over and snip away, Mr. Snappy Dresser. Now for some high quality seam work. The sticky tape will hold our edges together perfectly. There, 2 sets of very fashionable bubble wrap outfits. Oh, you look simply stunning, darling. Okay, we might look ridiculous, but I feel as warm as toast.
Jade and Zach's bubble wrap fashions are a great way to keep out the cold. That's because the bubbles in the wrap contain still air. And still air is an excellent insulator. In fact, it's one of the reasons why we have hairs on our arms and legs, to trap pockets of still air that help keep us warm.
Uh-oh, one thing we didn't think of, I'm getting cold feet. And I know just how to warm them up.
Aww, Fraser's in love. He can't stop reading that love letter his girlfriend sent him. It's so cute, but it's time to burst his love bubble. Ha! Come and get it, lover boy. What's the matter, Fraser? Lost something special? Okay, here's the deal. I'll give you back this letter from your girlfriend if you can fold a piece of paper in half 9 times. Think you could do it, Romeo? Not the letter, of course. I'll hang on to that for now. This piece is exactly the same size. Remember, you've got to fold it in half 9 times. That's 1 fold, 2, 3 folds, 4, 5, 6. You can't do more than 6 folds. Oh, the paper was too small, was it? Then you ought to be able to fold this one 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 folds. But it's impossible to go any further.
The paper quickly becomes too thick to fold because the number of layers doubles every time it's folded. By the time you get to 7 folds, there are 128 layers. So no matter how big the paper, it can't be folded more than 9 times. For the same reason you can't fold a thick book.
No, I don't think so, Fraser. You failed my folding challenge. Guess you just have to catch me if you can.
Oh, Lara, that was so mischievous teasing poor old Fraser like that.
Yeah, but I'm pleased to say in the boys versus girls stakes, Zach is about to show that girls aren't as perfect as they think they are.
Look at Grace. She thinks that girls are made from sugar and spice, and that they never sweat like stinky boys. It's time to show her that girls do sweat, ladylike or not. Hey Grace, I just need to take off your shoe. Whoa! Phew-wee. Huh? I'm not gonna kiss your smelly feet. I'm going to cover them up with this plastic bag, and then hold it in place with an elastic band. There. I'll be back in an hour. Hey, Princess Grace. You're not gonna like this, but all that stuff in the bag is sweat. Smelly, stinky, revolting sweat.
That's right, Zach. Most of the skin on our body is dotted with tiny sweat glands that can quickly moisten the skin surface. When we get hot, our body releases water to cool us down. Clever, hey?
So girls do sweat after all. Now, wanna check my feet for sweat?
How cute are those polar bears? But I've no idea how they manage to spend their entire lives on the freezing ice. Herman and I are shivering after being outside for an hour. Dad says polar bears can stand the cold because they've got blubber under their fur. I wonder how blubber keeps them warm. I know a way we can find out. Let's go. While Herman fills a container with freezing snow, I'll get a great big glob of cooking fat. Now I'll cover the bulb of a thermometer with the fat. There, that's got the bulb covered. Nice and blubbery. Okay, another thermometer, and yep, they're both reading about the same temperature. Herman can look after the one without fat. And into the ice they go, bulbs just touching the surface. We'll leave them there for a couple of minutes and see if the fat keeps my bulb warmer. That's long enough. Wow, mine's the same temperature, but the temperature of Herman's thermometer is down near freezing point. The fat stopped the ice from cooling my thermometer. So blubbery fat does keep polar bears warm.
The fatty layer of blubber under a polar bear's fur is as thick as the length of your hand. Because blubber doesn't conduct heat very well, it keeps almost all the bear's warmth inside their bodies. That's why they can live in ice and snow. In fact, blubber is so effective that polar bears actually overheat if they run too much.
I still think they're cute. But I don't have enough blubber to stay out here. I'm freezing. Let's go inside and leave the ice and the snow to the polar bears.
Wow, there are quite a few tricks to staying warm and snug when it's freezing cold.
Yeah, and I think our Cambat kids had better come up with something soon before they get cold feet and end up back inside the house.
Okay, thanks to our super toasty bubble wrap clothing, I think we'll last the night out under the stars, no problems. But there's just one thing, freezing feet. Nothing that a pair of bubble wrap shoes can't fix. All we have to do is cover our feet. Yay, cool! Now we wrap up the top with tape. Oh no! If we stand on the bubble wrap, the bubbles will pop and we'll lose our layer of insulating air. Hey, it seems to be fine. The bubbles aren't bursting.
Despite the weight of a whole body pressing down on them, the bubbles stay intact. That's because the pressure is spread evenly across the area of Zach and Jade's feet, and not enough at any one point to burst their bubble.
Okay, now for a good night's sleep. Yep, snug as a bug in bubble wrap. I think we'll prove Mum wrong after all.
Well, I think that Cambat ended perfectly, don't you, Taryn?
Nothing like a perfect ending, I say. And we've reached a perfect ending too.
See you next time.
Coming up, grow a spectacular six-sided snowflake.
Turn a pile of sugar cubes into a sweet little skyscraper.
Mount a monster tickle attack.
And turn a top with the heat of your hands.
Ooh, I like getting my hot little hands on all this lovely money. You can count on that, Dana.
Ha! If you want to get into counting serious amounts of money, just you wait and see what Nicole and Damon are about to come up with.
Damon always picks out the raisins from his breakfast cereal. He hates raisins. But I've got something he'll really like. My uncle's given us his coin jar. Look how much money's in there. We can afford all sorts of stuff. Except now we have to count it all. It's going to take ages. Unless we can come up with a way to sort the coins quickly. Let's make a super fast coin sorter. Okay, I've got the goods. As well as this box and some cardboard, we'll need scissors, pen and sticky tape. Now first, I measure up the box, width and then depth. Now we're going to need cardboard dividers that size, width and depth. I'll just cut them out. And now it's time to make some holes for the cash to fall through. Daniel and I are holding a building competition. Whoever builds the biggest tower of sugar cubes wins. Daniel seems pretty confident, but it's neck and neck at the moment. I wonder how tall we can go. Whoops! Oh no! The whole thing collapsed! Darn! Uh-oh! Daniel's not laughing so much now. We need something to help the cubes stick together. Hey! Something that acts like mortar in bricks. And I know just how to make it. Okay, I've got all the ingredients to make our own mortar. First, we need to separate 3 egg whites from their yolks. Good. Okay, now for some icing sugar. We need about 1.5 cups. Add it to the egg whites and mix it together with a whisk. Oh, this is hard work. I think Daniel could use a workout. Keep going till it forms a thick gooey paste. Excellent! Now we're ready to do some serious building. Grab some ice cream sticks and start applying our mortar to the cubes. Nice and sticky.
Egg whites contain glue-like proteins. Proteins are sticky because they are long, stringy chains of molecules that seep into the tiny spaces of other material. When they dry, they stay there. That's why eggy plates are sometimes hard to clean. And it's why sugar and egg combine to form yummy, sticky desserts. By the way, that's exactly what Jade's mixture is, a scrumptious meringue.
There! The strongest sugar cube tower I've ever seen. Oh wow! Our mortar's tough enough to hold up the yummiest looking igloo I've ever seen. But it won't stand up to an attack from my teeth.
Best bit of construction work I've seen in a while. Is that what you'd call the sweet taste of success, Dana?
Very funny. Not. If we're going to talk about success, I'd rather find out whether our clever coin sorters are having any success with their money counting machine.
Our coin sorter is underway. And first, we trace around our biggest size coin. Let's have a few of them. Now I'll draw a line slightly inside the coin size and cut around that inside line. Now work with me here, Damon. The large coins can't fit through, right? But the middle-sized ones will. See? And so will the smallest ones, right? Okay, Damon, you cut out the rest of the holes while I work on the next divider. For this one, I trace around the middle-sized coin. Draw a line inside that one and cut around that line. Those holes will let only the smallest coins through. Now I'll make some edges on our dividers. Tape up the edges together. They've got to be strong enough to hold up a stack of coins. Tape it to the walls of the box. Now the second divider. We'll tape that into the box too. Now the tricky bit. Holes in the top of the box to allow all our coins to go through. So for that, I'll need to draw a line slightly larger than our biggest coins. Oops, I'm making a bit of a mess. But don't worry, Damon. It will tidy up like this. Okay, done. Sticky tape, fold the flaps in, and there we have a brilliant coin sorter. Now to see if it lives up to its name.
I love playing in the snow. It's so pretty. Mom says every snowflake is a perfectly balanced six-sided crystal. Well, I can't see any six-sided shapes in this snow. Maybe I can make my own crystal snowflake. Yeah, great idea. Okay, 1 snowflake coming up. I'll need 3 equal lengths of pipe cleaner, crossed over in the middle like this, and twist it together. Now I'll run some thread between the 6 points. That's my 6-sided crystal shape. Pretty cute, huh? I'll attach it to this pencil and check that it fits into the jar. Now to make it look like an ice crystal, I fill this glass jar with warm water from the tap and tip in 2 big spoonfuls of borax laundry powder. Stir it until it's all dissolved. Now I lower in my snowflake shape and let it dangle in the mixture for a whole day. Time to check on my snowflake creation. Wow, that is really cool. It sparkles just like a real snowflake.
Yep, that's because those are crystals coating the pipe cleaner frame. The borax crystals look different to water crystals, but they form in the same way. A crystal forms when molecules attach to one another in a repeating pattern. Snowflake crystals are made from water molecules and always form a 6-sided shape.
I'll hang this in my bedroom window to remind me how beautiful snowflakes are.
Snowflakes are so beautiful. What a pity you can't reach out and grab them. They just melt away.
Oh, that's the problem with having warm hands, Dana. But as Lara's about to show us, hot little hands can be a good thing.
Wow! Rubbing your hands together fast sure does make them hot. I know how to use that heat for a really cool trick. First, I'll cut out a small paper square. That looks a good size. Next, fold the paper square in half to form a triangle. Unfold it, then fold it in half again, but from the other corner. There, my paper's ready for action. Now with a pin and a pencil, I make the base. Very carefully push the pin into the razor. Yep, I reckon that'll work. Place the folded paper square on top of the pin. Now to generate some serious heat. And here comes the magic. Cup your hands just under the paper. And abracadabra, some real hot magic.
The paper spins because of the heat from Lara's hands. Warm air is lighter than cool air and rises into the underside of Lara's paper square, causing it to turn.
And all that by the power of my hot little hands. I love reading my old diary entries, my own private thoughts for no one else's eyes. Hey! Give my diary back! That's it. Fraser is not getting away with this. Luckily I know Fraser's weakness. Tickling. He's so ticklish. I'll have my diary back in no time. There, got it. I knew his surrender wouldn't take long. Fraser's ticklish all over, but my only weak spot's on my neck. I'll try it myself. Hey, that's funny. It doesn't tickle one bit. Maybe I've lost my tickle bone. I need some help with this, and I know just the person. Okay, let's see what happens when Fraser tickles my neck. Wow, it works instantly. Stop! Yep, I'm still ticklish. But I wonder if I can control the urge to squirm. Maybe if I relax. A bit of yoga breathing should do it. Okay, time for the tickle monster to attack. No, can't feel a thing. Just stay calm and breathe. Got me.
That unmistakable ticklish feeling is a natural reaction. Scientists believe it's to warn us when a creepy crawly settles on our skin. And it's true that it's nearly impossible to tickle yourself. That's probably because the brain knows the tickle's coming and prepares itself for it.
Stop! No more, please! You wouldn't dare try that again. Here we go again!
Oh, stop it! I'm so ticklish. Don't stop. I'll pay you you to stop.
Oh, in that case, more money for me. I might even need to borrow Nicole's coin sorter, if it works, that is.
It's time to put our coin sorter to the test. Grab a handful, Damon. We'll put them in the top holes like this. Keep piling them in. Excellent! All the coins are in. Now it's shakedown time. Yep, I can hear them falling through. Okay, let's have a look inside. Yes, they're all separated. Biggest ones on top, then the middle-sized ones, with the smallest on the bottom. Yep, sorted.
By measuring and cutting holes of just the right circumference, smaller coins fall through the larger holes, leaving the bigger coins behind. So with holes of different sizes and a little help from gravity, coin sorting devices can separate all sorts of different sized coins.
Time to count the cash. Damon can do the big ones, and I'll pick out all the tiny ones. Hey, I've just thought of something. Damon keeps picking out the raisins from his muesli. I think our next project should be a cereal sorting machine.
Brilliant! I'm off to make one of those coin sorters to count all my lovely money.
Wait for me, Taryn. I'm coming too, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, create a kaleidoscope of colours using black magic.
Beat your sense of smell against the sock-sniffing sharks.
Bail up a bunch of ball bearings with the power of a magnet.
And the secret to success in a water bomb competition.
Dana, what are you doing?
I'm practicing my aim for the water bomb competition. Oh, missed. Missed again. Oops.
Right, that's it. You're getting dangerous. It's time we called in the water bomb experts.
Okay, the big water bomb competition is on this afternoon. And I want our team in top shape. Good! Keep up the target practice. The fence. The tree. Great! Nothing wrong with their aim. But I bet their catching skills need brushing up. Come on, throw to me. Don't worry. Run as hard as you can. Remember, if we can catch him, we won't get splattered. Yeah, that's what I want you to do. Come on, guys. It's easy. Now, catch this one. Hopeless. They can't catch a thing. Time to let the master show you how it's done.
Jade and I are making super cool birthday cards for our friend Michael. Whoa! Clumsy. Now look what you've done. The ink is all running. It was the best one too. It's running, but it's coming out green. Jade, is black made from green and some other colour? Well, she's no help. I guess I'll have to figure this one out. Jade, try not to ruin anything else while I'm gone. We're about to find out the truth about black. This is a coffee filter. It's really absorbent. I'll put some water in a glass and draw on the coffee filter with a black felt tip pen. Like this. Now, let's see what happens when we let the paper soak up some water. The water is soaking right through the black and taking the ink with it. But look at the colours left in the ink. There's green and blue and turquoise. I never knew black had so many other colours in it. Do you think it would work if we drip the water on? On it goes. Yeah, look. It's doing the same thing again.
The black ink in the felt pen is made up of different coloured pigments. The water carries the pigments along the absorbent paper at different rates. That way we can see them separate into some of the colours that combine to make up black. Scientists call this process chromatography, where separating colours reveals what's inside certain compounds. In this case, black ink.
We made all those colours appear. It's as if Jade and I have performed black magic. Michael's going to think his birthday card is magic for sure.
All those colours, fantastic.
Nearly as colourful as all these water bombs. Here, catch!
If you don't want to end up splattered in a water bomb fight, you need to master the art of missile catching. And my team's about to learn the secret. My baseball coach taught me about catching with soft hands. As it hurtles into your hand, you move your hand backwards with the water bomb. Just like that. Okay, drill time. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 2, 3, 4. Good catching, team.
If a water bomb hits something hard, all the balloon's energy instantly goes into breaking it. But with Olivia's soft hands trick, the balloon is slowed down as her hands move backwards. During that backwards movement, some of the balloon's energy is absorbed. This reduces the impact and the balloon stays intact.
Hey, these guys are such good water bomb catchers. I think they're ready for some serious catching practice with eggs. Wait here. I'm practicing for my long-distance ocean race next month. Hey, it's only a blow-up shark. Hey, Jaws, you interrupted my laps. Out you go. Whoops. Can't stop. Laps to do. Oh, those socks. They're Dad's sweaty sports socks. Ew, they really stink. I wonder if a real shark would have smelt Dad's socks a mile off. Right, I'm going to find out how good my sense of smell is. To start with, I'll fill 3 jars with exactly the same amount of water. Now I need some of Mum's best perfume. Into the first jar, I'll put 10 drops. 5 drops in this one. And just 1 drop in here. Now I can't see how concentrated the perfume is, so I'll use food colouring to show me which perfume concentration is which. So 10 drops in this one, 5 drops here, and just 1 in this jar. Now I stir them all up. Yep, that shows the different concentrations quite nicely. I'll leave the strongest scented jar here and spread the others around the yard. That way the perfume smells won't interfere with each other. Now let's see how good my sense of smell is. In the most concentrated one, I can just detect a faint whiff of perfume. In the middle one, I can't smell anything. And as for the last one, no, not even the faintest whiff.
We humans actually have a pretty poor sense of smell compared to animals like sharks. It's thought that sharks use as much as 70% of their brains for sensing smell. They can sniff out a single drop of blood, even if it's diluted in 1,000,000 drops of water. Unlike Carrie Ann, who could only just pick up a scent in the jar with the most perfume in it. And that concentration is about 1,000 times more than the tiniest whiff a shark can detect.
So there's no way a shark could miss the smell of Dad's socks. But I reckon their pong would frighten off even the hungriest predator.
I don't know. Some predators are hungry enough to eat almost anything.
I think she means me. But I'm choosy. I like my noodles tasty and piping hot, just like Sally does.
I know I'm the world's slowest eater, because my noodles always go cold before I finish eating them. I know. I'm going to see if I can keep them warmer for longer. I've got two sorts of takeaway cups. One has flat sides, the other is wrinkly. I wonder if one of them will keep my noodles warmer than the other. Now I'll cup them both tightly in my hands for a few minutes. Time's up. Now in go the thermometers. The noodles in the plain coffee cup are 31 degrees Celsius. That's 88 degrees Fahrenheit. What about the insulated cup? Hey! 4 whole degrees warmer than the flat-sided cup.
When your hands are wrapped around them, the rippled outer layer of insulated cups traps little pockets of air between your hands and the cup. Because heat doesn't travel through air very easily, it stays trapped in the cup.
Yum! Finished my noodles, and they were still hot. Time to go beat the boys at their game. Yay! I really am on a hot streak today.
Hey, Ashley. I've got a handful of ball bearings here. Want to have a look? See if you can line them up neatly on the table. Whoa, careful! They're slippery little suckers. They're like Mexican jumping beans. They just hate staying still. You'll never get them to line up and stay put. Not like that anyway. Ashley, what you need is a magnet. Allow me. 1 ball bearing, 2 ball bearings, 3 ball bearings, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And check this out. I can even lift them up.
As the magnetic field from Billy's magnet causes atoms within the ball bearings to rearrange themselves, they become magnetized. This means that each ball bearing down the chain becomes a magnet itself and attracts the next ball. Billy's magnetic chain can only stay together while the magnet is attached.
Pretty nifty, eh? Oh no! Very funny, Ashley.
Catch them if you can, guys.
Yeah, I don't know what's harder, catching ball bearings or catching eggs.
Our team is turning into a top-class missile catching outfit. Now it's time to hit the big time. Egg catching. Now these shells are really fragile, but soft hands still work. Here, see if you can catch this, Michael. Just kidding. Not quite ready for the old fastball yet. To catch a fast-moving egg, we're gonna need something even gentler than soft hands. And this blanket is gonna be perfect. You guys grab the corners, and I'll try my slow pitch first. Perfect catch. Another one. Yep, I think we've got egg catching in the bag.
As the egg hits the blanket material begins to move backwards with the egg. This gives the egg time to slow down. Just like soft hands, the soft blanket absorbs energy from the egg, so the shell won't shatter, even if the egg's thrown hard.
Now it's time to demonstrate my fastball. Oh no! I think we should stick with water bombs. We'll clean up the opposition much more easily.
Can't wait to see how that big water bomb event's gonna finish up.
Me either, but I do know it's time for us to finish up because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
bottles cool with a super solar fridge.
Make a leaky box float like a boat.
How to turn a bad hair day into a do that dazzles.
And cook up a storm with the power of the sun.
Wow, this looks like something out of the space age. But do you look, listen, or just hope for the best?
Oh no, this involves food. We need to consult the experts.
Man, it's bright out here today. That sun sure packs a punch. I wonder if Daniel and I can put all that solar power to good use to make something useful like food. Maybe it's the perfect day for a solar barbecue. And I know just how to do it. This will be perfect for our solar oven. Now, the ingredients. Potatoes and, some corn. Into our baking dish. Now I'll quickly grab all the stuff we need to make our solar oven. Not forgetting the all-important silver foil. I'll get Daniel to lay out the cardboard box. Now we'll roll out the silver foil, snip it off. Now roll another length sideways and trim it. Now we'll put them aside while I go crazy with the glue. It's to keep the foil in place. Okay. Now on go the sheets of foil, the long one, and then the sideways one. Now we're ready. On with the sunglasses to keep the glare out of our eyes. And let's head for the sun.
Yum! Laura and I are pigging out on a punnet of perfect strawberries. Hey! Just an empty container left. But maybe I can still have some fun with it. I grabbed a bowl, a cooking skewer, and a cake of soap from the kitchen. Prepare to be amazed, Lara. This plastic box has 4 big holes right through the bottom. So there's no way it should float, right? Well, watch this. 1 bowl of water. 1 holy plastic box. And voila! She floats! Pretty surprising, huh? But I'm not finished yet. I just rub a wet finger over the soap and then dip my finger into the water. Watch what happens to the box. Straight away it sinks. Down she goes. And all it took was a little soap in the water.
Water molecules on top of a water surface stick together to form a layer that's like a skin. That strong bonding is called surface tension. And the bonds are strong enough to stop light objects like Grace's empty box from sinking through. But when soap weakens the bonds between water atoms, the surface tension disappears and the box sinks.
Laura still thinks it's some kind of trick. We'll just have to do it one more time. With another strawberry box. Ah, the sacrifices we make.
Go, Grace! Nothing like a good excuse to eat strawberries.
And speaking of yummy things to eat, I wonder how Carrie-Anne and Daniel's solar oven is coming along.
Time to put our solar oven to work. Spread it out. Whoa, it really does reflect the sun. Glad we've got the sunglasses. Now on to the middle of the foil goes our baking dish. And this glass ball on top to trap the heat inside. There's the sun. So we'd line it up with the long bit facing the sun. Let's get some rocks. We'll need them to angle the sides of our cooker. Great! The sun's reflected onto the baking dish from every side. Now cook away, lunch.
The sun radiates enormous amounts of heat and light. When the rays reach Carrie-Anne's foil, they're concentrated and reflected directly towards the baking dish. The food absorbs the heat and gets warmer and warmer until it's eventually soft enough to eat.
Now that's going to take a while to cook. And now I'm thinking about dessert. Come on, we'll make a dessert cooker while we're waiting for the main course.
Today is school photo day, so I made sure my hair looks perfect this morning. Let's have a look at last year's picture. Yikes! Buffarama! was I thinking? It's so important not to have bad hair on photo day. Yep, this is a poof-free zone. Ay caramba! Look at Jordan's hair! That is one serious case of bed hair. Jordan, you better do something about your hair. It's school photo day, you know. Here, take a look. Looks like a bird's nest on your head. Poor Jordan. Wait till he finds out I used the last of the hair gel.
Uh-oh, things aren't looking too good for Jordan today.
Yeah, but guess what? You know how Carrie Ann and Daniel are making a solar cooker?
Yep.
Well, Mohammed and Yumna are making a solar-powered fridge.
Oh, really? This I have to see.
Yumna and I are spending the morning at the beach. That sun's getting really hot. And so are our drinks. Oh no, they'll be boiling by lunchtime. We should put that heat to good use. What about we make a fridge in the sand? I'll dig a hole about 2 hand lengths deep, while Yumna gets some lumps of coral. We'll need it later. Good, Yumna's back already. Now she can help me finish digging. Okay, place the drinks in the hole and cover it with a hessian bag. The coral will stop the bag from blowing away. There, our solar fridge is almost ready. Now for the vital ingredient, water. All you have to do is keep the bag soaked.
Mohammed's solar fridge works because the water keeps the hessian material wet. Heat from the sun makes the water evaporate. Whenever water evaporates into the air, it carries heat away with it. This process reduces the temperature of the hessian bag, making the air inside the hole colder, thus allowing the drinks to stay nice and cool.
All right, time to see how our solar fridge has worked. The bottles look nice and cold. Now for the test. Perfect. Cool work, solar fridge.
Our school photo is being taken this morning, and Jordan is having a bad hair day. Can't find any hair gel? Don't worry about it. I know how to make my own super strong brand. I'll just raid Mum's supply of cooking gelatin. You get some warm water, hamster boy. Now I just need to mix a big teaspoon of gelatin into the warm water. Don't look so worried, Jordo. Now I just pop this into the fridge and leave it to set for an hour. It should be ready by now. Yep, look at that lovely slimy jelly. Perfect for taming Jordan's dodgy do. To the styling salon, sweetie.
Gelatin is made from a protein called collagen, found in animal skin and bones. When you mix it with water, the protein molecules expand. Then, as the water cools, they begin to link together. By the time the liquid is cold, the links between the protein molecules are so strong, the mixture has become a thick jelly.
Time to tame Jordan's crazy mane. Hold still, Jordan. Nearly finished. You're gonna look too cool for school. Ta-da! Pretty crazy, eh? Maybe it is gonna be a bad hair day after all.
Oh no, Taryn! I thought Jordan was having a bad hair day. Yours has gone from bad to worse.
Well, I was getting glammed up, in case there were any last-minute invitations to a certain solar-cooked lunch.
While we wait for my mains to cook, we'll whip up a tasty dessert. While Daniel gets the plastic wrap, I'll peel an apple. Thin slices go onto the plastic wrap. Just add a touch of cinnamon. Yeah, sugar thanks, Daniel. And a few sultanas. Wrap it up. And looking tasty already. Now, how to cook it? I know! This time we'll need a smaller box, black cardboard, and 2 foam cups. Again, we'll put tin foil on the cardboard. Lots of glue. Stick it on, but this time
we're going to roll up the cardboard in the shape of a cone. Sticky tape so it stays together. I'll get Daniel to cut out black cardboard to line the inside of the foam cup. This will absorb more heat to cook our strudel. While I cut a hole in the top flaps of the box. That's where our cone's going to sit. Crumple up newspaper so the cone doesn't wobble around too much inside the box. Now the cone goes inside one of the foam cups. And the cup with the black insulation in it tucks inside the cone. Nice and snug. Right, into the hole it goes. Tape it up. And our space-age solar cooker is ready to go.
8, 7.
I'll grab the dessert and we'll give it a little sun time. Okay, sun's still strong. Now let's set up the cooker on the garden chair. Not that way, silly. The cone points at the sun. Now the dessert goes into the foam cup at the bottom. Line it up perfectly. And time to cook. It's been a couple of hours, so it must be ready by now. We'll just stick a fork in. Yep, soft. It's cooked. So's the corn. Yum, yum. Now let's check dessert. What do you reckon, Daniel? Yep, our strudel is ready. Yum!
Carrie Ann's apple cooker works because it efficiently captures the sun's heat. The black funnel absorbs heat, making the surface warmer. The foil on the inside reflects the light and heat from the sun. So all that solar energy cascades down the funnel to cook the apple.
Solar cooking is the greatest. Main course is yummy. Now for dessert. This lunch is so cool. Well, hot actually.
Great cooking, guys. Pity they didn't invite me.
Maybe your hairstyle would have put them off their food. I think you better go and wash out all that gel. In fact, we've all got to go because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Whip up your own lustrous lipstick.
Perfect the art of Taekwondo.
Put a mighty muscle man to the test.
And how do those hula hoops stay on those hips?
All that later, but first, get your buckets.
And your shovels.
Because we're joining Michael and Ashley.
And heading out to Tyrannosaurus Rex territory.
Ashley and I are on a dinosaur hunt. I'm sure dinosaurs must have roamed supreme in this bush once upon a time. Boy, they would have really flattened the earth when they stomped around. Looks like the only dinosaur that's been around here is Dad. Mum sometimes says he behaves like a big fossil. I know. Let's make our own fossils. Come on. I know just what we need. This is a good spot. We'll use this paper to put our fossils onto. And these rocks will stop it from blowing away. There. Now a good thick slop of mud. So I'll get Ashley to pour some water into this bucket with the soil in it. Now I'll give it a good stir. Bit more water. Good, nice and sticky. Stand by for some stick in the mud dinosaurs.
It's World Series Hula Hoop Championship time, and I'm the judge. Like all good competitions, this one's been rigged. Now, which hoop should I give Lara? She's bribed me with chocolate, so she gets the lightweight hoop. And I'll give Grace this heavy one. It'll be much harder to hold up. Now for our contestants. Lara, you go there. Grace, there. Loser. Okay, ladies, ready? Gee, I feel bad about cheating Grace. But a bribe's a bribe. Take your position, and your time begins now. And they're off. Yes! Lara's got the ladder hoop swinging like crazy. Not bad, Grace. And, oh no! Oops, that wasn't the plan. But look at Grace. That heavier hoop doesn't want to stop. Curious. The heavier one was supposed to be harder to hold up. I don't get it. Uh-oh. Lara's not too pleased. Wish I hadn't already eaten the chocolate. Okay, enough of this. I'll call a rematch. We'll swap hoops. Okay, contestants. Round 2. Oh dear, Grace has made a good start. But, yes, Lara's going like a wild thing. And, yes! Grace's hoop has hit the dirt. Game over. Lara gets a well-deserved victory.
What Judge Jordan didn't know was that the greater the weight of the hoop, the more momentum it has and the more likely it is to keep moving. The force that keeps things going is called inertia. So the heavier hoop has more staying power than the lighter one.
Uh-oh. I think Grace has just realised the competition was rigged. Somehow I don't think I'll be judging next year's competition.
Uh-oh, bribes just don't pay, Jordan. And the mud will stick.
Which is exactly what Michael and Ashley are hoping.
Our fossil-making mud is ready to go. Now for some dinosaurs. Okay, Mr. Pterodactyl's number is up. And he plummets down into the mud. And Mr. Stegosaurus loses his footing on this cliff. And here comes poor old Mr. Brontosaurus. Now we need to make our fossil cakes. Better roll up our sleeves, otherwise Mum will make us extinct. You're first, Mr. Pterodactyl. Ash can fossilise Mr. Stegosaurus. Don't worry, Ash. This is perfect fossil-making mud. Make sure they're covered. And now for poor Mr. Brontosaurus. Now we've got a stack of them. All we need to do is leave them in the sun and wait 100 million years. Alright, it's time for my Taekwondo training. Today, I will practice my kicking. First, I will stand front on, so my kicking foot is upright. A kick like that won't get me a black belt. I need to get my feet moving differently. I know. I will stand side on to the bag and kick so my foot is parallel with the ground. Okay, spin and kick. Hi-ya, hi-ya, hi-ya. Cool, that kick is definitely the way to go.
When you kick side on, you have 3 really strong muscles working for you. The calf, quadriceps and hamstrings. But when you kick front on, you're using your weaker abductor muscles, giving you a lot less power behind that kick.
Now I have that kick mastered, I will be a black belt in no time. Hiya!
Do you think I'm pretty tough, Dana?
If you think you're tough, wait till you see Mighty Marcus in action.
Woo! Check out Muscle Man Marcus. He thinks he's pretty tough. But sometimes tough just ain't enough. Hey Marcus, I've got a test for your manly muscles. I want you to screw up some sheets of newspaper into a ball like this. But you're only allowed to use your left hand. Think he can get through 5 pages? Here we go then. Hold up your arm. Here's sheet number 1. Nice work. Slam dunk that paper ball. He's on to number 2. Not bad, big guy. Time for sheet 3. And he's starting to look tired. That's beginning to hurt, isn't it, Marcus? Number 4 and Marcus is in agony. Oh! The arm is dropping. Come on, Marcus, keep going. You're into the last one. Oh, it's all over. Marcus has run out of muscle. Bad luck, big boy.
This is not as easy as you might think. Marcus is right-handed, which means his left arm is not used to such hard work. Also, lactic acid builds up in the muscles that your body is supplying extra energy to. The lactic acid quickly makes Marcus's forearm feel sore and robs it of its strength.
Hey, Marcus, forget about lifting weights. The only workout you need is screwing up the rest of this newspaper.
Grace and I are off to the school dance tonight. It's so important to look our best. Time for some lipstick. Oh no! None left! Think, Jade, think. Maybe I can make some. Come on, Grace, to the beauty lab. Let's start with 2 tablespoons of almond oil. 1, 2. Now some beeswax. Oh, it's hard, sticky stuff. About 1 tablespoon will do. That looks good. Now we need to melt the beeswax into the oil. I'll fill this big bowl with warm water and sit our mixture inside it. Keep stirring until the wax is melted through. What can we use to give our lipstick a lovely colour? Any ideas, Grace? Good thinking. Beetroot juice. Put a spoonful in there. Stir that in. A bit more, I think. That's better. Now our wax is melted through. We can put the mixture in a little pot and pop it in the fridge to cool. Let's go get dressed. Ready in record time. Now let's add the finishing touch to our outfits. Homemade lipstick. On it goes. Feels good. Spreads nicely. And looks beautiful.
Just like real lipstick, Jade's has 3 main ingredients. Something to make the lips shiny, that's the oil. Something to make them colourful, that's the beetroot juice. And something sticky to hold all the ingredients together. That's what the beeswax is for. Beeswax also keeps the lips protected from the wind and sun, which can dry them out.
You try some, Grace. Gorgeous. Simply stunning, darling. Wait, before we go. Say cheese.
Wow, didn't those girls look fabulous? You know, Taryn, you could look glamorous too if you tried some lipstick.
No thanks, I'm a stick in the mud. Just like Michael and Ashley's fossils.
Time to excavate our fossils. I'll carefully cut away the top of the fossil cake with this paint scraper. Okay, let's see what we've got. Brush away the rubbish. Cool! These fossils are awesome! Just like the real thing. Wow! It looks even better under the magnifying glass. Let's look at another one. Cut away the top. It looks good already. Brush away the rubbish and even more detail. This is the find of the century. I'll get Ashley to give it the once-over. Yep, fossil imprints.
Real fossils are formed just like this. When a plant or animal dies and falls into soft mud, the mushy mixture hardens over time and the animal rots away. What's left is a perfect impression of what once lived on planet Earth.
At least we've got something to show for our dinosaur hunt. I knew this was prime dinosaur country. Uh-oh, what's that noise? Ah! We're out of here. This really is dinosaur territory.
Oh no, there aren't dinosaurs around here. That's too scary. I'm out of here.
Yep, we all are, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, control your pet pooch with the power of a pendulum.
Make a plane that'll steer its way out of trouble.
Learn the secret to skipping rocks across a water surface.
And the ultimate facial, all from the kitchen cupboard.
Doesn't that look kind of gross to you, Dana?
Well, not exactly. And let's face it, I think someone could use a little touch-up in the looks department. Let's find out how.
Zach and I have had a brilliant game, but we're a real mess. And the school dance is on tonight. Oh dear. Our faces are going to need major repair work. Mum always says when it comes to makeover time, you can't be a face mask. Darn, there's none left. I wonder how we can make a face mask. I know. Wait here and I'll grab the stuff. We'll need some almonds, oatmeal, some sticky yummy honey, and from the fridge, some yogurt. I'll need a cucumber if you wouldn't mind, Zach. Don't worry, Zach. All will become clear. Now let's go clean up before the magnificent makeover begins.
Daniel and I are trying to hypnotize Bonkers. Then we can make him do whatever we want. You are feeling sleepy. Daniel, I think it's working. Watch this. Bonkers, go jump in the pool. Hey, that's not meant to happen. Don't laugh. How can I show Daniel I really do have hypnotic powers? I know. We'll need these 2 mugs and these 2 chairs. Chairs go back to back like this. Then we tie some rope between them. Spread the chairs apart so that the rope is tight. Now, 2 pieces of string cut to the same length. One end is tied to the mug handle and the other end to the rope. The 2 mugs should be hanging at around the same height. We've got to make sure they're both the same distance from the chairs and that the rope is tight. There! I'm ready to demonstrate my amazing hypnotic powers. You won't believe your eyes. A little push on this mug and that mug in front of Daniel will soon be totally hypnotized. You are under my power. You will swing like the other mug, even though no one has touched you. See? It started moving just like I told it to.
Sorry, Ashley. It's not hypnotic power that made the second mug move. It moved because when the first mug was pushed, it gained what's called kinetic energy. That's the energy something has when it moves. The first mug's kinetic energy then made the rope move. Then it was the rope's kinetic energy that caused the second mug to swing.
Well, I can't hypnotize a thing today. Hey! Well, at least Bonkers would do anything for a delicious doggy treat. Good boy, Bonkers.
Well, a doggy treat sure put a smile on that shaggy old face.
Speaking of shaggy old faces, are you sure you won't consider a facial, Taryn? It's so simple and Kimberly's got everything organised.
We're all cleaned up and it's time to make our face masks. First, we need to exfoliate. Mum says it's about rubbing off dead skin cells. So we need something scratchy enough to rub them off. We'll start by grinding up these almond pieces. Couple spoons of almonds. I'll get Zach to do the honours. They'll need to be really fine. It'll take a while. Introducing tonight's bell of the ball, Miss Kimberly. Oh, I nodded off for a bit there. Good one, Zach. Perfect. Stick it in the bowl. Now for the oatmeal. In it goes. Mash away, glamour boy. Looking good. Into the bowl. Now for the gooey yogurt. Couple of spoonfuls, and we'll mix it all up. This is going to feel so good going on our faces. That should do it. Looks just like Mum's real face mask. Grab a handful, and on it goes. Ah, feels so weird. We have to smear it around to rub the dead cells off.
Like every one of us, Zach and Kimberly lose millions of dead skin cells every day. That's because your top layer of skin continually makes new skin cells, and the new cells push the old ones to the outside of your skin. The rough chunks of oatmeal and almond in the paste are abrasive enough to rub all those dead cells off the skin without damaging it.
Okay, we got rid of the rubbish on our skin. Oh yeah, super smooth. Now before Rebecca gets here, we've got just enough time to give our skin that extra special glow. Damon and I are going to build the world's funkiest plane. I'll start by drawing 2 rectangles. One big one, about 25 centimetres by 10 centimetres, that's 10 inches by 4 inches. And one small one, about 20 centimetres by 4 centimetres, that's about 8 inches by 1.5 inches. Now cut them out, fold the big rectangle in half, and glue the edges together. That's our wing. Now, planes have these flaps on their wings to help them fly. So we'll measure about this far in from each edge and make a small snip there, like this. Now fold up the flaps. Good. Very professional. Now Damon will make the tail out of the small rectangle. Fold it in half, then fold each half over again. It makes a W shape like this. For the body of the aeroplane, we'll join 2 straws together. Snip a point on one so it fits inside another like this. Then tape the straws to the middle of the wing. Now tape the tail to the other end. And finally, put a blob of plasticine on the nose. Nice job, co-pilot Damon. I hope she flies.
So do I. Do you think it will, Taryn?
Oh, yeah. I think Olivia's got it all sewn up in the aeronautics department. And she's not the only flying expert. Take a look at how Abdullah's rocks fly across the water.
My buddy Abdullah says he's a rock skipping expert. His record is 5 jumps, but today he's going for 6. He's picked just the right rocks. Flat and smooth ones are best. He also needs to find the best angle to throw at. That's where I come in. That throw was about 45 degrees to the water surface. Try 35 degrees this time, Abdullah. That's a little bit lower than your last throw. 1, 2, 3. No. Let's go lower still. 20 degrees from the water surface. Here goes. Good throw. 6 jumps. Let's go to the replay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a new Abdullah record.
Scientists have found that you get the most jumps when the rock hits the water at an angle of 20 degrees. At that angle, the rock tilts back slightly as it hits and presses down on the water for an instant. The water then presses back, helping the rock lift up again. Keep practicing, Abdullah. The world record is 38 jumps.
38? Come on, Abdullah. That's just 32 more than your record.
I have built a funky plane. And we're nearly ready for a test flight. There's just one finishing touch I need to make. On the upright part of the tail, I'm going to snip and fold a flap, the same as the ones we made on the wings. Okay, let's get to the launch pad. We're waiting for the thumbs up from the control tower. So I'll adjust my tail rudder. I'm folding it to the left. This should make the glider turn to the left as it flies. Here it goes. Wow! Brilliant! She does fly. And she turned to the left. Let's have another go. I'll try folding the rudder to the right this time. Cool! A right-hand turn. It's just like a real aeroplane.
That's right, Olivia. An aeroplane's flaps alter the flow of air so the plane can change direction. When Olivia's tail rudder is angled to the left, it forces passing air to the left. That presses the tail to the right, which points the plane's nose to the left. When you want to steer your plane the opposite way, just change the direction of the flap.
Give me 5, David. Now let's see if we can loop the loop.
Hey, well done, guys. If only I could have as much success persuading Taryn to try a face mask.
Well, I'll just wait and see how Kimberly and Zach's little kitchen extravaganza turns out.
Zach and I have already gotten rid of our dead skin cells. Now, before we get picked up for tonight's school dance, there's just enough time for phase 2 of our beauty plan. Let's slice up the cucumber first. We'll use that later. Let's get the honey going, Mr. Muscles. Now, just smear it on your face. Oh, that feels so smooth. Zach, make sure you rub it all over your face. Oh yeah, the cucumbers. Don't worry, Zach. I have a plan. Oh no, Rebecca's here. Shall we? Yeah.
Kimberly and Zach's honey mask makes a perfect natural face mask because honey attracts and retains moisture. Moist skin means it stays soft and stretchy. Honey also protects our skin because it stops bacteria from growing. And those cucumbers really help too. They contain lots of water, which restores moisture to the skin.
After our fabulous face masks treatments, Rebecca's going to be so impressed. How cool will we look at tonight's dance? What? Don't you think we look beautiful enough?
Okay. What do you think, Dana? Do I look better already?
Oh no, it'll take ages before it's finished. But we have to say goodbye now because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time. Soft drink into a super soda fountain.
Make your own model eardrum.
Find out why yawning is so contagious.
And the secret to super fast skiing.
Oh, super skiing! I can't wait for that!
I don't want to be rude, but something smells around here.
Well, it's not me, that's for sure. So it can only be...
Daisy!
It's bath time for Daisy. Stay there, girl. Come on. Better get things organised, Jade. She's not too keen on her bath. Why is she trying to get out? I wonder how cold it is. It's freezing. No wonder she wants to get out. Oh, she's gone. Now we'll have to top it up before we get Daisy back. Tap water should be fine. Hey, this water's warm. I guess the hose is lying in the sun. That gives me an idea. Why don't we make a solar hot water bath for Daisy?
Damon's a massive music fan. Yo, Damon! Can I check out your tunes? Cool! Whoa! That's too loud, man! You could blow out your eardrums. I think I'd better show him just how delicate his ears are. I'm going to build a model of the inside of an ear. First, I'll cover this cake tin in a sheet of plastic sandwich wrap and tape it in place. It's like a drum. An eardrum, that is. Now I draw in 2 bendy straws and use some tape to make a right angle bend, like this. I'll cut into one end of the straws, making a few thin strips. And I tape those around the ball, like fingers holding on tight. Now the straw arm gets taped to the skin of my eardrum. And I put the whole thing in 2 bowls like this. The ping pong ball sits in the water. Now here's the cool bit. Watch what happens to the ping pong ball when my eardrum hears the noise. The sound vibration from my hands shakes the water. It's like a giant ear.
In a real ear, sound waves vibrate against the eardrum, which sends the vibrations along 3 tiny bones into the cochlea. The cochlea is full of fluid, just like a bowl of water. It's lined with tiny hairs that turn the vibrations into nerve signals. Our brains interpret those signals as different sounds.
So Damon, when you put your earphones into your ears, they're very close to your eardrum. Like this. If they're too loud, whoops, the eardrum can break. So keep it down when you rock out, man. Now I just need to fix his taste in music.
Oh dear, I get the impression Emily thinks poor old Damon's music is pretty much on the nose.
And so is Daisy. Let's hope bath time's not too far away.
Okay, this might take a bit of work, but Daisy definitely needs a warm bath, not a freezing one. This length of black plastic garden hose will be perfect. Now we'll need one end in the water near the top of the bath. Tape it down so it doesn't flick out. There. And with most of the coil in the sun, we'll put the other end back in the bath, but right at the bottom. I can feel the sun heating the black hose already. Okay, we need the water to flow out of the bath, then through the pipe and back into the bath. So I'm going to suck on the bottom end. That'll get the water started. There! It's coming out! Now quickly down to the bottom of the bath. And the water's now circulating around the pipe.
Grace has cleverly used the pipe as a siphon. After Grace has sucked the water all the way through the pipe, air pressure keeps forcing the water up the pipe, and gravity keeps pulling it downward. That makes the higher water in the bath flow to the lower part, but via the entire length of the pipe.
Okay, let's leave the water to keep circulating and heating in the sun.
Laura and I have been trampolining all morning. It's so cool. But boy, it's thirsty work. We're just about trampolined out. Time for a drink. Red and fizzy. So refreshing. And so are these chewy mints. Think I'll have another. I'll leave the drawing to Lara. Hang on. I reckon I can lob this in Lara's glass. Shot. Hey, look at the glass. It's fizzing like crazy. I wonder why. I'm gonna try something. Let's put lots of mints in this bottle. I'll get Lara to roll up one of her pages.
Yep, that'll make a nice minty tunnel. Now we'll fill it right up with mints. Unscrew the bottle. And in they go. Wow! It's a full-on fountain. Cool! A volcano in a bottle.
Soft drinks get their fizziness from bubbles of carbon dioxide gas. They're trapped in the soft drink by water molecules that cling together and surround the tiny bubbles of gas. But the mints contain a chewy substance called gum arabic. The gum breaks the bonds that keep the molecules together. The water molecules can then no longer hold the gas bubbles, so they're released all at once, making a spectacular soda fountain.
Wow! I never thought a soft drink could spurt that high. I think it's even inspired our jumping. Back to the trampoline.
Oh, yeah, I've got to try that one. Stand back, Dana. These mints are about to go down the slippery slope.
Oh no, I think it's time we went to a much less messy sort of slippery slope.
Oh no! Tanner's got past me again. How does he do that? It's not fair. He always seems to go faster down the ski slopes than I do. Lost again. He must have a secret weapon he's not telling me about. And I'm gonna find out what it is. I'll just have a little sneaky peek in his bag. Here's something. It's a stick of wax. Could wax really make a ski more slippery on the snow? There's only one way to find out. I'll take my 2 unwaxed skis and rub this wax on the bottom of one of them. I need to make sure that the whole ski is covered. There, that should do it. Now I'll take them to the top of a slope and put them next to each other. The wax ski is in my left hand. Hey! The one with wax on it is going faster. Watch out, Tanner. Your secret is out.
You're right, Natalie. Because the water molecules in snow and ice don't stick to wax, waxing a ski reduces the amount of friction between the ski and the water molecules under it. Less friction means a faster skier.
Woo! Catch me if you can, Tanner! I win! Looks like I am the true champion after all.
Our new book club is great fun. It's just the thing for some quality reading time with friends. Zach's been yawning a lot today. Now Beck's yawning too. Strange. That's weird. I don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not tired at all. Maybe it's contagious. Even hiding behind the book doesn't stop it. Oh no! Everyone's yawning. Now I'm stuck with the yawns too. I really need to test what's making us yawn. I know just the thing. Right. I'll get Beck and Zach to look at this picture book about the boy who couldn't stop yawning. Yep, Beck started to yawn. Now Zach is too. How funny! Just looking at pictures of yawning gets them both going.
One popular theory is that we yawn to take in more oxygen and get rid of excess carbon dioxide. Another is that yawning is like stretching. It gives our jaw and face muscles a good workout. And as for why yawning is contagious, that remains one of the great mysteries of the mind.
Okay, back to the book club. Oh dear. They're doing homework. Now that's really worthy of a big yawn.
Oh, it makes me yawn just thinking about yawning.
Me too. But we can't go to sleep on the job now because it's getting pretty close to Daisy's bath time.
Let's see if Daisy's bath is warm enough to tempt her back. I'll measure the temperature here where the water's returning. That's long enough. Okay, 18 degrees Celsius. That's nearly 65 Fahrenheit. Now, as our water keeps going around our solar heated pipe, our dog bath should gradually get warmer.
Grace's idea is exactly how solar hot water systems work. As sunlight shines on the black pipe, it absorbs the heat. The pipe gets hotter and the water running along the warm pipe surface begins to heat up. As the bath water keeps making the circuit, it gets warmer and warmer.
Okay, let's test the water temperature now. Wow, 24 degrees Celsius. That's 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Fantastic! Even fussy old Daisy will be happy with that. Let's get her. In she goes. Whoops! Whoops. Sorry, Daisy, but you're gonna love the warm water. Now she's enjoying it. Yep, Daisy thinks solar heated water is the ultimate in pooch pampering.
Oh, lovely. Now I don't mind smelling the daisies of the doggy world. We could take her anywhere now.
Well, just as well, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
glow-in-the-dark water sword.
Mix up a batch of odor-eating foot powder. Pew!
Play a spooky tune on a screaming balloon.
And do the static electric boogaloo.
But first, it's time to wax up your surfboard.
Because Kimberly and Jordan are about to teach us the secret of surfing. Far out!
Jordan's been dying to learn how to surf, and today's the day I'm going to teach him how. The waves look perfect for a beginner, so let's hit the water. Hey, let's paddle out. I'll start by showing him how I stand up. It's all in the art of balancing. Your turn, Jordan. Oops, he's over. Try again. Oh dear. Again? Oh boy. I can see this is going to be more difficult than I thought. After lunch, I'll show Jordan how to stay upright when the waves just want to tip you over. Look what Ashley and I found in the attic. Mum says they're called records. You know, like old-fashioned CDs. Look how big they are. We thought of a new use for these funny old things. We'll need a sharp pencil, Mum's cake decorating balls, and this woolen scarf. First I rub the record like crazy with the scarf. Lots of rubbing. Still rubbing. Don't nod off, Ashley. Get ready with those icing balls. Okay, pour a few onto the record. Look, they're dancing. It must be a rock and roll record. Let's dance. Oh, they've stopped. Don't worry. Watch this. They're dancing away from the pencil. It's the crazy icing ball boogie.
Rubbing the woolen scarf on the record charged it up with static electricity. The positively charged icing balls are attracted to the negatively charged record. Because the charge is uneven across the surface of the record, the balls keep moving to where the charge is strongest. The static charge becomes weaker when the pencil is brought near because it partially earths that part of the record. taking away its negative charge.
Now Ashley and I can't stop dancing. That static electricity has moved into us.
Those girls have got some nice dance moves. I wonder if Kimberly could dance on a surfboard.
I reckon she probably could. Let's head back to the beach and see what she's got planned for Jordan.
After this morning's wipeouts, Jordan's a bit nervous about hitting the waves again. So surf school is in. First, we're going to make a mini surfboard out of this foam. Cool! I should be a surfboard designer. Lesson 1 for shaky surfers. A surfboard never sinks. And because it's flat, it doesn't tip over. Unless you help it. Even when surfer Cheryl climbs on board, it stays upright. If she stays in the middle of the board.
Kimberly's right. The surfboard floats because the force of buoyancy holds it up. Another force, the force of gravity, pulls down on the board. But when a surfer stands on the board, the centre of gravity shifts upward. And the further the centres of buoyancy and gravity are away from each other, the more likely the board is to tip over.
Okay, that's enough surf school. Time to hit the waves.
It's a hot afternoon and the boys have been playing soccer for hours. Their sweaty feet are going to really stink up the house when they come home. Stinky boy feet. Yuck! Unless I can do something about it. Better get working on my solution before they finish playing. I'm going to make a special odor-eating powder to sweeten their feet. I'll start with a big scoop of corn flour. That's the secret to stopping odours. Now I'll add some of this luster powder. It will give my mixture a nice shiny texture. Stir that in. Next, to really bring up the boys' feminine side, I'll add some pretty purple eyeshadow. And now my favourite, rose fragrance. A good mix, and then into this container. Those boys are going to smell beautiful. Oh, no you don't. Stop right there, you stinky soccer boys. Take off your shoes and socks, please. We got new rules about going to the house today. Phew! Those feet really pull. You each get a good sprinkling of my new odor-eating foot powder. There. Okay, in you go. You can walk, you know.
Now that's a clever concoction. It works because the corn flour absorbs the moisture from the boys' sweaty feet. By ridding the skin of moisture, bacteria can't breed. And bacteria are what makes sweaty feet so smelly.
Thank goodness for my magic foot powder. It's kept you two boys smelling as sweet as a bunch of roses.
Ah, it's nice to know boys can smell sweet. Not Fraser though. He's too busy trying to freak people out.
Time to give my ghost costume a workout. Goody Two-Shoes Jade is in for the shock of her life. Woo! Oh, she thinks I'm a loser. Maybe my ghost outfit needs a little work. Aha! Creaky door, eh? That gives me an idea. Let's see. A balloon and a hexagonal-shaped nut. Into the neck of the balloon it goes. Now I'll blow it up. Yep, the nut fell through as soon as the neck got wider. Tie it up. Okay, if I hold the balloon like this and swirl it around... Cool! It makes a really creepy sound. It's the perfect accessory for a ghostly visit.
As the nut hits the elastic walls of Fraser's balloon, they begin to vibrate. And because the inside of the balloon is a continuous surface, the vibrations interact with each other. This interaction is called resonance and creates the eerie noise of the nut in the balloon.
Now to give Jade a real ghostly experience. Lights out and... Ah! for this ghostly apparition to disappear.
These two sworn enemies from the evil galaxy called Blarg had decided to put an end to years of fighting with a water fight. But not just any old water fight. No, a glow-in-the-dark water fight. First, the weapons. 2 intergalactic water canisters with holes in their lids. Take yours, Voltar. Now poke a length of space hose through like this. Push about 10 centimeters through. Then fix it in place with some Pluto plasticine. This'll stop the water spilling out through the hole. Next, attach a handheld laser to the bottom of the intergalactic water canister. Thanks, Voltar. You may be evil, but you sure are handy with the space tape. Good. Now your one. Time to fill them with that weird clear liquid from Earth, water. Fill them right up, then screw the lid on. That's a fully loaded glow-in-the-dark water weapon. I'll just finish mine. There. Now, evil Voltar, are you ready to fight for the universe? Switch on your laser. Prepare for battle. And remember, there can be only one winner.
Light rays can only travel in a dead straight line. When the taunt beam hits the wall of the tube, it bounces off and continues down the hose in a zigzag pattern. This is known as constant internal refraction. Because of the special light refracting properties of water, the bouncing is much greater when the hose is full of water. Each time the light rays hit the inside of the tube, a small amount is not refracted. It passes out through the walls of the hose, creating the spectacular glowing effect.
Okay, Voltar. I'm going to send you around the world at the speed of light. Oh!
It's just not a proper water fight till someone gets soaked.
Speaking of getting soaked, Kimberly and Jordan are about to hit the surf again.
Jordan's ready to become a surfboard. But first, a quick revision. The 2 B's of board riding. Buoyancy will keep you afloat. And when you stand up to catch wave, all you have to do is balance. Keep your centre of gravity balanced in the middle of the board. Don't worry, Jordan, I'll look after you. Now for the moment of truth. Go, Jordan! Keep your board as flat as possible. Now try to stand up. Keep your body in the middle of the board. Oh dear. Wipe out.
Surfers avoid the dreaded wipeout by adjusting the position of their centres of gravity as those big waves jerk their boards around under them. If the board moves to the right, surfers lean that way to balance their weight over the centre line of the board. If the board suddenly lurches to the left, they quickly shift their weight the other way. That way, the centre of gravity stays directly above the centre of buoyancy.
Oh dear. I should have told Jordan there were really 3 B's to board riding. Buoyancy, balance, and plain bad luck.
Plenty of room for improvement there. But well done, Jordan, for having a go anyway.
Well, we have to go now too. See you next time. A bird feeder for your fine feathered friends.
why water seems warmer once you're used to it.
Follow your nose for a taste sensation.
And keeping cool using the power of evaporation.
But first, Giovanni and Michael have found a new use for this stuff.
Those two are a great team, a bit like Velcro.
Giovanni and I want to go at Dad's dartboard, but we're not allowed to play unless he's watching. He says pointy darts are too dangerous. But here's an idea. What about using Velcro to make a sticky target? We can't hurt anyone with a fuzzy dart. Let's get to work. Okay, we have a disc of cardboard and lots of this cool Velcro tape. Each half has an adhesive backing. We also need a ruler, scissors, a roll of string, and a ping pong ball. Let's get building.
Phew! It's hot sitting here in the sun. It's time for a swim. Oh, it's absolutely freezing. Well, there's only one way to get into a cold pool. Quickly! Feels much better now. But why? I'm gonna find out how my body adjusts to warm and cold. I have 3 bowls of water with 3 different temperatures. This one is very cold. The middle one is room temperature. And the far one is very warm. I'll get Patrick to put his hand in this bowl of icy water. And keep it there for 1 minute. Now with his eyes closed, I'll take his hand and plop it into the middle bowl. I bet that water feels warmer. Now I'll take his other hand and put it into my very warm water. Pretty warm, hey? I'll leave my brave volunteer for 1 minute. Now close your eyes and I'll put his hand into the middle bowl again. Does that feel cold? It feels cold after the warm water, but it felt warm after the cold water.
That's right, Carrie Ann. When you plunge a hand into cold water, tiny nerve receptors in the skin send lots of signals to the brain, telling it about the change in temperature. But after a short while, the nerve receptors accept the new temperature as normal and send fewer signals to the brain. That's how your body adjusts to warm and cold, whether your hand's in a bowl or your body's in a freezing cold pool.
Let's see. One hand in the warm water. Hey! Now my poor hand really doesn't know if it's warm or cold.
The brain must be pretty clever to understand all those speedy signals. Michael's brain sure is. Look what it's invented.
Giovanni and I are building our own Velcro dartboard. Okay, first I'll divide the cardboard into 8 equal-sized segments. Like 8 pieces of pie. Now, using the harder, spiky side of the Velcro tape, I mark the shape of the pieces I need to cut to make 4 rows of Velcro in each slice of pie. Now cut them to size, peel off the backing tape, and stick them into place. This is how it should look. Okay, we have 2 colours of Velcro, so let's do half the pie slices white and half black. There, very professional. Let's put a dot in the middle. Now colour it in. That's the bullseye. It'll see plenty of action with me playing. Now we just need to make a special Velcro missile.
I love bird watching, but my back gets sore watching them from down here. I'll have to coax my birdie friends down to ground level. And this crust of bread should do the trick. Come on, birds. Oh dear. The birds will never come down with these guys pinching their food. I think I need to get my food above ground level. Thought so. I know. I'll make a bird feeder. Here's all the stuff I'll need. First I'll mark holes here for the perch and about 4 small slits in the side. And I'll need 2 holes at the top. Now I'll get Mum to do the dangerous scissor work. Hurry up, I've got Mouse to feed. Thank you. Now the perch goes in through these holes. The string goes through here. And it's even up so I can loop it. I'll fill the bottle up with gourmet birdseed. On goes the lid. And now it's time for a quick test. Yes, the seed pops out. Now I'll tie it up to this post. Great! Cafe Wings is open for business.
Clever idea, Lara. The seeds are rough enough so that friction between them stops them spilling out of the holes. But when a bird sits on the perch and removes a few seeds, gravity forces seeds higher in the bottle down to take their place. Letting gravity do the work is called gravity feed, or in this case, a bird feed.
Now to wait for a feathered feeding frenzy. Uh-oh, not you guys again. Somehow I think my bird feeder's gonna stay unused while you guys are here.
What a great idea! It looks like everyone has food on the brain.
Yep, Zach's caught a whiff of something tasty too.
Olivia and I are getting in some last-minute soccer practice before tomorrow's big game. I recognise that smell. Definitely the fine flavour of barbecue, and it's coming from next door. Thought so. You don't even have to taste a barbecue to know exactly what sort of flavours you're gonna get. Olivia doesn't seem to think so though. I think it's time she found out that you can pick flavours without tasting them. I'll begin by putting on a blindfold. I'll just go and get all the stuff I need. Now, for this little taste test, I have 4 glasses, a lemon, a jug of water, some milk, and orange flavoured soda. I'll fill the first glass with water, the second with milk, the third glass with the orange soda, and the last one, a little squeeze of lemon juice. Now, will Olivia pick the flavours just from smell? Water first. Any flavour? No? Good, because it doesn't have any. Okay, let's try the milk. She seems to be able to taste it a little bit when she smells it. Now for the orange soda. Yep, she definitely can taste that. Now for the lemon. Yep, no mistaking that one.
The senses of smell and taste are very closely linked. In fact, passages deep inside your nose are interconnected with the back of your mouth. So every time you smell something, tiny airborne molecules reach your tongue and trigger your sense of taste. And every time you eat or drink something, you also trigger your sense of smell.
Wow! If that barbecue tastes as good as it smells, then it's time we paid a neighbourly visit. All we have to do is follow our noses.
It's always very hot where we live. So Mohammed and I are experts at keeping cool. The best way is to go for a swim in your clothes. Then swing like crazy on this undoli while you're still dripping wet. Air moving across your wet clothes really cools you down. I wonder why. Let's find out, Mohammed. Okay, today it's 34 degrees Celsius, 93 Fahrenheit. Inside the bag goes a thermometer. Zip it up. Now I'm going to swing it around like this. Let's see if the air whizzing past cooled it down. No, it's still 34 degrees. Okay, time to try a wet thermometer. I've got a jug of water here. Let's check its temperature. Good, it's the same as the air temperature. Now, I'll soak this cotton ball in the water and wrap it around the thermometer. There, still the same temperature. give it another good swing. This time, the air will be whizzing past the wet cotton. Now let's see what temperature we get. Oh, it's dropped 2 whole degrees. No wonder we're colder with wet shirts.
The temperature dropped because as drier air moved past, water evaporated from the cotton ball. This means the liquid water turned into a gas and floated away with the air. That process takes heat energy away from the thermometer, so the temperature drops.
Hey Mohammed, next experiment, take this. Just trying to keep you cool, buddy.
Isn't it nice to have good friends to look after you like that?
I'd be happy to do the same for you anytime, Dana.
Let's see how good friends Michael and Giovanni are getting on.
Our Velcro dartboard is ready for action. And this ping pong ball will make the perfect missile. All it needs is some fluffy Velcro spots. This is the opposite part of the Velcro to the target. 6 dots should do it. Now let's give it a try. Yay! Bullseye first time! What a legend!
Velcro is made up of hooks and loops. When the 2 sides are pressed together, the hooks catch the loops and form a bond. It works just as the hooks of a burr attach to the fur of an animal. The burr is actually a seed pod, and by hooking on, it hitches a ride so it can scatter its seeds. Velcro was actually invented by a man tired of pulling burrs out of his dog's fur. Yep, inspiration can come from some unlikely places.
Not bad. This is for the game. Yay! I win! Our Velcro dartboard is even better than the original.
Oh, this is one seriously sticky target.
But we can't stick around any longer. We've reached the end of the show. See you next time. Pillow that'll blow away your friends.
The crazy, creepy sounds of ice cubes cracking up.
A raincoat rope trick, wacky magic, or weird mathematics.
And why do these apples come close enough to kiss?
Ah, it must be love.
I've got a feeling it must be science, Dana.
We'll find out in just a minute. But first, Zach has an idea in the wind.
I better get started on my much-delayed art homework. Darn! Pesky wind! Here's a better spot. Gone again! Right, this obviously isn't the best place. What about hot plant balcony, corner balcony, rooftop, rainforest corner? I think I need to make a wind map. First, a quick sketch map of the house. No problem to a Leonardo da Vinci like me. Here's the rooftop, corner balcony, pot plant balcony, and rainforest corner. Now to find out which way the wind blows.
Emily and I have been trick-or-treating. Our great costume sure scared a few people. I wonder what else we can do for Halloween. I know! We could bob for apples. Right, we'll need apples, scissors and some string. Here we go. Let's snip this string so we can hang the apples from the clothesline. About this long will be great. Now tie the string to the apple stems like this. There, perfect. Then we tie them to the clothesline. That's it. Shall we start? Come here, you frustrating piece of fruit. Mum says an apple a day keeps the doctor away. I think it's the apples that are staying away. They keep avoiding us. These apples are distinctly unfriendly. I know. Time to change this game from apple bobbing to something that'll teach them how to become a whole lot more friendly. Watch this. I'll just blow between them and hey! That's way more than friendly. I'd call them kissing apples.
Nice thought, Lara. But the kissing is caused by something quite unromantic. As fast-moving air goes between the apples, it creates an area of low pressure. The higher pressure air on the outside of the apples then flows towards the low pressure area, pushing the apples closer together. But it's not entirely unromantic. Traditionally, the first person to successfully bob the apple was the next person in the village to get married.
Ugh! In that case, let's get these apples back away from each other. With any luck, they'll stay very unfriendly. Or we might end up marrying one of those horrible neighbourhood boys.
Oh, I guess I'll be the next to get married. I hope he's as clever as that.
My quest to find the least windy part of the house is on. Here I am on my map. Dad told me that's north, so I'll mark it on my little compass here. Now, I'll use bubbles to show which way the wind's blowing. Aha! It really is quite windy up here. Good. Big arrow marking the direction the wind's coming from. Next, the corner balcony. Not quite as windy, but still a bit of a breeze. And it's coming from about that angle. This wind map is getting more interesting by the minute.
Tanner and I have been out riding the dog sled across the ice all morning. We have lots of exciting adventures together out there. Whoa! What's that noise? Tanner, can you hear that loud cracking sound? It sounds like it's coming from deep in the ice. I hope the ice isn't breaking up. Come on, dogs, let's get home as quick as we can. We sure don't want to get our sled stuck in an ice crack. Phew, we're home safe and sound. I'm gonna figure out why the ice makes that cracking noise. Let's go, Tanner. We've got an experiment to do. I've got some very cold ice cubes out of the freezer. Let's take one each and drop it in a glass. Now we'll pour some of this warm water over them. This will start them melting. There you go, Tanner. Now we listen. Wow, it's cracking like crazy. Whoa, did you hear that pop? It makes lots of noise as it's melting.
That ice cube is pretty stressed right now, Logan. Warm water is making the ice on the outside of the cube expand before it melts. But the middle of the cube is still cold. That's creating forces along what's called a stress line. When the stresses are too much, the ice breaks with a big, loud crack.
There's only one solution. Relieve that stress right now. There's another big noise.
Whoa, that burp was loud enough to cause an avalanche.
Well, I hope it didn't wake Damon, because Nicole has a sneaky surprise in store for him.
Sleepy Damon is dreaming of becoming a cowboy. Time to turn this cowboy into a rodeo clown. With the old tied shoelaces trick. I'll use my special super tangle knot. Oh, caught in the act. These rope laces have given me an idea. I've dressed Cowboy Damon in a plastic raincoat. Buttons done up. I put a loop of rope over his right hand. Hand goes in the pocket. Now I'm going to make this rope loop fall right off Damon, without him taking his hand out of his pocket. Here goes. This end goes up the sleeve, like this, and over Damon's head at the top. Then back down the inside of the other sleeve. Pull the rope all the way through. Now check this out. I gently take up the slack and undo the buttons on the raincoat. And hey presto! The rope drops right off. Cool, huh? It's magic!
Not magic, but maths. Topology, to be exact. It's the mathematical study of twisting and stretching shapes to solve a problem. Like passing Damon through a rope circle. Topology is maths in motion.
Let's give the shoelace gag one more try. Hey Damon, I have another rope trick for you. Come outside. Got you that time, cowboy.
I don't know why I invite Beck and Jay to my parties. It's all silly games and blowing bubbles with those two. It's time they saw a real party trick. Check this out. Feel how heavy my big brother's encyclopedia is. Pretty heavy, eh? Well, I can lift this heavy book right off the table using the power of my breath. What's so funny? I'm serious. Just you wait and see. Right, I'll show those two giggling girlies. I'll just need this sealable plastic bag. I'll poke a hole in it with a pencil. Careful not to go through the other side. Now I slide a drinking straw through the hole and tape it in place, making sure I seal around the straw. Now press the top of the bag closed and we're ready for action. A breath-operated power pillow. Hey girls, stop dancing for a minute and watch this. I bet they feel pretty silly right about now. And they thought I was joking.
Jordan's party trick is actually air pressure in action. When air is blown into the bag, it's squashed or compressed. While Jordan keeps blowing, the pressure inside the bag continues to build, pushing the sides out. By slowly compressing air, Jordan can create a force far stronger than he could ever create by simply blowing.
Now for my next party trick, the bursting bag.
Nice one, Jordan. It's amazing what you can do with the power of breath.
Let's go see if Zach found a place out of the wind to do his homework.
The next port of call on my wind mapping journey is the pot plant balcony. It's on the street, so this should be interesting. The wind seems to be taking the bubbles away from the house. And it's sort of sheltered, so I'll mark this spot with a shorter arrow pointing outwards. Now last of all is Rainforest Corner. Bubble time. Whoa, they're really floating slowly. This is by far the calmest place. The air is drifting from there to there, but only very slowly. So this gets the shortest arrow of all. So here's the best spot for this artist in residence.
When the wind hits a solid object like a house, it can't go through it, so it has to travel over it and around it. On the sheltered side of the house, the air moves much more slowly. This is called the lee side. With today's wind direction, Zach's rainforest corner is on the lee side of his house, which is why it's so calm there.
So here's the perfect spot for my art homework.
Dinner's ready.
Dinner time? Oh well, at least I have my map to show me where to come back to. Hope the wind direction doesn't change.
Thanks, Zach. Any excuse not to start his homework.
Well, we have no excuse not to go and do ours. We've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Magic crystals.
Learn some sneaky secrets to playing pool.
Find out why elevators give you that sinking feeling.
And Shazam! Time for a trip to wizard school.
I really wish I was magic. Don't you, Taryn?
Yeah, it would be pretty handy. Maybe what we need is one of Lara's magic crystals.
Ashley and I are crazy about crystals. Some people believe they have magical powers. I'm not so sure about that, but I do know they're really beautiful. Hey Ashley, I know how to make more crystals for our collection. Do you want to give it a go? Come on. We're going to start with a sugar crystal. Here's how you do it. Cut a piece of string about this long and tie it to the middle of a pencil. Thanks, Ashley. Now we tie a paper clip to the end of the string. There. Now wet the paper clip in the string and press them into some sugar. We want a nice sugary coating. Then hang the paper clip inside a tall glass like this. I'm pouring in water that has 2 whole cups of sugar dissolved in it. It dissolves best if you stir the sugar into a jug of warm water. Now you won't see much right away, but by tomorrow everything will be crystal clear.
Welcome to Zach's Wizard School. Time for today's lesson. Whoa, it worked! Cool! Hey, these figures really are magic. This is fun. Okay, time to make this tablecloth disappear. 1, 2... Nah, too risky. If my magic doesn't work, I'll smash Mum's dinner plates. What about something else? Yep, a bottle trick. I'll be right back. Okay, now where did I put that other bottle? Ah, here it is. I've got a bottle balancing trick for you. I just placed my lucky banknote on top of this bottle and balance another bottle on top, like this. Now watch closely. 1, 2, 3, Shazam! The money just slides right out. It's magic. What if the top bottle is full of juice? This could get messy. I'd better move to the garden. Ready and Shazam! Done, magic. Never works when you want it to. Okay, down to my magic carpet. I carefully pour some juice into a bottle, then place my banknote over the top, and balance it on top of the other bottle. Here we go. Shazam! Yeah! Didn't spill a drop.
An object that is not moving will stay at rest unless a force is acting upon it. The scientific name for this is inertia. Because
Because there is very little friction between the fast-moving banknote and the necks of the two bottles, there's not enough force to make them move. Their inertia holds them in place.
Now my magic is working, I'll try the tablecloth trick again. 1, 2. No, it's too risky that way. Shazam! That's more like it. What? How did I do that?
A good magician never reveals his secrets. Laura's about to reveal her crystal-making secrets, though. Let's go take a look.
Ashley and I are having a crystal making workshop. This one's going to be a sugar crystal. Now let's make some more. What about a salt crystal? We'll do the same as we did for the sugar crystal, but this time, let's make the paperclip into a diamond shape. Maybe our crystal will look like a real diamond. Now, put a stack of salt in this glass. Keep going. We need lots of salt. That should do it. Okay, a pinch more for good luck. Now fill the glass up with warm water at the tap and stir until all the salt is dissolved. In goes our diamond-shaped paperclip. This is fun. Now we have 2 crystals on the go. Let's make one more. Again, we cut a length of string, tie it to the middle of a pencil, bend the paperclip into a fun shape, and tie it to the other end of the string. There. I'm going for a triangle. This time we're making a crystal from borax cleaning powder. A few big spoons into warm water and stir until it's all dissolved. Let's add a dash of food colouring. A red crystal will look so cool. Now comes the hard part. Waiting for our crystals to form.
There's nothing quite so cool as being good at pool. Yes! That's 2, 3 in a row. It's so easy to beat Giovanni. Listen up, Giovanni. I'm going to show you something that may just help your game. Let's say these coins are pool balls, right? Look what happens when one coin strikes the other. The coin doing the striking stops, and the second coin moves away. Pool balls do the same thing. Have you got some more coins, Giovanni? Thanks. Here goes 2 coins hitting 4. Yep, the first 2 stop, and the last 2 move away. So whatever goes into a hit comes out the other end.
When one coin hits another, it instantly transfers its energy to the next. If 2 coins are pushed into a group, the energy is transferred along the line and released in the same quantity. The speed at which the coins are flipped doesn't change the number of coins that move, only the distance they travel. Pool balls behave in exactly the same way.
Let's see if Giovanni's learnt anything today. Yeah, nice shot! Hey, wait a minute! I didn't mean to help him that much.
Looks like Giovanni has finally got his pool game all figured out.
Meanwhile, John is busy doing some figuring out of his own.
I live in an apartment on the 14th floor. I'm really glad there's a lift. I'd hate to use the stairs all the time. But every time I go up, it feels like something is weighing me down. Whoa, there's that feeling. It's really weird. Curious. Let's try going down. Whoa. Yep, it's almost like I feel lighter. But I wonder if my weight really changes. I will just get the bathroom scales. Okay, that's my weight standing still. Let's see if it changes. Going down. I knew it. The scales say I'm lighter.
Back to normal. Now, going up. My weight increases.
John's weight isn't really altering. It just appears to change because of the acceleration of the lift. John seems to weigh more when the lift is going up because the fast upward motion forces the scales harder against his feet. On the other hand, John seems lighter as the lift accelerates downwards because the scales move away from his feet.
Well, that's what I call a weight of my mind.
The boys said I can't play cricket because I'm a girl. That's just silly. I'll show them I'm just as good at catching as they are. And they'll have to let me play. Right. These coins will show just how well I can catch. It's simple. I bend my arm backwards towards me, flick my arm down and... ta-da! What a catch! Now let's see how Zach goes. Okay, he's got them balanced on the elbow and... whoops! Let's see what Fraser can do. He stacks them up and... oh, it was a good try for a boy. Okay, now to show them I'm no one-hit wonder. What a catch!
When we catch a ball or a stack of coins, we test our reflexes and reactions. Our eyes see the object and relay messages to the brain. The brain processes this information and tells your muscles where to aim your hand. It's called eye-hand coordination.
Now to show them how it's really done. How's that? The safest hands on the field.
Well done, Jade. Girls can do anything boys can.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Dana.
Time to check on 2 more clever girls and their crystals.
It's time for Ashley and me to check on our crystals. Wow! Look how much they've grown overnight. That's the sugar. You can see the individual crystals forming on the paperclip. The borax crystal is looking good too. There's even a tinge of pink on it. Now the salt crystal. The salt seems to like crystallizing on the string, but not so much on the paperclip.
Salt crystals form quickly on the rough texture of the string, but they take a few days to get started on the paperclip's smoother metal surface. But it takes millions of years for the Earth's minerals, like salt or carbon, to make a crystal. And some of them can be pretty tough. Crystals that grow from carbon can create a diamond, the hardest thing on Earth.
So which one is our favourite? Sugar crystals, of course. Not only are they beautiful, they're also delicious.
I think those diamonds were my favourite crystals. How long do you think they take to grow?
Quite a while, Dana. You've got plenty of time to go and try making one, though, because we've reached the end of the show. See you next time.
Build an amazing mechanical puppet show.
Why use a paintbrush when you can make an airbrush?
Feel the force with your own magnetic cleaner.
And mix up an emergency batch of protein paste.
We'll have that handy recipe for you very soon.
But first, Jade is about to have a brainwave.
Zach and I are making finger puppets. There, this is one scary pirate. Ah, shiver me timbers. We're putting a puppet show on tomorrow afternoon with our buddy Kate. Hello, Jade speaking. It's Kate. She's got chickenpox. her. She can't come to our puppet show. Yes, okay. You get well soon, Kate. Bye. How are we going to put on our puppet show now? Without Kate, we don't have enough fingers. Nope, the show must go on. We'll have to build a replacement Kate. Come on, Zach. Do keep up, darling. Now, I need to borrow the shoebox from my big sister and a hefty pair of pliers. One more thing, a wire coat hanger. I have a plan.
Lara and I are about to paint a masterpiece for the school art show. Hey, the paintbrushes have gone. Oh no, we left them at my house. Don't panic. I have a creative idea. Who needs a paintbrush when you can make an airbrush? Cut a piece of drinking straw about 3 finger widths long and tape it to a piece of stiff card like this. Now roll a piece of paper around a pencil and tape it together to make a tube slightly thicker than the straw. Tape the tube at right angles to the straw. When you blow into the paper tube, the air should flow across the top of the straw. Yep, that's looking good. Now I'll mix up the paint. It needs to be watery, so it can flow easily up the straw. Lara looks a bit doubtful about my airbrush, but I think she'll be blown away. There we go. Now check this out. Into the paint and blow really hard through the paper tube. Cool! It works! It's a breath-powered spray gun. Our painting is going to be the most original at the show.
The fast-moving air being blown out of the paper tube creates a low-pressure area at the top of the straw. Because higher air pressure is pressing down on the liquid in the cup, the paint is drawn up the straw into the low-pressure area in the airstream. As soon as it emerges from the straw, it gets blown away to become part of the girls' painting. Clever and creative.
We're just adding the finishing touches to our painting. There! It's modern, it's messy, and it's definitely a masterpiece.
What a great idea! I've got to have a go at this airbrush.
Zach and I are making a mechanical puppet show. First, we'll straighten out this coat hanger. That's it. Now we can make some new bends in it. A right angle here, another one there, and another one here. Finished. What I've done is make some steps in the wire. One goes up like this, then one goes down, and then another one goes up. Now attach some thin wire to the 3 steps. Twist it round and leave a long end hanging off. Cut a slit into one end of the box. Now we need Mum to make some holes for us. One in the other end of the box and 3 along the side. This is where the thin wire will poke through. Keep cutting out the puppet, Zach. Thanks, Mum. There, 4 holes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now put the coat hanger in like this. And poke the thin wires out the holes along the side. Straighten those up and make a turning handle at one end like this. Give that a turn, Zach. The bends in the wire move up and down. And that makes the thin wires move too. Good, it works. Let's put our puppets on. A pirate ship in the middle, a treasure chest on the end, and the Jolly Roger at the other end. That looks so cool. Can't wait for showtime.
There's so much ice out there. I wonder where all that frozen water goes when it melts. Could it make the sea level go up? I know how I can find out. I'll take this cup of icy slush straight from the backyard and put it on a paper towel. Then I'll top it up with water so the cup is full. Now the ice is poking up over the rim, so as it melts, I think it's going to make the cup overflow. But how can I be sure that the paper has been wet by the melted ice overflowing? I know. I'll add a squirt of green food coloring. Now if it overflows, I'll see the green water on the paper. Now melt away, my mini icebergs. I'm gonna wait inside so I don't freeze while you melt. That's not what I expected at all. The ice is all melted, but none of it has overflowed. Not a single drop. How did it all fit in the glass?
Because ice takes up more space than water, when it melts, it shrinks. All that ice poking over the top fitted back into the cup.
Just as well the water level doesn't get higher. If that huge block of ice melted, I'd be in for a very cold swim.
I don't like the look of all that ice.
Well, here's something you'll find more attractive, Dana. It's Fraser's latest invention.
Kimberly and I are on a clean-up mission. Dad said he'd give us all the spare coins in his pocket if we tidied his workshop. But these metal filings from Dad's grinder are the worst. They're so hard to clean up. There's got to be an easier way. Metal filings. Got it. We need a little help from these heavy-duty magnets. Check these babies out. You start at that end, Kimberly. Wicked! Super-powered magno cleaners. This is fun. Whoops! We're stuck together. The metal shavings are holding on to each other. Boy, what a grip! What happens if I turn my magnet around? Now they're pushing each other apart. It's like some kind of superhero force field.
Magnets get their superpowers from the alignment of their atoms. In a bar magnet like Fraser's, the atoms all face the same direction. The magnetic field radiates from the ends in a pattern like this. The pull is strongest where the lines are closest together. When the same poles, north and north or south and south, are brought together, the magnetic fields repel each other.
Magnetic attraction is so useful. I wonder if we could use it to attract those coins in Dad's pocket.
There. That's Mum's birthday present wrapped. I think I'll make her a special card too. No glue. Think, Olivia, think. Got it! 1 pot of homemade glue coming up. I'll start with a glass of milk. Add 2 big spoons of vinegar. And stir that in. Now we wait a minute while the vinegar curdles the milk. That ought to do it. See how the liquid in the milk has separated from the creamy proteins. Now to strain the mixture through a cloth. I just want to keep the lumpy white stuff. There. I'll put it into a new glass. It's sticky stuff. Now a dash of water and a pinch of bicarbonate of soda. Another quick stir. Listen to that fizzing and popping. My homemade crazy glue is ready to go to work. I'll wipe a little on the back of a strawberry and it sticks perfectly.
Milk contains a type of sticky protein called casein. An acid like vinegar separates the casein from the watery liquid in milk and clumps it together into curd. To turn the lumpy curd back into nice runny liquid, you add baking soda. When the curd no longer has acid in it, it becomes a nice sticky goo of casein protein, a natural glue.
There! Mum's Prezi looks great! My homemade glue has gotten me out of a sticky situation.
Brilliant! A little scientific know-how can always help you solve a problem.
It sure can. Let's see how Jade and Zach solved their puppet problem.
Zach and I have built this brilliant puppet machine. Let's give it a try. Yeah, that looks perfect. It's all thanks to my engineering skills.
The device the clever puppeteers have made is called a crankshaft. Crankshafts transfer mechanical forces from one direction to another. Crankshafts in car engines transfer the up and down movement of the pistons into rotation to turn the wheels.
It's showtime! And our puppet machine is working beautifully. Arr, I'm Pinkbeard the pirate. Time to walk the plank, you landlubbers. Nice job, Zach. And we didn't need Kate after all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bravo! They deserve a round of applause for that clever contraption.
We deserve a round of applause too, Taryn, because we've reached the end of another show.
See you next time.
Practical joke war with a snappy surprise.
Build your own groovy looking gears.
Turn lame leftovers into a dessert to die for.
And find out who put the sound in seashells.
I think I can hear the ocean in this seashell.
I think I can hear it telling us to get on with the show. Jade is ready to start things off in top gear.
Can't wait till I can drive. It'll be a manual for sure. Love the way gears change. Second, into third, and now into top gear. Cool, eh, Fraze? Wouldn't you like to do gear changes yourself? Ah, we're at Grandma's and Grandpa's already. Good, Dad's gone inside. I wonder how gears work. Hey, come with me, Fraser. I bet there'll be something in Grandpa's garage that will show us exactly how gears operate. Let's move Grandma and Grandpa's bikes outside. Hey, they've got gears too. Grandma said she'd never get up hills without them. I wonder how they help. Little gears and big gears. Time to make our own. Okay, pop that over there, Fraze. Over here. Let's get this work table outside. Now, gears. I wonder how we can make them. I know. Grandma's old cans will be perfect. What else do we need? Aha! Ta-da! Grandma's corrugated cardboard. The lumps and bumps will make perfect gear teeth. Pretty soon we'll be off and racing.
Shakib and I are the world's best beachcombers. We never know what's gonna turn up on the beach. Things like, wow, look at this shell. I'll have a listen. Yup, the sound of the sea. It works every time. I wonder why. Maybe it's blood rushing through our heads. It should be louder when our hearts beat faster. I know. Shakib, run to the post and back. Fast as you can. Faster! Come on! His heart must be pounding. Sound louder? Nope. Oh, blood pumping doesn't cause a sea sound. Maybe it's coming from outside the shell. So, if it's totally quiet outside, we shouldn't hear anything when we put the shield to our ears. I think I can solve this riddle once and for all. Come on!
I love it when we solve a riddle here on the show. Let's see how Jade is getting on with her mechanical mystery.
Fraser and I are about to become the world's greatest gear engineers. We've got cans of different sizes and Grandma's corrugated cardboard. Biggest can first. Mark where to cut, if you please, Fraser, and roll it up. And again, please. Trim it to size. Next, we fit it nice and snugly around the can. Dab that glue across the edges, please, Fraser. One down. And now we'll do the others. Roll them out. Mark them up. Cut to size. And stick them down. Voila! 4 tin can gears raring to go. Now, I'll just mark a line. This will show us when the cans have done one complete turn. Alright, 2 biggest gears first. Good. Gear teeth fit into each other nicely. That's how they'll turn each other around. Off they go. Aha! Check that out. The smaller of the gears has finished its turn before the larger one. And see how the cans turn in the opposite direction to each other. This is very cool. I think we're starting to get to the bottom of this gear business.
Hi, Olivia. Oh, what? A whoopee cushion? That's not fair. I thought we'd finished with those silly jokes. Let's shake on it. Ew! Yuck! She slimed me. That's it. This is war. Come back here, you clown. Olivia thinks she's so funny. How can I get her back for that sliming? Aha! Nicole, you're a genius. I got Dad to cut me out 2 little plywood pieces, like this. He put 2 small cuts in the sides. Thanks, Dad. Now I'm going to attach them together with an elastic band. A short, strong one will work best. It goes around both bits. Now when I open the 2 pieces out, the elastic tries to pull them back together. If I release it from my hand, it jumps. Cool! It's like a creepy jumping bug. One more detail. I'm going to fill my snapping surprise with paper dots. These will fly out when it jumps. Hopefully this will give Olivia the surprise of her life.
When Nicole stretches the elastic band back, she is storing energy. The effort it takes to bend the elastic back is held in until it's released. This is known as potential energy. Energy can't be created or destroyed. We merely transfer it from one state to another. In this case, it's being changed from potential energy into kinetic energy.
Okay, time to pay Olivia a surprise visit. Hey, check this out. Round and round the garden goes Olivia and Nicole. Huh, she wasn't expecting that. This round goes to me.
I think Olivia may still have a trick or 2 up her sleeve.
Damon sure knows a trick or 2. He's come up with a way of turning leftover potato into a delicious dessert.
Ugh, I'm really over this mashed potato. How can I get straight to dessert? Peanut butter! Yes! Clear the decks, Emily. We're about to make my world-famous peanut potato surprise. First ingredient, 2 1/4 cups of icing sugar. Now my leftover potato. Leaving the healthy green stuff behind, into the bowl. Now I'll get Emily to add the icing sugar. One spin at a time, while I mix it up with this whisk. Gotta get all the lumps out. More icing sugar. Looking good. Okay, wait here. Now onto this baking tray goes some plastic wrap. There. And spread the mixture out like so. Flatten it out. Now for a layer of yummy peanut butter. Spread it out ends, all over the potato layer. Now for the tricky bit. We roll both layers up into a jelly roll. Last of all, we cut the roll up into pieces, and into the plastic container it goes. Now, into the fridge.
Any mixture of ingredients is made up of molecules that move around. When you cool or freeze a mixture, it becomes harder because the molecules slow down. The colder it is, the less they move, and the more they'll stick to other molecules.
My peanut potato surprise is ready for a taste test. Yep, hard as a rock. Peanuts, potato, and the surprise, it tastes so good.
Shakib and I are solving the mystery. How you hear the sound of the sea in a seashell. It's not caused by blood rushing through your head. We've already proved that. So maybe the sea sound comes from outside the shell. If we totally block out that noise, then the sea sound should disappear. Let's go. Great! It's siesta time, so this place is almost silent. We'll grab that thick blanket and throw it over our heads. It'll be even quieter inside. Now let's listen to the shell again. Any ocean sound? No! The shell's totally silent, so nothing inside it causes the ocean sound. It must come from outside the shell.
The boys' clever experiment is spot on. A shell sounds like the ocean as outside noise travels through the shell material and bounces around all those twists and turns inside. The louder the noise outside, the stronger will be the sound of the ocean.
Hey! I think that sound is the call of the sea. I think the shell's saying it wants to go back in the sea. In you go.
Those guys look like they were having so much fun.
Science can be fun, Taryn, as you'll see in this next story.
Fraser and I have been testing out what happens when different sized gears are joined together. We've seen that the small gear turns much faster than the bigger one. I wonder what happens if we put all 4 gears together. Fraser can do the smallest 2. I'll do the largest. Okay, let the gear teeth engage. 1, 2, 3, and turn. The largest gear is definitely going the slowest. But each time our gears drop in size, the faster they turn. The smallest gear goes fastest of all. So this is how gears work.
Almost every machine uses gears in some way, mostly to gain a mechanical advantage. If the driving gear is larger, the smaller gear turns faster, but has less rotational force. If the smaller gear does the driving, the larger gear turns slower, but with greater force. Line up 4 gears in a row, and the smallest turns really fast.
Time to go.
Oh, hey, at least these will let us change gears on the drive home.
Those two are ready to hit the road.
It's time for us to hit the road too, Taryn. We've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
with a magic spinning top.
Learn the secret to rapidly ripening bananas.
How to give your ping pong game a lift.
And meet the friendly fungus that helps to make bread.
Does that mean this sandwich is full of fungus?
Yep, it's what makes it so tasty. Damon's about to find out why.
Wow! Look at that amazing blue sky! How can we make the most of a day like today? A picnic, of course! Come on, Grace! We don't seem to have any bread. There's only one stale cracker left. How are we going to make cheese and tomato sandwiches? Hey, why don't we bake our own bread? We need butter, salt, sugar, dried yeast, and 3 cups of plain flour. 1 cup, 2 cups, and 3. 1 teaspoon of salt, 2 big dollops of butter. Now I rub the butter into the flour. Once the butter's mixed in, I make a hole in the centre of the flour. Grace is dissolving a teaspoon of sugar in a small amount of warm water. Add 2 teaspoons of the dried yeast. 1, 2. It smells strong. Pour that into the middle of my mixture. Now this is the bit I really like. Kneading the dough. And really get stuck into it. Lots of kneading makes good bread.
Poor Shakib. He said he'd bring bananas for everyone at our picnic. But it's only 2 days away and the bananas aren't ripe. I know a great trick. Come on! Leave the bananas on the table and we'll go and find a plastic bag. This one will seal up nice and tight. Good! This is what you do. Pop a green banana inside the bag and seal it so no air can escape. There. And just to show Shakib I'm right, I leave another green banana outside the bag. That way he'll see the difference. All we do is keep them in the warm air and come back tomorrow. See? It worked. Nice and yellow. And the one outside the bag is still green. Come on, let's get more bags.
Saif's trick worked because as bananas ripen, they produce ethylene gas. The gas helps an enzyme in the banana speed up the ripening process. Normally, a lot of the gas would escape and be blown away by the wind. But because it was trapped in the plastic bags, Shakib's bananas ripened lickety-split.
Now let's fill up all these bags. In they go. There we are. Enough bananas for everyone at the picnic. And by this time tomorrow, they'll all be as tasty as this one.
It seems like everyone's planning a picnic today. Damon and Grace are busy getting theirs ready too.
Our home-baked bread is looking good. I finished kneading the dough. See how it's spongy and soft? But I'd like to spring back into shape when I poke it. Time to leave it to rise. Back into the bowl, cover it up with plastic wrap, and leave it somewhere warm for about 2 hours. Rise, my beautiful bread. Okay, it's ready. I'll grease up a baking tray while Grace gives the dough another quick knead. The baking tray likes cooking bread too. Grab a nice lump of dough, about a small handful. Roll it into a bowl and pop it on the tray. Let's make more. When the tray is full, cover it with plastic wrap and set it aside for about half an hour. Okay, you baby buns are ready for the oven. Yo, Dad. I'll get him to preheat the oven to 230 degrees Celsius. That's about 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Yay! In 20 minutes, our rolls will be ready to eat.
Carrie Ann's humming is driving me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times to stop, but she just keeps on humming. How am I supposed to concentrate on my homework? Oh, this is torture. That's it. It's a bit quieter, but it's hard to write with my fingers in my ears. Maybe it's not my ears that need to be blocked. If Carrie Ann can't breathe out through her nose, then she can't hum. Brilliant! One anti-hum clothespin. Padded for comfort, of course. Let's hear you hum now, maestro. Ah, silence. Sweet silence.
When we talk or hum, the sound-causing vibrations are created by air passing through the vocal cords in a part of our throat called the larynx. With a blocked nose and a closed mouth, Carrie Ann simply can't move any air through her vocal cords.
Oh no! My peg trick didn't stop her for long. Well, if I can't stop her, I might as well join her.
Hey, it's true! You can't hum with a blocked nose.
Great! That means we can have some peace and quiet to concentrate on Billy's latest trick.
We're all drawing crazy pictures of ourselves. Ew, I think my self-portrait needs a bit of help. Hey, where are all the coloured pens? How are we supposed to draw anything crazy with just black? Time for a bit of black magic. First, I'll trace a circle around this plastic lid. Now I divide my circle in half and draw a little circle in the middle. Colour that in. Now on this side, I'll mark some broken lines in a semicircle, like this. Keep going until there's a pattern across one side. And colour in the other half black. There. Time to cut out the circle. Nice job. Now I'll lie it on top of the plastic lid and carefully poke this toothpick through the centre. There. One black magic spinning top. Hey guys, we do have a coloured pen after all. Help me roll up the carpet and I'll prove it. Watch the pattern on the spinning top closely. Can anyone see red, green or blue in the black pattern? When the spinning stops, the colour disappears. But where does it come from?
Good question, Billy. The truth is, no one really knows for sure. This device, known as Benham's disc, has puzzled scientists for more than 100 years. One theory is that the rapid change between black and white fools the colour-receiving cones on our retinas into sending the wrong colour images to our brains.
So I didn't need coloured pens to see colours. But my self-portrait is definitely sending a bad image to my brain.
It's match point in the Wimbledon final. Zach serves. Nice return by me. Forehand from Zach. Forehand from me. Backhand volley from Zach. Another one from me. Tricky shot for Zach. Oh, and I've hit it out. Zach wins. Okay, Zach, it's only a game. Well done. Time for a different kind of match. I'll challenge Zach to lift a ping pong ball off the table without touching it. Have a go. Nice try, Zach. But you're never gonna do it like that. Wait while I get some stuff. Okay. Ball goes onto this cup. I poke a straw through this hole in the top. Tape that up. Now I give a good hard blow into the straw. We have liftoff.
When Giovanni blows, a low air pressure pocket is created where the air leaves the bottom of the straw. The rest of the cup is filled with high-pressure air because it can't escape under the edges of the cup quickly enough. The air moves from the high-pressure area towards the low-pressure pocket, lifting the ball off the table.
Okay, now it's time to lift my game like I did that ping pong ball. Yay, I'm back, baby!
So Giovanni can make a ping pong ball rise before your eyes.
Damon has also been making things rise in the kitchen.
Our bread roll's cooked up nicely. While we wait for it to cool, I've got a little experiment to try. I've got a bottle with warm water in it and a balloon. I'm going to need some sugar and yeast too. Let's put lots of yeast in the bottle. About 4 or 5 teaspoons. Now 2 teaspoons of sugar. Shake that all around to help it dissolve. Pooh-wee! You can really smell that yeast. Now stretch the balloon over the mouth of the bottle, like this. Now we just leave it for about 15 minutes. Wow! We've invented a whole new way to blow up a balloon.
Believe it or not, yeast is actually alive. It's a single-celled fungus that feeds on the sugar in the warm water, giving off carbon dioxide gas. As the bubbles burst, they release the gas, which builds up enough pressure to inflate the balloon. The yeast in bread works the same way, producing carbon dioxide as it feeds on the flour and sugar. The gas gets trapped in the gluten contained in the flour, forcing the dough to rise. This is what makes the bread light and fluffy once it's baked.
Okay, time to sample the goods. Oh yeah! Thanks to that yeast, our home-baked rolls make the perfect picnic food. Yum!
That yeast is amazing stuff. I'd like to try it out for myself.
Well, why don't we go and mix up a batch of dough?
We may as well, because we've come to the end of another episode. See you next time.
Vacuum cleaner with a soft drink bottle.
Keep the popcorn coming with an ancient invention.
Find out why low-fat milk makes the best milkshakes.
And get on down to the funky ping pong pop.
Whoa, yeah! I love that funky ping pong pop.
Shh, keep it down. Jordan and Patrick are on a sneaky secret mission.
Careful, Patrick! Don't let Mum catch us! Got him! Sucker! Come on! We're not allowed to eat in the bedroom, but what Mum doesn't know can't hurt! Commando roll! We made it! Time to pig out! Crinkle cup! My fave! Eat carefully, Pat! We can't leave any evidence on the carpet. I was the leader of this mission, so I get to hold them. Hey, hands off! They're mine! Oh no! What a mess! Crumbs everywhere! Mum's sure to find out now. Quick, help me clean them up. We can't use a vacuum cleaner or Mum will hear. This sucks. Hey, that's it! I know how we can suck up this mess. Wait here, Patrick. Time for a clean-up mission.
I love eating yummy popcorn, but I don't like all these grubby hands digging in there. Ew! You never know where they've been. I just thought of a way to keep the popcorn coming without anyone having to stick their filthy paws in the food. Well, come on then. Okay, Zach, put the popcorn down for a minute. We're going to build a clever popcorn serving machine. First, we need to cut out 5 circles of card. I'll trace around this roll of tape. Now we cut. Make the circles nice and neat, guys. There, 5 cardboard discs. Now we need to find the centre of each disc. Use a ruler to measure halfway. Mark it with a dot and draw a line out to the edge of the circle. Cut along the line to the middle and cut out a little hole in the centre. Each disc should look like this. Now here's the tricky bit. Join one edge of the disc to the opposite edge of another. Now staple them together like this. It makes a spiral shape. Keep joining the discs together. You end up with a beautiful big spiral like this one. It's looking so good, I can taste the popcorn already.
That is going to be one seriously smart snack server.
Jordan is also having to think smart after a snacking disaster.
Patrick and I are going to make our mess disappear with a hand-powered vacuum cleaner. Here's how we're going to make it. Cut the bottom off a drink bottle like this. Make a cut in the small end. The edges should be able to overlap. Now fix the bottom of the bottle to a length of wood. Use a thumbtack. Push it in. There. Now cut a small hole near the neck of the bottle. Just large enough to fit a finger. Now here's the clever bit. We need a ping pong ball and an elastic band. Piece of tape, please, Pat. Stick the elastic band to the ball. Make sure it's well stuck. Now poke the elastic out to the top of the bottle. Tape it so it's pulling the ball against the opening. That's looking good. This bit fits inside. So when I slide the handle in and out, air is sucked through the neck of the bottle and blows out the finger-sized hole we made.
Jordan has made a clever air pump. Pulling back on the handle creates low air pressure inside the bottle. This draws air in through the neck. Pushing the handle back creates high air pressure inside the bottle. The force of the air seals the hole at the top with a ping pong ball, leaving only one place for the air to exit. Out the little air hole.
One last thing to make, Patrick, and we'll be ready to bag this mess.
Zach and Carrie-Anne are helping me build a brilliant popcorn serving machine. We've put together this cardboard spiral. Now it's time for the next stage. Push a wooden rod through the holes in the discs. Then stretch out the spiral. Now take the 2 ends to the rod. There, a big screw. Looks funky. Now we've cut the bottom out of this drink bottle. I made this triangle shape too. Take the lid off, Zach, and push a thumbtack through. Good. Now screw it back on the bottle. In goes the screw. It sits on the point of a thumbtack and spins like this. Clever, huh? Now for the big test. I just push the triangular hole into the popcorn so the popcorn falls into the bottle. And turn the screw. Look! The popcorn is working its way up and out of the bottle.
Nicole has cleverly created an Archimedes screw. Archimedes was an ancient Greek mathematician who came up with this idea more than 2,000 years ago. The original device was used to raise water, not popcorn, up from rivers to irrigate crops in nearby fields.
Now back to our movie. No need to go digging in the popcorn bowl. That Archimedes was pretty clever. You guys have had your share.
Very clever. But when it comes to popcorn, I still prefer the old-fashioned way of serving it.
Looks like you need one of Sam's special milkshakes to help you wash that down.
Grace and I have been out hunting for bargains. It gets hot down here at the city market. There's just so many people. Time to cool off with a nice cold drink. In here, guys. Phew! We have shopped till we dropped. I will get the drinks. On the menu today, nice cool milk. Let's make our own milkshakes. Blow through the straw and look what happens. A mountain of bubbles. Whoa! Jasmine's is bubbling over. I wonder if there's anything different about her milk. Let's make the next round an experiment. Here we go. 1 glass of low-fat milk for me. A glass of cold, creamy milk for David. Warm, creamy milk for Sarah. And a plain old glass of water for Jasmine. Now let's see who can blow the best bubbles. Ready, set, blow. This time, Jasmine's water bubbles are going nowhere. Sarah's warm milk is getting lots of small bubbles. David's cold milk is getting some nice big bubbles. But my low-fat milk is the bubbliest of all.
Milk contains protein chains that like to stick together. That stickiness helps form a film over the bubbles so they last longer. But milk also contains fat, which weakens bubbles. That's why low-fat milk makes frothier froth. Temperature makes a difference too. Warm milk makes smaller bubbles that pop quickly.
Hey! You guys will never beat that! I'm the champion bubble maker!
China and I love playing ping pong. Ping, pong, ping, pong. Why is it called ping pong? It doesn't really make a ping or a pong sound. It is a cool sound though. Hey! How about we make a ping pong pop group? Come on! We need a few of these crazy ping pong balls. Stick them to a length of string, and these guys will be a music group in no time. Thanks. This one's a member of the string section, I reckon. Now let's make the rest of our band. Okay, for a stage we'll use this rake handle. We hang the balls next to each other, all at the same height. Alright, let's hear it. Yay! This ping pong pop is a hit. Pull back one ball and let it go. And you get non-stop ping pong party music.
Lara's ping pong pop group keeps on rocking because energy can't be created or destroyed, only transferred from one place to another. So, when 2 balls collide, energy is instantly transferred to the next ball. It then transfers the energy onto the next, and the next. Then it comes all the way back again.
Ready and... Now that is music to bop to.
Well, it'll never be a hit, but I suppose you can dance to it.
Patrick and Jordan don't have time for dancing. They're on a secret mission.
We're nearly ready for Operation Cleanup. Our brilliant stealth sucker just needs one last thing. Somewhere for the rubbish to go. This sandwich bag is perfect. I want to make the bag a little smaller. Tape up the edges, leaving a little gap so that air can get out of the bag. Now fix it over the opening on the bottom. Lots of tape to hold it in place. There! One Jordo 2000 Super Stealth Vacuum Cleaner. Let's give it a go. Awesome! It makes cleaning up fun! Mum will never know we made a mess.
A job well done, boys. The force of the air being pulled into the bottle grabs the crumbs, taking them along for the ride. The ping pong ball valve stops the air and the crumbs from escaping out the same way. The air has to pass through the plastic bag where it deposits the crumbs.
There! Plum-free coffee. Our super sucker saved the day. Mission accomplished.
Brilliant! No one will ever know that mess was there.
No one will ever know we were here in a minute, Dana, because it's time for us to disappear too.
See you next time.
Coming up, a brilliant lighthouse to keep those jelly bean smugglers safe.
Freak out your friends with a piercing paper screecher.
Make a spoon go disco dancing on the tabletop.
And is this a magic muffin, or is it merely multiple mirrors?
Dana, if I have 3 muffins in this hand and 4 muffins in this hand, what do I have?
7 muffins.
No, big hands.
Carrie Ann and Jordan have their hands full right now. They're doing some secret smuggling.
Under cover of darkness, Jordan and I are sending this cargo of contraband jelly beans across the sea to Smuggler's Cove. Off you go, smugglers.
Arr! It's a foul night for smuggling, me hearties.
Our contraband is on its way. Oh no! It's too dark! I think they're heading for the cliffs.
They've dashed us against the rocks. Abandon ship!
Our smugglers are doomed. Unless... I know! We need a lighthouse. This cardboard will be perfect. Roll it up and stick it down so it withstand a heavier storm. And this foil dish can be the railing around the top of our lighthouse. Don't want our lighthouse keeper falling off. Better than I thought. Okay, now for the important bit, the light. I'll mark out a couple of windows for the light to shine through. Hey Mum, need some scissor work? Thanks. Meanwhile, Jordan will cut up some cute windows while I work on the base. Just cut out a lighthouse-sized hole and slip it in. Good. We'll need a door. On go the windows. Some glue. And there's a lighthouse that will keep our daring smugglers safe.
Yo, Giovanni, I brought us a snack. Whoa, bummer. Only 1 chalky muffin left, and there's 2 of us. I wish I could make muffins magically appear. Magic muffin. I think I know how to multiply this muffin. I'll be right back. Don't even think about it, Giovanni. If I can make multiple muffins appear, you can have all the magic ones, and I get to have the original. Okay, put that muffin in there. And voila, 3 muffins. 1 for me, 2 for you. Pretty good, huh? Whoa, watch this. There were 3. Now there are 5. More muffins for Giovanni. 5 in total. But I'm not finished yet. Just a little adjustment of my mirrors. And 7 magic muffins. 3 in this mirror. 3 in that. And my muffin in the front.
It may look like magic, but when 2 mirrors are facing each other, the reflection is bounced from mirror to mirror. In this setup, the front mirror muffins are direct reflections of the real one. But this muffin is a reflection of the front muffin in the other mirror. As Zach reduces the angle between the 2 mirrors, the image is bounced again and again.
Now Giovanni's having a go at multiplying the muffin. Hey! Great idea! The answer wasn't multiplication, it was division.
Zach's muffin magic was just a trick of reflected light.
Mary Ann is working on a light trick of her own. She's building a lighthouse.
We're almost done. And now, time to put the light into our lighthouse. Thanks, Mum. The cutting out's brilliant. Now for our light beam. We shine it from the back here and out to sea here. Let's give it a try. Down there, Jordan. Lay the torch in our handy bracket and hold it tight with rubber bands. Turn it on. And yes, it works! Now let's get back to some smuggling. You can skip it this time, Jordan. I'll launch it. Oh no! Our lighthouse isn't shining far enough out to sea.
Shiver me timbers, shipmates.
Uh-oh! It's run aground again!
We'll be drowned before the night's over.
Oh dear. We need something to make our torch shine out further, like a real lighthouse. Come on, Jordan.
After eating lunch, Jasmine and I sometimes play coin hockey. The winner gets to keep the change. Come on. Oh, she thinks she's so clever. Hey, wait a minute. I have another game for you, Smarty Pants. Can you build a bridge strong enough to support the coin out of a single piece of paper? You'll have to do better than that. Think it's impossible, huh? Watch this. I fold the edge over like this, then turn the paper over and fold back the other way. Then back the first way. Keep going so the paper ends up looking zigzag like this. Now look how strong paper can be. I'm the bridge building champion. And this coin is mine.
This type of folded shape is called a corrugation. Without corrugations, the coin's downward force bends the paper. But when the corrugations share the downward force in the sideways direction, the paper doesn't bend much at all. Corrugation is an effective way of strengthening all sorts of things, from cardboard boxes to the roofs and walls of buildings.
Just look at how much money my bridge can support. And it's all mine.
Sometimes the simple tricks work the best. Here's another one from Jordan.
I love after-school snacks at Lara's. And you can't top chocolate ice cream. Yes, you can, with chocolate topping. Thanks, Lara. Yum! Pity I've almost finished all my ice cream. Nothing to put my chocolate topping on now. Except Lara's. Can't really steal it. So I'll have to resort to a little sneakiness. I'll pop a spoon over here. And just get this magnet out of my pocket. Yes, my super strength little number. Perfect. Chocolate topping. Excellent. Yep, this is definitely worth the trouble. Hold it, buckaroo. Challenge time. If I can make this spoon get up and dance on the table without touching it, I think you should hand over your ice cream. Deal? Deal. First I'll pretend to channel all the power of my mind. Then I'll sneakily grab my magnet, and this spoon is about to do the fandango. There she goes. That amazing spoon is fox-trotting all over the tabletop. Uh-oh. I think I've just been found out.
Even though there's a glass table and tablecloth between them, the magnetic attraction between a metal object like a spoon and a powerful magnet is strong enough to shift the spoon whenever and wherever the magnet moves.
And while Lara continues the spoon dancing, I'm tucking into my half of her ice cream. Oh, darn, she's seen me. I think chocolate ice cream has the real power of attraction here.
I'm so bored with my homework. After school time should be for fun, like playing bongo drums. Oh, sorry, Emily. Boy, talk about uptight. Maybe I can make something that'll crack her concentration. My famous ear-splitting paper screecher will do the trick. Just cut out a small rectangle like this, fold it in half, and snip out 2 little triangles from the folded edge. There, they make 2 holes like this. Now fold each side in half again. You get a zigzag shape like this. Put 1 finger on each side of the middle fold and blow as hard as you can. Cool! This little baby's gonna make Emily jump out of her skin. She doesn't know I'm here. That made her forget about her homework for once.
Sound is made by vibration. Faster vibrations make higher sounds. Slower vibrations make lower sounds. In this case, air being forced between 2 pieces of paper and out through these holes makes the vibration.
I finally dragged Emily away from her homework. Whoa! Not even my paper screecher can beat that.
Nice scream, Emily. I don't think Fraser saw that coming.
No, but Carrie Ann's smugglers can see what's coming, thanks to her ingenious lighthouse.
Whoa, it's cold out there. But the solution to our lighthouse problem is... there. Look! Grandma puts this funny magnifying plastic over her newspaper. It makes the letters look sharper. See? It really works. I reckon these funny round lines will sharpen up our torch beam too. Look! Here's the torch beam without the lens. And now with the lens. See? Sharper! Just what our smugglers need. Now stick it across the front and tape it on. Great. Now turn on the torch. Yeah, it shines out much further. Into the ocean she goes. Our smugglers can safely avoid those treacherous rocks. And yes, our contraband is safe.
If you look closely at Carrie Ann and Jordan's magnifying lens, you'll see it's made up of lots of round grooves. Each groove is at a slightly different angle. The grooves are angled so they focus the light in a concentrated beam. This is called a Fresnel lens. Modern-day lighthouses still work using Fresnel lenses. With a light source only 10 times brighter than a household light bulb, a good Fresnel lens can send a light beam 34 kilometres. That's 21 miles out to sea.
This lighthouse is perfect. Our smugglers can see exactly where the dangerous rocks are. Yes, they landed safely.
We'll be dancing a jig tonight, me hearties. Arr!
They'll be dancing the Jelly Bean Jig because they made it to Smuggler's Cove.
And we have made it to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, find a pot of gold at the end of your own personal rainbow.
Do your eyes really tell lies about size?
How to get your backyard pool table on the level.
And find out who's hard with a love thermometer.
You know, Dana, I think that love thermometer would say I'm pretty hot.
We'll find out soon enough, Taryn. But first, Jordan's about to find out that his backyard is not as flat as it looks.
Billy and I are going to build our own outdoor pool table. First, we tape some sides on our tabletop, leaving gaps where our pockets will be. Gotta have somewhere for the balls to go. We're using old flower pots. We'll put a cardboard barrier around each one. Clever design, huh? Mum gave us a sheet of felt from her sewing supplies. We've made cuts in it where the pockets are, so it fits neatly. We borrowed Uncle Arthur's real pool balls. Hope he doesn't mind. Okay, let's play. Uh-oh, we have a problem. The balls roll straight to one side. The back lawn isn't level. Our table needs to be perfectly level or we can't play. Got it. Dad's spirit level shows when things are flat. Now where is it? Ah, found it. Oops, that's right. I broke it when I used it to build a skateboard ramp. That better stay lost. What now? Why don't we build our own spirit level? Yeah! Come on, Billy boy!
Hey, there's Zach. Nicole and I both think Zach is hot stuff. But I wonder how hot he is. Let's build a love thermometer and take Zach's temperature. Okay, I have a bottle of tap water here. I'll just put a few drops of food colouring in. Red for romance, of course. Now I need a drinking straw and this modelling clay. I'll shape the modelling clay around the straw. Seal it up carefully. Now that plugs the top of the bottle. Press it down tight. The bottom of the straw should be a few centimetres below the water level. Now to make our temperature gauge. Fold a small piece of cardboard in two and cut a few slits halfway across. Open it up and fit it over the straw like this. Now blow into the straw and forcing air into the bottle. You can see it bubbling up. When I stop blowing, the liquid rises back up the straw. Mark where it stops, Nicole. Okay, that's our starting point. Oh, Zach, can you give us a hand with this experiment? 2 hands, in fact. Just hold the bottle like this. Ooh, it's suddenly so hot out here. Keep holding for a few minutes, Zach. My temperature is definitely rising. Look, Mr. Hot Stuff is making the water rise. I told you Zach was hot.
Blowing into the straw squashed a little extra air into the bottle. When Carrie Ann stopped blowing, the increased air pressure pushed some of the liquid up the straw until the air pressure inside the bottle became the same as outside. As liquids become warmer, they expand. Body heat from Zach's hands was transferred to the liquid in the bottle. Because the top of the bottle is sealed and the gap at the top is full of air, the expanding liquid only has one place to go, up the straw.
Wow, Zach, you are so hot right now.
Right, time to see just how hot I am, Dana.
While Taryn does that, let's see how Jordan is getting on making a measuring device of his own.
Our pool table is finished, but it's on a serious slope. Time to make a spirit level to help us get it flat. Hand me those hooks, Billy. I'm going to screw them into this flat board. One in this corner and the rest around the edge like this. Now the hose. Run a piece through each hook, kind of like a border on 3 sides. Now some tape to hold that in place. There. That's looking good. There's one more thing we need to do. A little green food colouring in some water. Mix that up. Now we fill the tube with the green goo. Got the modelling clay ready, Billy? In goes the green stuff. When the tube is full to the top of the timber, plug up the ends. There we go. Our spirit level is ready to do some surveying. We'll be playing pool in no time.
Oh, an ice cream! Yum! Oh, that one's bigger. Now this one's bigger. No, wait, this one. No, that one. Here.
They're both the same size. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Wait here, Michael. I'll just make some little V shapes out of yellow pipe cleaners and attach one to each end of a red pipe cleaner, like this. I'll make another one. I've bent the yellow V's in on one red pipe cleaner and out on another. This time Michael won't believe his eyes. Hey Michael, may I mess with your mind? Which red pipe cleaner is longer? The one closer to you or the one closer to me? Nope, they're both exactly the same length. Freaky, huh?
Kimberly's trick works because our brain naturally compares the outline of the two similar objects. Because the yellow V's are the only point of comparison between the two objects, our brain is fooled into thinking the one with a larger outline is larger overall.
Hey, I forgot about the ice blocks. Oh no! Michael's made mine disappear. It was just another optical illusion.
Well, I'm glad Kimberly got her ice block after all that. Let's go to the beach now where Reefa is about to make something disappear.
Shells appear on our beach every day as if by magic. But I'm going to show Yumna a magic shell disappearing act. I'm going to make one of these big shells completely disappear. Now all I need is an empty coconut shell and some vinegar. Over the shell it goes, and before long it will disappear. Those little bubbles are weaving their magic spell. See? It's already broken up. But that's nothing. Just watch. It's bubbling away like mad. Wow! See? My magic worked. The shell has disappeared into thin air.
Reefa's shell is made from a chemical in the seawater called calcium carbonate. The vinegar contains an acid which dissolves the calcium carbonate, releasing those bubbles of carbon dioxide gas. Eventually, all the calcium carbonate dissolves and the shell has gone.
Come on, let's get some more, Yumna. There are so many shells on the beach. We can never make them all disappear.
Another sunny day, which is nice, but there's something I really like about rain. It's rainbows. I haven't seen one for ages. Maybe I can make my own rainbow. Hey, Daniel, want to help me make a rainbow? Over here in the sun. I've got a glass of water, a mirror and a sheet of white cardboard. Hold that up for me. The glass of water goes in front and the mirror goes in the water. Now, there's the sun. A bit of adjusting the angle of the mirror. We need to bounce the sun rays off the mirror onto the card. There it is! Red and yellow and green and blue. I can see a rainbow.
Sunlight is actually made up of lots of different colours. When it passes through water, it bends. The colours all bend at slightly different angles, causing them to separate. This process is called refraction, and it's why rainbows appear when sunlight passes through a shower of rain.
We can colour up a rainbow whenever we want. Pity there's no pot of gold at the end of it.
Well, who needs a pot of gold when you have a portable rainbow?
Well, I think that pot of gold will be pretty handy, Dana. Nearly as handy as Jordan's latest invention.
I've taken our spirit level to the top of a length of wood. Off with the plug so the liquid can move. Now I just line up the top of the two water levels. If I imagine a line from my eye across the two water levels to the stick that Billy is holding, it'd be a perfectly level line. Move your finger up a bit, Billy. Okay, down, down, down. Stop. There, make a mark. Now the other corner of the table. We'll make another mark where my level line meets the stick. A Up a bit, Billy. There, mark it. Okay, let's break out the ruler and look at the results. The bottom mark is from the ocean side of the table. The top mark is from the high side. No wonder the balls won't stay in the middle. The ground on the ocean side is 9 centimetres lower. Well, we can fix that. These little timber offcuts will help. We need to raise the lower side by 9 centimetres. That's more like it.
This clever surveyor's level works because of the Earth's gravity. It pulls the water down to the same height in each side of the tube, no matter what angle it's at. If you look across the top of the two water heights, you get a perfectly level line. Building surveyors use this line to make sure a block of land is absolutely flat. This is a critical step before any building work can begin. Otherwise, a building might be on a lean.
Okay, Billy, take the rack off. Yep, all level. The only thing that's not going to be level in this game is the score.
It looks like Billy's going to have a tough game when his hand's there.
He sure is. But it's game over for us, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, build a working crane and drop in on your friends.
Dance to the beat of your own drum.
Shine up a silver treasure without having to polish.
And put the power of water to work. I didn't know water had any power, Taryn.
Nor did I, but I do know it's heavy. Or maybe that's got something to do with Nicole's clever idea.
Come on, birds. Don't any of you ever take a bath? We must have smelly birds around here. Because they never seem to use their bird bath. Olivia and I haven't seen a single bird go in. And we've been watching for ages. How can we make the bird bath more inviting? Birds love moving water. What about some kind of water feature? Not a boring old fountain. I got it. Right, look what I've got. 2 paper plates, 10 foam cups, a jug of water, string, stapler, and this wooden rod. Can you guess what I'm going to make, Olivia? Here's a clue. It needs running water, and our feathered friends are going to love it.
My go. Nice shot. Uh-oh, my marble. It's going over the edge. Look out below. Oops. Sorry, Emily. Thanks for catching it. Better be more careful. Here goes. Oh no! 2 marbles this time. Emily will think it's raining marbles. Sorry about that, Em. I'm overrunning up and down these stairs. I need a clever contraption to go fetch my marbles. Okay, Larissa, I'm just marking a little rectangle on the lid of the shoebox. You can cut that out. We're going to build a working crane. We can just drop down the rope when we need a marble back. I put a string handle on a foam cup. This will be the carrying bucket for our crane. I asked Dad to hammer 2 long nails into this length of timber. 1 halfway and 1 at the end like this. That goes into the hole in the box at an angle. Tape it in place. Good, that's nice and strong. Now we need to cut out 4 small circles of cardboard. Poke a hole in the middle with a pen. Stick 1 on the bottom nail and 1 on the top nail. Then put an old cotton reel onto each nail. and press another cardboard circle on after it. There's a handle to turn the bottom reel. And we'll use a bit of modelling clay to keep the top reel in place. Now I've cut a long piece of string. I'll loop that around the bottom reel a few times and tape it on. A crane just isn't a crane without a hook, so I'm using a bent paper clip. Tied to the end of the string. There, now the bucket to carry our marbles. Give the handle a turn. Hey, it's looking good. Can't wait to go and give it a try.
We'll find out if Fraser's crane works in just a minute. But first, let's see what water-powered wonder Nicole has come up with.
Olivia and I are going to make a water wheel. With any luck, it'll attract some birds into our bird bath. I've stapled 5 cups around the back edge of this paper plate. They're all facing the same way. Now I staple another plate to the other side. 1 staple in each cup. Poke a hole in the very centre of the plate with scissors and feed the wooden rod through. Cool! That looks great! I'm going to tie a piece of string to the rod and attach a weight to the end. Water wheels like mine were once used to do work. This string will show you how the turning energy can be used. Don't look so worried, Olivia. Everything is coming together perfectly.
Jordan and I are down in the creepy basement. I hope there's no spiders down here. We're on the hunt for forgotten treasure. Nope, this is just trash. Ew, Dad's stinky old boot. Hey, here's something. Jordan, I found some real treasure. It's a solid silver candlestick. It is silver. It just needs cleaning. And I know how to do it. Put that junk down, Jordan. Hold this. Okay. We'll wrap the candlestick in a sheet of aluminium foil. Thanks, Jordan. I'll mix up my special potion. Warm water, a few big spoons of baking soda, and give it a stir to help it dissolve. One more thing, a big pinch of salt. Let's have 2. Another quick stir. Now submerge the candlestick in the bowl. And leave it for about an hour. Jordan and I get to go play while my magic potion does all the hard work. I wonder how it's going. Must be nearly ready. Okay, time to take a look. Off with the foil. Oh, it's looking good. Yes, it worked. 1 shiny silver candlestick. Now that's treasure.
Over time, a chemical reaction between the silver and airborne sulfur particles created a layer of black tarnish on the candlestick. Jade's mixture created an electrical current flowing between the aluminium foil and the candlestick, which transferred the tarnish to the foil. This is called an electrochemical reaction.
I wonder if there's any more trash we can turn into treasure. Like Dad's old boot. Oh, no. I guess not.
Jade will never turn that old boot into treasure.
No. Fraser is ready to test his invention though. Let's go take a look.
Our marble fetching crane is ready to go to work. We just place this book on the back and wind the handle. It works! Let's drop in on Emily. Marbles away! Chill out, Emily. It's only a marble. Our crane is coming to the rescue. Surprise! Hello down there. Put the marble in the crane bucket. This works brilliantly. Here it comes. Back to the top. Made it. Nice job, team.
The book on the back of Fraser's crane is called a counterweight. It exerts a downward force that counteracts the weight of the load the crane is lifting. The top cotton reel is a pulley wheel. It converts the downward force of the handle Fraser was turning to an upward force that lifts the load. The counterweight must weigh more than the load to stop the crane tipping over.
Thanks, Emily. Now you're on the crane crew. You'd better wear this. Safety first.
Shakib and I love the sound of drums, so we're going to make some with different sounds. These should be perfect. Big one first. Double-sided sticky tape around the rim. Peel off the backing. Yup, good. Now, plastic wrap, stretch it across, stick it down and tear off the tape. That's the first one. Now for your one, Shakib. On goes the tape. Now the wrap. Stretch it over and tear it off. Nice and tight. 2 drums ready to go. Tighter I think. So, my big sister's hairdryer. Give it a blast. Thanks, Shakib. Now mine. Now we're ready to go. Yup, nice and tight. The heat shrunk the plastic. Yours? Yeah, cool. Fantastic. What a sound. Hey, mine sounds deeper than yours. And they sound great together.
Saif's drum makes a deeper sound because the larger area of plastic wrap vibrates slower than Shakib's smaller drum. Slower vibrations make deeper sounds. Faster vibrations make higher sounds.
Go, Shakib! Faster! Brilliant! We're so good! We'll soon be asked to join the band.
Those two were really getting busy with the beat.
Nicole and Olivia have been busy too. Let's find out how they're getting on.
Okay, we're just about ready to test our water wheel. We can use these handy garden stakes to hold it above the bird bath. Now watch what happens when I tip water into the cups. It spins! All I have to do is keep filling the cups. And look how it's picking up the weight. It's like a water-powered engine. Only one problem. We're out of water. I have an idea. The garden hose. Hold this over the wheel, Olivia. Ready? Here it goes. Yeah! It works so well. We only need a tiny trickle of water to turn the wheel.
A water wheel gets its power from the weight of the water in the cups, not from how fast the water is flowing. As the cups are filled up, the downward force of gravity provides the power for the wheel to turn. If you want a water wheel with more power, you need a larger wheel with more distance to turn, or larger cups to hold more water.
Okay, the hose is in place. Our water wheel is working. Now all we have to do is sit back and watch. Bird watch, that is.
Oh, those little birdies are so cute. I want to sit back and watch them too.
Well, you can, Dana, because we've come to the end of the show. See you next time. Coming up, put together a perfect set of panpipes.
Make your own fantastic flying fish.
Send a black and silver star into a real spin.
And go crazy with gas.
Oh man, that's the best way to get rid of a build-up of wind. Music to my ears.
No, it's not. It's disgusting. If I wanted to hear music made with wind, I'd much rather listen to Lara and Jordan's panpipes.
Home at last. There's Jordan. I wonder what he's listening to. Hey Jordan, what CD is that? It's panpipe music. He's crazy about this CD. Can I have a listen? Thanks. It'll never be a hit, but I like the sound they make. It looks like they're made of bamboo pipes stuck together. Hey Jordan, come with me. I've had an idea. Dad cut down some bamboo in the garden yesterday. Let's use it to make our own panpipes.
Nice burp, Michael. Good one, Billy. Okay, time to out-belch these boys. Oh no, that was pathetic. Come on, Kimberly. Oh, I wish I could blow off a big one. Okay, burp boys, bring that table over here. One big balloon, hold that. In goes the funnel. Now a few spoons of baking soda. A little bit at a time so the funnel doesn't get blocked. Tap it right down into the balloon. Now the vinegar. Tip a good slurp down the funnel. Whoa! My burping balloon is going crazy already. Quickly pull the funnel and hold the top closed. Looks like my tummy after I've eaten too much. Ready, boys? Time to let rip with a big one.
Vinegar reacts with baking soda to make lots of carbon dioxide gas. When Kimberly let the gas slowly escape, it made the rubber neck of the balloon vibrate, producing that gurglingly gaseous sound.
It may be disgusting, but at least I'm the master blaster.
Don't even think about it, Taryn. The only thing I want to hear right now is the soothing sound of Jordan and Lara's panpipes.
Jordan and I found these bamboo offcuts in Dad's garden. We have lots of different lengths here. Start putting them in size order, Jordan. I'm just getting a few more things we need. Okay, take a piece of sandpaper and smooth off the top of the bamboo pipes. We don't want any splinters left behind. Ouch! I'll try making a note. That's no good. What if I block the bottom of the pipe? There we go. Perfect. Let's use modelling clay to block up all the pipes. Press a bit into the bottom of each one. We've arranged 8 pipes from largest to smallest. All we have to do now is tie them together. We're using string to tie them to these skewers. Weave it around the pipes and tie it off at the end. Good. Now, another row of skewers for extra strength. There, one homemade set of panpipes. Time to get practicing.
We're making flying fish. We've cut out the fish shapes from brown paper. We'll fly them from these sticks. Stick the string to the fish's mouth and tie the other end to our sticks. There! Perfect flying fish. Let's give them a fly. Whee! Whoopee! They're not really perfect. The shape is right, but their skin isn't. Of course! They need scales. Hey, look! There's Dad's boat. He'll have fish on board. Aha! The scales overlap each other. And they're sort of shiny. Hey, I've got an idea. We'll use shiny metallic paper. Cut out lots of fish scale shapes and stick them down so they can wriggle around. Put an eye on. Wow! They're gonna look so cool.
Fish are some of the most colourful creatures on Earth. They have cells on their skin and scales called chromatophores that produce coloured pigments. The shiny metallic look comes from other cells that have crystals in them. When these cells move, they reflect light in all different directions, just as Saif and Nisreen's paperfish do.
Now it's time for our flying fish to take to the air. Woohoo! They're jumping out of the water. Now they really do look like flying fish.
They're so beautiful.
Yep, that's one idea I thought would never get off the ground. Which is pretty much the predicament Carrie Ann's found herself in. Stuck at ground level.
Zach won't go on the seesaw with me. He says he's too heavy and that I'm too light. But even a lightweight lady can lift a big buffy boy. Just need to know how. I'm building my own seesaw. I need something to lift it up off the ground. Step ladder. The brick goes on top. Now the beam. There, that's looking like a seesaw. Now here's the clever bit. I make my end longer and Zach's end shorter. Hey, Zach! Hey, Zach! If I can lift you right up in the air, will you go on the seesaw with me? Okay. You're not that big, Zachy boy. Hop on the end there. Right, here goes. Easy. Wow, Zach, have you lost weight? You're as light as a feather.
Carrie Ann has built herself a handy lever. Levers work by taking a small force applied over a large distance and transferring it into a strong force pushing over a small distance. Levers are so effective, little Carrie Ann could lift heavy Zach with ease.
Okay, Zach, I won the challenge. On you get. Oh boy. What a seesaw loser.
It's a great day for getting the washing dry. There's plenty of sunshine and a nice breeze. Hey, this black t-shirt is hot. It feels like it's come out of the dryer. What about this white one? No, it feels cool. They've both been out in the sun. But the black one is much hotter. Hey, I've just had a red hot idea. Okay, Ashley, let's get creative. Make some room. First, I'll cut 2 strips of this silver card and colour in the back with a black marker. There. Now I have one silver side and one black. Fold each one at an angle like this. Good. 2 V's. Now cut a slit in the bottom edge of one V and the top of the other V. Use the cuts to fit the 2 pieces together. All the black sides face one way and all the silver sides face the other. Fix them together with a bit of tape. There! It's like a star-shaped tree decoration. Tie a length of cotton thread around the star and hang it from a flat sheet of card. Place it inside a glass jar, another piece of tape, and something to stop it blowing away. All you have to do now is leave it in the hot sun and wait. Wow, look, Ashley. I was right. My silver star is spinning. Fill the jar. It's really warm.
The black sides of Grace's star absorb heat energy from the sun and become warm. The silver sides reflect sunlight and stay a little cooler. As the air next to a black side warms up, it expands, pushing against the star. Because the air on the silver side is a little cooler, the resulting difference in air pressure makes the star turn.
Great invention. Time to think big, Grace. What about making a giant solar-powered rotating clothes dryer?
Wow, a giant rotating outdoor dryer. I bet all the clothes would get blown clean away.
Cool, I'm pretty blown away myself with Lara and Jordan's pan pipes.
Jordan and I have made a set of pan pipes. They look just like the ones on this CD cover. Here, Jordan, you're the pan pipe fan. Beautiful. A range of high and low notes. Now we just need to learn how to play a tune.
Blowing across the top of a panpipe creates a vibrating column of air inside. The longer the tube, the longer the column of air and the slower the vibration. Slower vibrations make lower notes. Faster vibrations make higher notes.
I've become a big fan of Jordan's panpipe CD. Hey, it's not the CD I'm listening to. It's the real thing.
What do you reckon, Dana? Pretty good?
Honestly, I think you need to go away and do some practice, Darren. In fact, we've both got to go because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time. Coming up, spruce up your pavement with a picturesque paint job.
Polish your pearly whites with your own toothpaste.
Build a sensational hot dog server.
And take a Super Ball for an upside-down spin.
How does Michael make that ball spin without it falling out of the cup?
Tricky. And I want to know how Fraser's going to make that great big tabletop go around.
Okay, that's the bread rolls, the frankfurts, mustard, sauce, lollies, potato crisps, and not forgetting the birthday cake. My friends are gonna love this make-your-own hot dog lunch. But how are they gonna reach the stuff? Not from here. Not here either. Nope. I know. I'll make a rotating tabletop like they have in restaurants. I'll find what I need in the garage. Now, this plastic bucket lid should be perfect. Okay, clear away the food. And in the middle of the table it goes. Now I'll need a bit of wood for the top. Perfect. And lay it carefully on top of my base. And it will spin around a tree. Oh no! It's too heavy to move. Uh-oh! My friends are here already. Thanks, guys. Wow! Cool, a monster marble bag. Great present. And I think they might solve my food serving problem.
nobody knows. Which cup is hiding the Super Bowl, Larissa? Red cup, blue cup, or the yellow cup? Aha! She'll never guess this. Think it's the red cup, eh? Oh, she's right. How did she know that? Better try another trick. She won't get this one. One glass jar. Over the ball it goes. Now, can you move the ball into the red cup without turning the jar over? Nope, that won't work. No tip in the jar. This one has got Larissa guessing. She can't figure this out at all. Do you give up? Allow me to demonstrate. I just spin the jar like this, and the ball stays inside. When I want it to drop, I stop.
As the ball rolls, it's pressed against the sides of the jar by outward acting centrifugal force. When Michael slows the spinning, the centrifugal force is reduced until gravity takes over.
See, Larissa? I'm a force to be reckoned with after all.
Aha! So spinning's the secret. I knew I could work it out. I'm not losing my marbles after all.
Maybe. But wait and see what Fraser's going to do with his marbles.
These marbles have given me a great idea. All I have to do is take one of these big ones, slip it under the base here, and yeah, it moves. Okay, Jade, give us a hand. Hold that up. Beck, grab the big marbles. Thank you. I'll make a ring of marbles in the middle and fit the ridges of the lid over the top of them. And it spins. Back on with the top. Give it a shove. It spins like crazy. Fantastic. But will it still spin with the weight of all that food on it?
Sweeping the driveway takes forever. Nearly finished. I wish I had a magic broom. Fly, magic broom, fly! Nothing special about this broom. But there is one trick it can perform. Time for my amazing broom balancing act. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I have here one ordinary, everyday yard broom. I place it over the beam like this, and it balances. Don't clap yet, ladies and gentlemen, because it's about to get better. Behold the balancing cherub. Doom. Okay, a round of applause, please. That's enough. Now watch closely. The chair goes on the broom, and the broom hangs over the back of the beam. There you have it. A brilliant balancing broom.
An object will balance when its weight is evenly distributed around a single point. This point is called its center of gravity. The broom's center of gravity lies closest to the sweeping end because of the extra weight of the brush. When Jordan adds the chair, the center of gravity of the two objects together moves to the other end of the handle. In this position, most of the broom's weight counterbalances the weight of the chair.
And for my next trick, I'll balance a glass of water on the chair. Nah, just kidding. I'd have to be mentally unbalanced to try that.
Oh man, chalk one up to Jordan.
Chalk? That reminds me. I think it's time we took a look at some real chalk artists at work.
Jordan and I are world-famous sidewalk artists. I'm just finishing off these fabulous flowers, while Jordan's putting the finishing touches to our brilliant rainbow. Uh-oh, another piece of chalk bites the dust. And I think we've run out of, darn, every colour. Unless we can come up with something chalky like this, there'll be no rainbow at the end of our pot of gold. Follow me, my fellow footpath artist. Get ready for Lyra's super sidewalk paint. And here's my special ingredient, corn flour. Let's start with about a cupful. And 1 cup into each bowl. Good. Now we mix in some cold water. That's enough. I'll start stirring while Jordan fills the other bowls. Now some more crazy stirring. Don't want any lumps and bumps. Now for the artistic part, the colour. Red food colouring. Beautiful. Ooh, look at it. Time for the green, Jordo. Mix it up well. Cool. Now for the blue and yellow. Excellent. We're a paint stirring machine. All right, now it's back to our masterpiece. Okay, on goes the red. Very tasteful. Hey, our pavement paint makes the chalk look dull.
Corn flour and water makes great paint because unlike most fluids, its particles lock together when they're put under pressure, such as when the fluid is stirred. It's called a thickening or dilatant fluid, and that consistency means it's thick enough to paint with. Better still, corn flour is soluble in water, so it'll wash off when the masterpiece is finished.
Wow, this must be the world's best pavement painting. Mum and Dad are gonna love having this on their patio. Yeah!
Hey, what have you kids put on our pavement?
Oops. Come on. Let's wash this off before we're hung out to dry.
Time for John and I to brush our teeth. Thanks. Hey, he finished the toothpaste. Lucky I know how to make my own. I just crush out 2 calcium tablets. You can buy these at any chemist. Now I add some baking soda. Work that into the calcium. Add a little glycerin. This thickens the paste into a nice glue. Mix that in. Now a spoon of peppermint oil. That's just to make it taste better. A bit more mixing together, and my toothpaste is ready. I'll just scoop up a good brush load and get busy cleaning these pearly whites.
Sally's homemade toothpaste cleans her teeth in 2 ways. Firstly, the calcium is a rough powder that scrubs her teeth clean. Secondly, the baking soda dissolves dirt and grease, leaving her teeth feeling washed and fresh.
My teeth are going to be clean and healthy. Oh, the better for biting with.
Hey, Sally's toothpaste is great. Keep brushing, Dana. Get that food out, round and round.
Round and round? Food? Sounds like Fraser's spinning hot dog server.
A revolving tabletop is spinning like a top. Now for the food. Everything on. Good. Let's spin. And yes! It works even better than the ones in the restaurant. Time for our feast to begin. Bun for the birthday boy? I'm starving after all that work. Tuck in, girls. Yep, this make-your-own hot dog lunch was a brilliant idea. All thanks to our revolving tabletop. Cool!
Fraser's clever serving idea works because the smooth, round surface of the marbles dramatically reduces friction between the lid and the table. The marbles act like ball bearings. They get their name from ball because of their shape and bearings because they're strong enough to bear the load above them. Many machines use smooth, round ball bearings to reduce friction so that hard metal machine parts can roll freely over each other, reducing wear and tear.
Phew, I'm just about hot dogged out. Now it's time for party games. And I've just had a brilliant idea. We can use these marbles one more time. Put the marbles on the concrete and we'll put Dad's monster plant tubs on top. Climb in and yes! This party's been an absolute spin-out.
How cool are those spinning tubs? I've got to go try that.
Wait up, Dana. We've both got to go because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, build a top-of-the-line teepee tent.
Make your own drink carton catamaran.
Squish up a super bouncing ball.
And count how many crackers you can cram into one mouth.
Crumbs! That's one competition I reckon I could win, hands down.
Boys, why do they like doing disgusting things? I think it's time to retreat to the girls' tent with Olivia and Carrie Ann.
Carrie Ann and Olivia look like they're into secret girls' business. Ha! Daniel and I are gonna sneak up on them. Rah! Let us in, you girls. Come on. It's only a pretty pop-up tent anyway. I think we should build a boys-only tent with real attitude. Come on. Okay, now what do we need to pull this off? These plastic pipes will be perfect for what I've got in mind. We'll have this rope too, and the usual tent designer's tools. And aha! This old plastic is just what we need. Let's go. All right, down to business. What I'm thinking of is a traditional teepee design. This is going to be so much better than the girls' puny tent. In no time, we'll turn this pile of plastic pipes into a teepee that'll be the envy of the neighborhood.
When I get home from school, I'm always starving. Choc chip cookies, yum! Hey! Fraser is such a meanie. My mouth is watering just watching Fraser eat. Time to get him back for teasing my taste buds. Greedy guts won't be able to resist my clever trick. I've got a cup of water and this jar of crackers. There's 5 for you, Fraser. Here's your challenge. If you can eat them all in less than 5 minutes, you can have all my cookies tomorrow afternoon. One catch. You can't have any water. Are you ready to crumble? Go. The first cracker is going down okay. Number 2, and he's slowing down. Onto the third, and Fraser is drying up. Cracker number 4, and Fraser is struggling. It's as dry as a desert in his mouth right now.
When stimulated by eating, or even just thinking about it, saliva glands release moisture needed to soften food and make it easy to swallow. That's why we sometimes need a drink to help wash down our meal.
Ha! He's failed the cracker challenge. Want a drink? Whoops. That'll teach you to be a greedy guts.
Good one, Kimberly. Just proves that girls are smarter than boys.
Ha! You're about to eat your words, Dana. Just you wait till you see Zach and Daniel's terrific little teepee tent.
Let's get going on our top-of-the-line teepee. By the time it's finished, the girls will be begging us to let them inside. So, our traditional design calls for a cone shape. So I'll tie the ropes around my marker pen. Hang on to that end, Daniel. This will help me draw a perfect curve. Round I go. There. Now I'll cut along my line. Next, Daniel will draw a rectangle in the top corner. And I'll cut that out too. Okay, now for the pipes. Weave the rope in and out of the 3 of them. And tie a knot. Now we'll stand it up like a tripod. I bet the girls are wondering what's going on. They'll soon find out. Now, we'll add all the other poles. Great, that's 8. Now, I'll run the rope around the top a few times. And our plastic is ready to go on. Around it goes. And I'll hold it in place with a peg. Excellent! Puts the girls' tent to shame. Let's get inside. It's starting to cloud over. Welcome to sculpture class, Jordan style. What else do we have around here to make a sculpture with? Aha! What about these metal nuts? And what better to go with metal than magnets? Strong magnets. They won't go together when you turn one around. Yeah! Here's an old tin can with a lid too. Let's get sculpting. Tin on timber, magnets on tin. This one has its north pole towards me, and this one has its south pole towards me. The metal lid goes on top of the magnets. Now here's the really creative bit. I pick up a few metal nuts and start building a shape here on the top of the lid. The magnets underneath make the nuts stick together. Wild, huh? There, an arch. But why stop there? How about a tail? Looking good.
When a metal comes into contact with a magnet, it becomes a magnet too. Each nut has had its atoms realigned to face in the direction of the magnetic field surrounding the 2 magnets underneath. The further Jordan builds away from the base magnets, the weaker each new magnet will be.
Okay, now to put my sculpture on display in the house. Oh no! It's not supposed to be an abstract artwork. Oh well, Dad can clean it up.
Sailing a bit too close to the wind there, I think, Jordan.
Oh, I love sailing, wind in my hair, waves slapping against the boat. Makes me wish I was a boat builder like Nizreen.
I think boats are so beautiful. I love the way they bob up and down all day. Saif and I have made our own little boats out of drink cartons. Oh no! It tips over as soon as it hits the water. Back to the drawing board, I think. Come on, Saif. This time we'll join our mini boat to a big one. We get some sticks and lay them across our big boat and our mini boat and tape them across from one side to the other. We'll put another stick at the back of our boats and tape them up. That's one super looking two-hull boat. Now we'll do one for Saif, because I'm going to challenge him to a race. I think mine's a winner. Okay, let the big boat race begin. Ha! Saif thinks I'm going to lose. Yes, they're off and racing, and they're not tipping over. It's a boat-building triumph.
Nizreen's one-hulled boat tipped over easily because its centre of gravity was very close to the sides of the boat. But when Nizreen added an extra hull, the craft's centre of gravity moved further from its outside edges. That means you'd need a much bigger wave to tip the two-hull boat over.
Oh no! Saif's boat is getting ahead. Oh, I lost. But at least our boats didn't tip over, which is more than you can say for Saif.
There goes Nicole in a super bouncing ball. Wow, look at it go! But she won't give me a turn. Hey! I'm gonna make one and trick her into swapping. Here's all my stuff. First, a plastic garbage bag to protect the table. That'll keep Mum happy. Now into a jug goes a glass of water. followed by 2 spoonfuls of the laundry powder borax. And stir it in. A good squirt of glue into this bowl here. A dash of food colouring, Nicole's favourite colour, red. And stir well. Great! Now in goes the dissolved borax. Yes, it's getting thicker. Touch more liquid. And my gloop is taking shape nicely. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, yes. Now onto the plastic so it can dry out for a few minutes. That's long enough. Now squish it. Roll it. Punch it. Squish some more. Good, it's nearly in a ball shape. Now for the drop test. Cool! It bounces! Enough to fool Nicole at least.
Damon's ball gets its bounce from the glue. But it's the borax that holds the glue together in the ball shape. The glue is called a polymer and the borax a cross-linker. Put them together and you've got a ball with real bounce.
Have a try with my bouncing ball, Nicole. Yeah, I've got her ball. Pretty good, eh? I think Nicole prefers my homemade super bouncer. Actually, I think I prefer it too. Thanks, Nicole. This little beauty is mine.
Nice work, Damon. Perfect design and works like a charm.
Rather like Zach and Daniel's teepee, wouldn't you say, Dana?
We're almost there. We said we'd build a tent with attitude, unlike the girls and their pathetic pop-up number. Who needs them? In fact, we'll make a door to keep them out. Sticks through here and here, in the traditional manner. There, a teepee to keep out unwanted visitors. Great, let's get inside before the rain comes. Yep, great design. Better still, not a girl in sight.
Good work, guys. You've certainly come up with an excellent teepee design. Used by the Native Americans as a house, the cone shape of the teepee enables the inhabitants to light a fire and not get smoked out. The smoke goes out the top. Teepees are also designed so that if any rain does get in, the water runs down the side poles, keeping everyone inside nice and dry.
Bet those girls wish their tent was as good as ours. Hey, what's going on? Oh, the rain's come. It's Carrie Ann and Olivia. But the joke's on them, because our brilliant design is rainproof. Yep, looks like it's girl-proof too.
Girl-proofed. Excellent. I'm off to join the boys.
And I'd rather head for the girls' tent. Far more civilised. See you next time. Coming up, make your party a smashing success with a perfect piñata.
Go fly your own crazy kite.
Learn why burping is perfectly natural.
And, all quiet on set, it's quirky quicksand time.
Help, help! I'm sinking! Save me, Taryn!
Here, grab these balloons. They'll give you a lift, because Emily's birthday's coming up and we're ready to party.
It's my birthday tomorrow and I'm planning a party. Better prepare a party game. We have lots of newspaper. What about making a paper mache piñata? We need to tear up lots of newspaper strips. There, that should do it. This is a simple paper paste. It's just made from flour and water. Dip the strips in and stick them to the balloon. Keep going until the whole balloon is evenly covered. There. It's a sticky mess now, but it's going to be beautiful. Let's leave that layer to dry. Time for more paper. 2 thick layers will make our piñata nice and strong. We don't want it to be too easy to smash, do we?
What? Burping is perfectly natural. It's because of the bacteria in my tummy. I'll prove it to you. I've got 2 funnels, one big and one small. They go together like this. Hold them, Em. Now some tape to keep them together. It makes a kind of giant stethoscope. If I lie down and put the big funnel on my tummy, you have a listen to what's going on inside, Emily.
The gurgling Emily can hear is a result of food being moved and digested by billions of bacteria in Fraser's stomach and intestines. As these bacteria work, they produce gas, which builds up inside us.
Emily! Pardon you for being so rude. It was not you, it was your food.
How gross! I think those guys need to brush up on their party manners, especially if they expect an invitation to Emily's birthday celebration.
Our double-coated paper mache is dry. Here's the bit I like, popping the balloon. Once that's done, we can fill the empty shell with treats. Keep them coming, Daniel. It needs to be packed with party food. Once our piñatas are full, we seal up the top with a little more paper and glue. There. Time to make them look beautiful. The brighter the better, if you ask me. Daniel's going for green. My one is pretty in pink. They look like dinosaur eggs. Poke a wooden skewer through the top and attach a long string so you can hang it up. Finished! Our piñatas are ready to party. Let's test one out. I'll hang it here on the roof. Okay, Daniel, give it a few test whacks. Not too hard. Whoops! It's fallen into Rover's water bowl. My party game will be ruined. Unless we can make the other piñata waterproof.
Badminton's top fun. Until you lose the shuttlecock. Go fetch John. Phew, time to make something that doesn't get away so easily. How about a kite? We start with a piece of A4 paper, fold it in half, then make a fold on each side at an angle like this. That's it. Now the other side. There. This is going to be the top of my kite. I will tape the 2 sides together. Now I'm taping a wooden stick along the front edge. Make sure it's well stuck on. You end up with a kite shape like this. Okay, make a hole in the front, ready for a string to be tied on. A length of lightweight string works best. Now a tail to help my kite fly straight. This is a piece of plastic ribbon. Tape it on at the back of the bottom flap. There, one homemade kite, ready to take to the air. Look at them go! We're master kite makers. Woohoo!
Kites get their lift because when they're held at an angle to the wind, air flows more slowly under the kite than over the top of it. This creates an air pressure difference that pushes the kite up and keeps it flying.
When there's no wind, the only way to keep the air moving is to run like the wind.
You'll have to run faster than that, Dana. Come on, quicker! Quicker! It's almost as if she's stuck in Jordan's quicksand. Action!
Quiet on the set! Jade and I are making our own movie. It's time to film the final scene. This group of wild horses chase the bad guy over Dead Man's Drop. And he lands in a pool of quicksand. I wonder if our props department, that's me, could make some quicksand. Let's give it a go. Okay, one plastic bucket with a hole in the base. That goes here under Dead Man's Drop. I'll put this cloth over the hole and a bag of stones on top. This will stop the sand from falling out the bottom. We made another hole in the side of the bucket near the top. I'm filling it with sand up to the top hole. There. Our deadly quicksand bucket is nearly ready. I just need to stick the hose through the hole in the base and run some water into the bucket. That's it. Our quicksand is starting to look deadly. The water is rising up through the sand and running out the hole in the side. Okay, Mr. Bad Guy, are you ready for your big moment? Places, everyone! Ready, Jade?
I gotta get out of here. Oh no, quicksand! Jump for your life, bad horse! Ah! I'm sinking! Help me! My agent didn't say anything about this.
Quicksand is really just ordinary sand that has become so saturated with water that the friction between the sand particles is reduced. The result is a mushy bog of sand and water that may look solid, though it can no longer support any weight. Quicksand is rarely as deadly as movie producers like to make us think. It's usually not very deep, and it's actually possible to float in quicksand because the sand and water mix is denser than our bodies.
Our bad guy sure sank in this quicksand pool. But you can't always believe what you see at the movies, can you?
Man, I'm sick of sweeping the pathways. Oh, I'm worn out. And all Daniel can do is waste his energy bouncing that silly ball. Hey, that's my broom, buddy. I wonder if it's any easier if I sweep from down here. Not really. What about up here again? Interesting. With the handle long, I push downward with the same force, but it goes further in the horizontal direction than when I hold it down at the end. Right, I think I can get rid of this draggy old sweeping job. I'll challenge Daniel to a match of strength. If he can put all his force against the end of the broomstick and push me over, then I lose. If not, he gets to sweep the rest of the paths. May the force be with me. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Push! Daniel's pushing towards me, but all that force is going upwards. I'll give him another go. Nope. All Daniel's strength is going nowhere. Guess who's just made a clean sweep in that competition?
Lara has made an important discovery about force. It has two parts, how much of it there is, and the direction in which it works. Here, the amount and directions of the two forces cancel each other out, so the result is 0. The broom goes nowhere. But when Lara directs her force upward, some of Daniel's force also goes in the vertical direction, so he has no hope of pushing her over.
This is the life. Daniel gets to do all the sweeping, and I get to prove that I'm no pushover.
Come on, Dana, it's competition time.
No, I know Lara's little tricks. In any case, I think broomsticks are better for party tricks, like whacking piñatas.
I've had a brilliant brainwave of an idea. We're going to make a waterproof coating for my piñata. A few spoons of warm water in a jar. Now we dissolve some gelatin in the water. Next we pour in 2 spoons of white vinegar.
Stir that all together. Now 2 spoons of gooey glycerin. You can buy this at a chemist. The last thing to go in our potion is yellow food colouring. That's really just to make it look cool. It's made a lovely sticky syrup. Time to get it onto the piñata. It really is sticky. Our waterproof coating is drying already.
The secret to Emily's waterproofing mixture is the glycerin. Glycerin is an oil-based liquid which does not dissolve in water. When it's combined with the other ingredients, it prevents them from being dissolved by water too. The vinegar is an acid, which makes the gelatin molecules bond together in a super strong glue. It also makes the whole mixture nice and runny so that it can be spread evenly over the piñata. Because the vinegar evaporates quickly, the paint dries fast into a super tough, waterproof glue.
Bad luck, Daniel. My super strong glue is too strong for you. Uh-oh. Patrick's winding up for a big one. Yeah! My piñata party is a smashing success.
Wow, I can't wait to hit our piñata. Hold it up, Taryn.
No way, you're too dangerous. I'm out of here. In fact, we both are, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, make a trusty torch to take on a camping trip.
Set up your own space-age satellite.
Make your friends go mad with a magic mirror.
And reel them in with a rope circling trick or two.
Whoa, Taryn, stand still or I'll never rope you in with my trusty lasso.
Oh boy, the way Dana's sawing that rope, I'll be here for ages. Let's see what Kimberly and the gang are up to while we wait.
The key to a fun camping trip is the preparation. 3 cosy sleeping bags, 3 delicious sandwiches, plenty of water to drink, and most important of all, a good strong torch. Hey, there's a problem with this torch. It's not coming on. Maybe it needs new batteries. I hope this will fix it. Just can't camp out without a torch. 2 new batteries, screw it back together. Still no light. I hate to say it, but this torch is broken. We may have to cancel our camp out. Unless we use our brains and build a better torch. Let's do it. This is my blow-up model of the Earth. It looks just like the real thing. Except for the clouds, of course, and one other man-made thing. But I know how we can fix that. Don't leave the galaxy, Grace. I'll be right back. Let's build a satellite and launch it into orbit around the Earth. I'll start with a flat piece of card and make it into a cylinder shape. Grace is making foil-coated space fins. I've blocked up the cylinder. Time to coat it with foil too. This gives our satellite a real space-age look. Attach the fins to some little brackets. Add a powerful space jet to help the satellite maneuver into position. And we are ready for blast-off. Cool, huh?
Satellites floating in space allow us to communicate quickly with people all over the world. When you watch the TV news, pictures from other countries have been beamed to your local TV station via satellite. Radio signals, phone calls, and electronic data can all be sent the same way.
Our silver satellite is in position above Earth. We can even beam our own signal up to it.
Hold that satellite still, Diana. I'm trying to send a message. It says, let's see how Kimberly's gonna make her torch work. There.
Without a working torch, our camping trip would be chaos. So the girls and I are making our own. First, we need a power supply. We have plenty of new batteries. Join these two together. Make sure you have the lumpy positive end against the flat negative end. Let's put 4 together for a super powerful torch. Stick one wire on top of the battery stack, wrap the exposed wire around the terminal, and tape it in place. Now tape a long wire to the bottom and a bit more tape to hold it in place. There. Next, the lamp. This bulb holder has 2 terminals on it. Attach one wire to one side, sit the bulb holder on top, then attach another wire to the other terminal. Can you guess what the cardboard tube is for? No, it's not a telescope. It's going to be the body of the torch. Carefully slide the batteries into the tube, bottom first. Keep it coming. Okay, stop. I'll just tape the bottom wire around the end of the tube and push 2 pins into the side of the tube. Attach the wire running from the light bulb to one pin and the wire running from the battery stack to the other. Now when I connect the 2 pins with this paper clip, we have light! Brilliant! The paper clip makes a little switch. One last thing. Cover it with black card to protect the wires. There, we're ready to see how powerful our torch is. Yum! Noodles are our favorite. My buddy David says they make him super strong. Time to see how super our hero really is. I'll just roll up some paper towel and make it into a thick rope. Hey, David, are you strong enough to break the paper in two? Come on, tough guy, show us what you've got. Ha! He hasn't been eating enough noodles. Come on, David, it's only a piece of paper. Here, let me help you. I will just dip the paper into this glass of water. Let it soak right through. Now I'll try it, muscle man. No problem. It's easy to break in half when the paper's wet.
Most paper we use today is made from wood chips that are broken down into very thin cellulose fibres. These fibres are then rearranged and dried out to make paper. When the paper towel is twisted, it becomes strong because the cellulose fibres are tightly packed together as they are in a piece of wood. But when the paper gets wet, capillary action draws water into the spaces between the individual fibres. This weakens their grip on each other, and so it weakens the paper.
Wow, this paper towel sure is tough stuff. Time for our secret weapon, a glass of water. Aha! We're not so weak after all.
Wow, fancy using paper to make a rope.
Yep, and get set, because I'm about to join Jordan in the rope circling business.
Lara and I are working on our rope tricks. Here goes. Come on! This lasso business is harder than it looks. There's got to be an easier rope trick we can master. Yeah, let's go! Prepare to be amazed, Lara. This is an ordinary loop of string. I'll float it on the water's surface. Now take this toothpick. Your challenge is to make the string into a circle shape without touching it. No, she's never gonna do it like that. Interesting technique. It's just not happening for you, is it, Lara? You better let me show you how it's done. I just take a tiny drop of this washing up liquid and drip it into the middle of the string loop. Pretty cool, eh? the string circle changes shape. Now that's a foolproof rope trick. String trick anyway.
Water molecules like to stick together, giving a bowl of water like this one a skin across its surface. This surface tension is broken when detergent is added. The drop of detergent only breaks the surface tension inside the string loop. The water molecules outside are still pulling on each other, so they retract, taking the string with them.
I think I got the hang of this rope trick thing now. Hey!
Kimberly spends so much time in front of the mirror because it tells her she's the fairest of them all. Well, she can't believe everything a mirror tells her. Wait till Kimberly meets my mad mirror. She won't believe her eyes. First, I'll glue 2 identical mirrors together. Back to back, plenty of strong glue on one side, and press them together. Now we have a 2-faced mirror. Dad cut me 2 wooden handles from an old broomstick. Lots of glue on the end of a handle, and stick it right in the middle. Once that's dried out a bit, we can do the same thing on the other side. There. Glue the handle in exactly the same place on both sides. My glue is dry, and my magic mirror is ready to cast its spell. Time to go find Kimberly. She's still in front of that mirror. Hey, Kimberly, try my latest invention. Hold it by the handles and turn it with one hand while you look in the other side. Freaky, huh? Why isn't your right hand doing any turning? See, Kimberly? Mirrors just love to deceive you.
Part of Kimberly's brain thinks that the hand in the mirror is her right hand. However, it's really a reflection of her inactive left hand. While Kimberly is turning the handle, nerves in her right hand tell her brain that the hand is moving. Her brain expects to see the hand moving. When it doesn't, it becomes confused, giving Kimberly a very strange feeling indeed.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the cleverest of them all?
Just goes to show, Dana, you can't believe everything you see.
That's for sure, but it certainly helps if you can shed a little light on it. Torchlight, for instance.
It's time to see how much light our homemade torch makes. Not bad, but it's not really making a spot that we can point. We need to focus the light into a beam. Let's go, campers. This torch has something ours doesn't. There's a silver reflector behind the globe. Better make one for our light and see if it helps. I'll cut a cone shape from this water bottle and line it with kitchen foil. There, a silver reflector. Nice job, team. Stick it in place with plenty of sticky tape. I think we may have a better light beam this time. Hit the lights, Olivia. Hey, that makes a big difference. Our little bulb is making a very bright beam now.
Pressing the paperclip down until it joins the pins allows electrons to travel through the entire circuit as electricity. The wire inside the light bulb is made of tungsten, a metal that becomes so hot that it glows when electricity is passed through it. The inside of the light bulb is a vacuum. That means there's no air in there. Because combustion needs oxygen, the vacuum stops the tungsten from combusting or burning away.
Our torch is making camping out good fun. Good night, Mr. Gnome. See you in the morning. Hey, Olivia's eating the midnight feast. Lucky we had a torch to catch her in the act.
Uh-oh, that's the end of that little midnight caper, I think, Taryn.
Yep, and it's the end for us too, Dana, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, get the party started with a backbending broomstick trick.
Power up with an incredible saltwater battery.
Make a magnet-powered ball-bearing blaster.
And put the sun to work making dried fruity treats.
Dried fruit! Yum, yum, yum. Once I get started, I just can't stop.
In that case, we'd better get the show started too. Over to Zach and Nicole.
My dad's taking Nicole and me camping next weekend. And we've been put in charge of the catering. Baked beans for dinner, and then my famous apple pie for dessert. Oh no! You're not going to believe this, Nicole. We forgot to buy dried apples for my campfire cooked apple pie. We've got lots of fresh apples though. And look outside. The sun is blazing hot. Here, catch. I've just had a fruity idea. Perfect. This cardboard box will make a brilliant solar-powered apple dryer. First, I cut 4 long strips out of one side of the box. There. This is where dry air will be able to get in. Now, I'm making 2 more holes in the sides. This is where moisture from the apples can escape. Oh, all this cutting is hurting my hand. You take over the scissor work, Nicole. 1 big hole cut in this side, please. I found a sheet of perspex in the garage. It'll be our drying window. It lets the sun's rays inside and stops the heat escaping. Looks cool, but we're not ready to stick it down just yet.
I'm off to football camp tomorrow morning. The bus is really early. I better set my alarm so I wake up in time. Here it is. Uh-oh, it's not working. Looks like the battery's gone flat. I'll never wake up in time without my alarm. Time to make an emergency battery. Okay, watch closely. You never know when you may need this. Strip the plastic cover off 4 bits of wire. Just a few centimeters at each end. On 3 of the wires, wrap the exposed bit at one end in foil, like this. Make sure the copper wire is all covered up. Now, I have 3 tall glasses here. I tape a foil end into the first glass, then the copper wire end into the next glass, another foil end into the second glass, and the wire end goes into the third glass. The last foil end goes here into the third glass. Leave this copper end hanging out for a minute. I need to stick 1 more wire into the first glass. No foil on this one. There. Each glass should now have 1 foil and 1 strip of wire inside it. I'm left with these 2 exposed copper ends. No electricity running yet. I'll tape 1 wire to each of the terminals in my alarm clock. Okay, that's looking good. Now I fill each glass with really salty water. Make sure the bottom of each wire end is covered, but don't cover the whole thing. That's it, done. My alarm clock should be working. Yeah, what a genius.
All batteries contain chemicals that react to produce electricity. In Jordan's homemade battery, the chemical reaction occurs when the salt water reacts with the copper in the wire and the aluminium in the foil. An electric current is created, which flows through the circuit and into the alarm clock, powering it up.
I can sleep easy tonight. There's no way I'll miss that bus to camp now.
Way to go, Jordan. Nothing like a bit of ingenuity.
Speaking of which, Zach and Nicole's ingenious solar fruit dryer is starting to come along very nicely indeed.
Okay, here's where we get high-tech. Polystyrene pieces for insulation. They'll keep in the heat our black box absorbs from the sun. How clever am I? Perfect insulation. And because it's white, the polystyrene reflects the sunlight towards the fruit. Speaking of which, what will we sit our fruit on? Oh, good one, Nicole. One of Mum's cake racks. Perfect.
can let the dry air pass the fruit. Now, what have I forgotten? Of course! A fly screen. We don't want insects on our drying fruit. We'll use it to cover up the air holes. A bit of sticky tape will hold it in place. And a bit more to attach the Perspex window on top. We even made a hinge so you can lift it up. Our Super Deluxe Solar Dryer is ready for its moment in the sun.
Whoa! I never realized Larissa was so good at this game. Time for emergency tactics. I'll just smash her ball out of the way. Haha, nice shot. Tough luck, Larissa. These balls are a blast. But they don't have the awesome power of my ball-bearing accelerator. Check this out. One metal ruler. I'll lay that down there. I also have a few strong magnets here. One goes there, a few centimeters from my end. A bit of tape to keep it in place. Now I'll stick on 1, 2, 3 more magnets at about 5 centimeters apart. There, 4 magnets. Now for some heavy metal, big ball bearings. 2 in there, 2 in there, 2 more in there, and 2 more on the end. Now watch what happens when I roll a ball into this end of the line. Just a little flick and wham! The power from my push gets turned into an awesome blast-off. Let's go to the replay. The ball starts out slow, and then whooshka!
Magnetic pull makes the first ball accelerate and hit the magnet with more energy than it would have if it were hitting another ball. The movement energy, known as kinetic energy, is transferred through the magnet and the next ball into the following loose ball. Once moving, it accelerates even faster towards the next magnet, and so each moving ball travels faster than the one before it.
Awesome! Oh no! I wouldn't like to see that ball moving at super speed.
Goodness, I can't believe how quickly those little ball bearings move.
Yep, but when it comes to quick thinking, I reckon the prize has to go to Jasmine and her little trick with a floating cork.
Yum! This grape juice is my favourite. What's the matter, Sam? I thought you wouldn't mind if I finished the juice. Okay. Whoever can float one of these corks, right in the middle of the drink, can have the rest. You go first. It's starting out in the middle, but it finished up floating to the side. Bad luck, Sam. You had your turn. Now watch a real expert. I just top up the glass with a bit more juice. It's almost overflowing. Now my cork. That should do it. Yep, it's staying right in the centre.
Because the molecules in liquids like to hold on to each other, they form an invisible skin on the surface known as surface tension. When the glass is full to the brim, surface tension allows the drink to form a bulge higher than the top of the glass. The cork will always float to the highest point, which on the bulge is right in the middle.
That drink is all mine. And I won it fair and square.
Poor China. Her party is a bit of a flop. No one seems to be having a good time. Well, it's her party. I suppose she can cry if she wants to. Or I could show them my favourite party trick. This will get everyone laughing. Watch this. My hands will never leave the broomstick. Step over, up the back, and over the head. Now my arms are all inside out. Time to get untangled. Swing it back, over the head, step through, and my arms are back to normal. Go get a broom and give it a whirl.
Even though our skeleton is made up of hard bones, we're quite bendy thanks to our joints. The most bendy joints are the ball and socket joints in our shoulders and hips. A ball of bone fits neatly into a cup shape and is held in place by muscles and tough connectors called ligaments. This type of joint allows a very wide range of movement in all directions.
I knew my party trick would get this joint jumping. All we needed was a little icebreaker. Or in this case, arm breaker.
Awesome! Let's give that party trick a go, Dana.
No, I can't bear to let go of this. And I can't wait to see how Zach and Nicole are going to make even more dried fruit.
Okay, our solar fruit dryer is ready for some drying action. We certainly have plenty of sun today. Using a couple of bricks, we angle it towards the sun. In goes the cake rack and close it up. Mum cut us some thin slices of peeled apple. We just spread them out on the rack like this. Close the window. There, sun baking time, little apples. These are going to make delicious apple pie. It's been 2 hours. Time to check on the apple. Hey, they've gone brown and floppy. Each piece is much smaller too. Let's leave them here to catch some more rays.
Because of the solar dryer's heat-trapping design, the apple heats up. It then loses water from its cells as warm, moist air rises out through the upper vents. Dry air from outside is continually drawn in through the bottom vents and over the fruit. Drying is an age-old way to preserve food. It works because microbes that spoil food need moisture to survive.
Okay, we're ready to head off camping today. Time to pack up our dried apple. Hey, it looks really dried. Now for the taste test. Delicious. In fact, it's so good, don't think we'll be able to save any for my apple pie.
Oh dear, all that fabulous dried fruit will be finished before they know it.
Just like us, Dana, because we've come to the end of another show. See you next time.
Coming up, mix up a batch of fake barf that's a guaranteed gross out.
Find out if your friends are heavier than water.
Build a junkyard crane to clean up your bedroom.
And discover why no one can hear you scream in space.
Does that mean that when you scream in space, it sounds like this?
Yeah, sure does, Dana. And find out why in just a moment. But first, let's see what Zach's up to.
I'm supposed to be tidying up my bedroom. Mum's orders. It's my mess. Why can't I just live in it? I love my toy cars. Where's that magnet I saw earlier? It's around here somewhere. There it is. See? Who needs to tidy up? I know where everything is. This is a junkyard crane lifting up a car wreck. Brrr. Ready to throw it on the scrap heap. Why don't I make a real junkyard crane with a working electromagnet? It'll help me clean up the cars in my bedroom junkyard.
Hey Lara, I've got a balanced brain teaser for you. You see these two glasses? They've got exactly the same amount of water in them. So they both weigh the same. And just to prove it, I'll balance them on a ruler. There, a set of water scales. Now, if I drop a coin into one side, we know coins sink, but does it make the glass heavier too? Yep, the weight of the coin is added to the water. I've taken the coin out. Let's see what happens if I just touch the water. It's making this end heavier, but I'm not even touching the glass. When I take my finger out, the scales balance again. Why does poking a finger into the water make it heavier?
Good question, Ashley. When you put your finger in the glass, it takes the place of some of the water, which causes the water level to rise. This is known as displacement. The glass becomes heavier not by the weight of Ashley's finger, but by the weight of the water it displaces. Whether the object doing the displacing is heavy or light makes no difference. The glass only becomes heavier by the weight of the water that is displaced.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. But now I have another question. How much water do we displace? Only one way to find out.
Ooh, I hope that water wasn't too cold. That's not what friends are for.
No, it's not, Taryn. Friends are for helping you with your latest invention.
Mr. Crane Driver here, and my buddy Fraser are helping me build a junkyard crane. Now this folded red card is going to be the crane arm. I'll just poke a hole through here with a pencil, feed a cotton reel on, and poke that out the other side. And now I do the same thing at the other end. 2 cotton reels. I attached a string to the first one. It runs over the second reel like this. Now attach the crane arm to the top of the cabin with a pin. And we have a moving junkyard crane. Cool! Time to build an electromagnet to power up this bad boy. This is a large steel nail. I'm going to wrap it up in a tight coil of electric wire. Starting at one end, I wrap it all the way along. Nice work with the star stripes, Phrase. The more wire on the nail, the better. Finished. I left long wires hang off each end. And the nail is neatly wrapped in its wire coil. Good job, Fraser. The crane is looking very flashy. Speaking of flashy, it's nearly time to power up my magnet. I'll attach alligator clips to my wires. Red on one end, green on the other. Now I feed the electromagnet through here. And the nail needs to hang from the crane arm. So I attach it to the string that can be lifted by my cotton reel. This is how I'm going to lift things up using my electromagnet.
Where I live, the weather is always hot. But there's a really nice breeze up here in the balcony today. You can feel the wind on your face. And you can see the wind blowing things around. I know how to hear when the wind is blowing too. We just need a few metal objects from the kitchen and we can make a wind chime. Tie a length of fishing line to each object. Leave yourself enough line to tie them to a wooden rod. Hang each one at around the same height. So when we put the wind chime in the breeze, the metal things all bump together. Now I'll be able to tell when there's a cool breeze blowing outside just by listening out the window.
The oxygen and nitrogen molecules that air is made from push on Sally's wind chime as they pass over it. We hear the sound it makes thanks to those molecules. Sound travels as energy waves, and they need something to travel through, like nitrogen and oxygen molecules. In space, where there's no air molecules to convey energy waves, there's no sound.
No sound? Boy! I'm sure glad I live here on Earth. There's air to breathe and sound to enjoy.
There are lots of sounds to enjoy here on Earth. Birds singing, waves crashing, music playing.
What about the sound of Jade vomiting? That's all Damon can hear right now.
Poor Jade has an awful tummy bug. There she goes again. She has the pukes, all right. Yuck. Just the sound is enough to make me want to barf. It's my job as a friend to cheer Jade up. And I know just the thing to do it. I'm gonna need this fruit bowl and a bit of gelatin dissolved in warm water. Hold Hold on, Jade. A good belly laugh is what she needs. In goes 1 can of pea and ham soup. Yuck! The soup looks like vomit already. A bit of gelatin will thicken it up nicely. Uh-oh! The sicky splashing sound has set Jade off again. Whoa! Yuck! Now for the finishing touches. A pinch of oatmeal for a bit of texture. And some chopped carrot. Why is there always carrot in puke? Look at that! It's so realistic I can almost taste it. Here comes Jungle Belly Jade. I'll get my sick joke ready. Spread out a nice plateful. Oh, wait till she sees this. She's gonna think this is so funny. But first I need to let it set in the fridge for half an hour.
Vomit is simply the contents of your stomach and intestines, which the body sometimes forces out through the mouth when there is something wrong. There's often carrot in vomit because carrot takes a long time to digest and can remain in the stomach for a few days. Along with half-digested food, there's also slimy mucus, stomach acid, and a stinky alkaline chemical called bile. Bile is made by your liver and sent to the intestines to help with the digestion of fats.
Hey, Jade! You're not the only one around here who's been sick. What? She seems grossed out. Hey, this is delicious.
I've been out picking flowers in the park. Look at this beautiful bunch of lavender I collected. They smell so nice. I wish flowers lasted forever. Then I could always have them around my bedroom to enjoy. Hey, wait a minute. I've seen dried flowers that do last forever. I have an idea. This is borax laundry powder. Mum uses it to get our clothes really clean. I know it absorbs any moisture that comes near it. So I put plenty in the bottom of this box, pop the lavender on top, then cover it up with more borax. Make sure each stem is well coated. Now I'll tape the box closed so no moist air gets in from outside. That's done. All I have to do now is wait. About a week should do it. Okay, 7 days later, and it's time to check on my lavender. Hey, well, it's certainly dry. Shake the borax crystals off, and I have one bunch of beautifully dried flowers. And they still smell gorgeous.
Borax crystals form naturally when mineral-rich water evaporates from lakes. It's so absorbent that it will soak moisture out of the air or anything around it. A thick coating is enough to draw the water out of the cells of Grace's flowers. Without water in the cells, the fungus and bacteria that cause plant material to decompose cannot survive.
I'll put these in a vase. Beautiful dried lavender. Now I just need to remember not to water it.
I wish someone would give me a bunch of flowers. Oh, Taryn, you're so sweet.
I may be a flower lover, but I also like big, loud machines like Zach's electromagnetic crane.
It's time to power up my giant of the junkyard. Hope it works. The alligator clips go onto the battery terminals. Now, let's see if my magnet can pick up a paper clip. The nail is coming down. And yes! My machine has picked up its first bit of junk. When I wind in the string, it lifts the junk right up. Nice job, junkyard dog.
When an electric current passes through a wire, it creates a magnetic field around it. If the wire is wound into a tight coil, the magnetic field is concentrated at the coil's center. The magnetic field inside the coil causes the tiny magnetic fields that occur naturally in the metal of the nail to be aligned in one direction. When this happens, the nail becomes a powerful magnet.
Now to move those old cars of mine. Let's start with that blue one. Down comes the magnet. And check that out!
My electromagnet crane can even lift a car. This old car is going to the scrap heap. Let her drop, Mr. Crane Driver.
Zach's having so much fun with that crane, I don't think he'll ever get his tidying up finished.
Our fun's finished for today, though, because we've reached the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, build a giant crane with the strength to pinch a picnic.
Get comfortable anywhere with an outdoor airbed.
Send your toys flying with the power of leverage.
And how to make sure you win at tug of war.
Okay, Dana, now take the strain and pull. Hey, you're stronger than I thought.
Well, us girls can do anything boys can do, and we usually have a trick up our sleeves. Just ask Lara and Emily.
Emily and I have taken over the balcony. The boys have lost their base, so down with their pirate flag and up with our own. Haha, bad luck, boys. Now the balcony belongs to us girls. Hey, they've got a picnic. It must be a feast. They can hardly carry it. Yummy drinks, cream buns. They're plain dirty. Look at them pigging out on that feast. We're missing out and we're both really hungry. There's got to be a way of getting our hands on their feast without surrendering our new base. But that basket looks too heavy for us to carry. Hey, this flagpole has given me a great idea. We're going to build a basket lifting crane and help ourselves to that feast.
Hey, Kimberly! Try out my new paper folding trick. Fold a square of paper in half, corner to corner, and crease. Unfold the paper, then fold the corners in like this. Kim's getting the hang of it. Fold the base over to make a triangle. Fold the bottom two corners into the middle. Then fold the base over like this. Now fold the two bottom corners in one last time. And fold the whole thing down the middle. Excellent. Now stick a pretty paper seal to the triangle. Beautiful. Okay, now to start training. Watch my seal move for the fish. Okay, boy. Up, up. Good boy.
The way Carrie-Anne folded the paper leaves most of its mass in the centre near the pivot. But as the paper starts to open outwards, the centre of gravity shifts. Instead of being in front of the pivot, the centre of gravity moves behind it. So it tips and the seal sits up.
What's Kim made? Hope that's not meant to be me. It is me. Now she's got me doing seal tricks.
I think I'd be flattered if someone made a paper puppet of me. I wouldn't be so happy if someone made a fool of me, though. And that's exactly what Lara's about to do to the boys.
Emily and I have been defending our base from the boys for hours. And we're starving. Time to build a clever crane to help us grab their feast. We can use this pulley, rope and flagpole. I'll make a hook out of this old coat hanger. Stretch it out a bit and tie the rope to the base. Nice and secure. Okay, time to give our basket crane a go. Emily will hold the base of the flagpole while I lower the hook. Excellent! The boys are dozing off after a big lunch. Down goes the hook. I just need to get it through the handle of the basket. Yes! Got it! Okay, up she comes. Oh no! It's too heavy. Emily can't take the weight on the end of the pole. We'll have to put it back down. At least the boys are still asleep. Our basket crane needs to be a bit stronger, and we better figure out how before those boys wake up.
I like reading out here in the fresh air. These steps aren't very comfy though. But Mum won't let us bring her good cushions outside in case they get dirty. There must be some way of getting comfortable though. Let's try making a garbage bag into a big cushion. I'll fill it with air and tie it up with an elastic band. Woohoo! This is going to be a big cushion. Okay, that's full of air. On goes the elastic band. And we have our very own cushion. Hey Zach, I made something to make you a little bit more comfortable. Try it out. Whoa, it's not strong enough. Sorry, but that was pretty funny. Sit tight, Zach. I have another idea for a comfy cushion. We are going to make a supersized airbed. Here's a giant plastic bag. And we're going to fill it with lots of small plastic bags. Each one needs to be full of air. I'm going to put a bit of confetti in as well to make them look funky. Now to fill them with air. We need lots and lots of bags. Phew! I feel a bit dizzy from blowing. Let's fill the big bag, then I can have a rest. Sure you don't want to try it this time, Zach? Okay. Watch this then. Now this is comfortable. I'm floating on air.
When Zach sat down on the garbage bag, his weight pushed down on the air inside. That put pressure on the seams of the bag, which are not strong enough to hold so much pressure. When Ashley's weight is shared between lots of little bags, each one only has to support a part of her weight.
I'm so comfortable I don't think I can get up. Now Zach wants an airbed too. Okay. I'll go get more bags. But don't steal my airbed.
How comfy! It must feel like you're flying along on a cushion of air.
Speaking of flying through the air, Grace is about to get Jade's favourite toys airborne.
I'm not allowed to go next door and play with Jade until she's finished all her homework. But I can't wait forever. I want to return her toys to her. And I know just how to do that without going next door. My trusty toy launcher will send them flying over the fence. I taped a can of beans on top of a shoebox. Now this length of timber is held in place by elastic bands. There. It's like a toy-sized seesaw. First off is Daisy the cow. Good luck, Daisy. Whoops, that's no good. It just goes straight up. Okay, at the moment the plank is even on both sides of the tin. What if I pull it down like this, so there's more length on the side that Daisy takes off from? The angle looks right. Okay, Daisy, this time it's gonna work. Here goes. Yes! Over she flies. Excellent! Jade's gonna be so happy. Time for Fluffy Bunny to fly. Look at him go! It's perfect.
Grace is using the power of leverage to launch Jade's toys into the sky. On one end of the beam, there is a resistance force or load, Mrs. Moo Cow. At the other end, Grace inputs an energy force with her foot stomp. When the can is midway between Grace's foot and the cow, both ends of the beam travel the same path and the energy comes out in the opposite direction to how it went in. When the can is closer to Grace's foot, the other end travels further and faster than before, throwing the toy off in a different direction.
Cool! Look at them fly! Hey Jade, did you get them all?
Fantastic! Mission accomplished. The tug-of-war championships are on, and my friends think they have it in the bag. They're playing 2 against 1. Oh, darn! Laugh it up, guys. You do have the advantage, remember? Okay, round 1 to them. But I have a secret weapon for the next round. Not sure? This trusty tree. I'll just get rid of this and start wrapping the rope around the trunk. My opponents think I've gone loopy. I've told them it's so I'm not bowled over by their mighty force. 1, 2, 3, pull! Haha! They're struggling to even budge the rope. They thought I'd be down in mere seconds. Look guys, 1 hand. Now this one, and this one. Hello, weaklings. They're changing places. Maybe that'll help. Check it out, no hand. Sorry guys, but you can't beat me this time, no matter how hard you pull. Yes, they gave up.
When 2 textured surfaces are rubbed together under pressure, friction is created. The harder Beck and Daniel pull on the rope, the tighter it becomes around the tree, and so the more friction Ashley has helping her resist their pull.
Okay, back to the real game. On your marks, get set, pull. Whoops! Look at them go. That was one game worth letting them win.
I think Ashley's tug-of-war tactics may start to cause a bit of friction between her and the other kids.
Yeah, there are lots of crafty tricks being played today. Let's see how Lara goes lifting the boys' picnic.
Emily and I have come up with a better way to use our basket crane. We've leant the pole against the balcony railing. This will help Emily take the weight of the heavy basket as I pull it up. Good, the boys are still asleep. Let's have another try. Nearly. Got it. Okay, now to carefully lift the basket. Yes, it's working. Emily can take the weight, no problem. Brilliant. Time to plunder the pirates' picnic. Oh, yum. It's all ours.
Supporting the pole on the railing made it into a cantilever arm. Cantilevers work by transferring the heavy downward pull at the unsupported end of a beam into an upward force at the anchored end. It's much easier for Emily to deal with the weight of the basket using her body weight than by having to support a downward pull with her arms.
The boys are finally waking up from their sleep. Bad luck, boys. Thanks for the yummy snack. Now you can bring us the main course.
That was a happy ending for the girls, though not so happy for those poor old pirates.
Well, this is a happy ending for us, Dana, because we've come to the end of the show. See you next time.
Coming up, call for room service on a homemade telephone.
Find out why your bony back is so bendy.
Put together a muscular model arm.
And the stinky truth about baked beans and farting.
Only one way to find out if baked beans really make you fart, and that means eating a whole can.
I don't think I want to be around to find out what happens. Maybe I can listen in on Carrie Ann's homemade telephone.
Today is the big checkers tournament between Larissa, Jordan and me. But Jordan's missing. Let's go see where he is. Oh no! He's sick in bed. Oh well. Larissa and I will just have to play on without him. Alright, back to the checkers. Hey, was that Jordan calling out? It sounded like him. We better go and check. Jordan needs some more juice. So it was him calling out. How can we make it easier to hear him? I've got it. Let's make a telephone so Jordan can call us. Oops, almost forgot his juice. Sorry, Jordan.
Come on, Michael. Get that body moving. Phew. You're not looking too flexible, Mikey boy. Let's do some stretches. Stretch that back out. Our backs sure are bendy. Well, mine is anyway. Even though there's all that bone running up the middle, I wonder how our backs bend. Come on, Michael. Time to bone up on backbones. The secret to making a model spine is this: marshmallow. They're not for eating. Not yet, anyway. I'll cut a few marshmallows to form 5 sticky pads. These get fed onto a piece of string with a cotton reel between each one. There. This is my model spine. It just needs one more thing. A spinal cord. It's our nerve pathway to the brain, and our backbone protects it. Finished. Turn around, Michael. It bends just like we do.
Your spine is made up of 33 individual vertebrae with a spongy disc between each to keep them from rubbing together. The vertebrae can separate from each other when you want to bend. Your back muscles pull them together again when it's time to straighten up.
So, Michael, your spine is nice and bendy, but can you do this? Ta-da! Hey, where'd he go?
Dana's done a disappearing act on me too. Let's see how Carrie Ann's telephone's coming along while I finish off these beans. Uh-oh.
This old telephone is very broken, but it's gonna come in handy. Ah, thanks, Dad. Nice job. He drilled 2 holes right through this cardboard tube for us. I'd made 2 grooves down to the lead in these big pencils. Okay, poke the big pencils through the holes and wedge our sharpened half pencil between the big pencils so the leads wriggle against each other. Looking good! Let's add a power supply. The wire from one end of this battery attaches to a pencil and the other end to this length of wire. That's going to be our long telephone cable. This side of our telephone cable is connected to the other big pencil. Now we just need a speaker to hear Jordan calling us. This old one from a real telephone has 2 terminals on it. Our long cable connects to them like this. And our homemade telephone is ready to make its first call.
Yum! Baked beans on toast are the best lunch ever. Oh, gross! That's disgusting. Phew! Some boys have no manners. I wonder why beans make people fart. Let's see if we can find out. Damon and I are on a fart fact-finding mission. We're going to get to the, bottom of farting. We're each making a fart machine to see if we can imitate Damon dropping one. He's cutting up a rubber glove. Meanwhile, I'm mixing up a batch of borax laundry powder in warm water. Now for some craft glue. That should do it. A bit of water in there. Mix that together. And my slime is coming along nicely. A bit of food colouring to make it mucky coloured. Red and blue. Now to add my borax mixture. This is the secret to my slime. Damon's busy attaching his rubber glove to a length of hose pipe. That should work. If there's one thing Damon's an expert in, it's farting. Hey, check this out. The craft glue has turned into thick glue. This is going to make great fart material. I just squish some of my sloppy slime into a film canister. Hey, it works! Gross! I am disgustingly clever. Let's hear yours, Damon. What a ripper! That sounds like Damon after a whole can of beans.
The gas inside our digestive system comes from three main sources. We swallow air as we're eating, digestion produces gas in our stomach, and bacteria living in our intestines produce gas as they help to process our food. The sound that farts make is caused by vibration of the opening in our bottoms as the gas is expelled under pressure. Some foods, such as baked beans, contain sugars that us humans can't digest, but the bacteria in our intestines really like. As they feast on the sugars, the bacteria make an extra big batch of gas for us to squeeze out.
So we can blame beans for making us fart. And Damon can blame his belly bacteria for that awful smell.
Hey, Dana, those beans really are giving me wind.
Oh, Taryn, yuck! That's a lot of wind, all right. Nearly enough to blow Saif along in his sailing boat.
I love sailing in my father's boat. There's nothing better than feeling the wind in the sail. With a good breeze, I can sail as fast as anyone. I'd like to build my own boat. Then I could sail away and explore the oceans. If I'm going to build a boat one day, I'd better start practicing. I think I'll start with a raft of corks. I'll tie lots of corks to these wooden sticks. It's just like making a real raft, only smaller. Now for a sail. This sheet of card will catch the wind. That can poke into the middle of the raft. There, ready to hit the high seas. Let's see how she sails. There's some wind blowing down at the water's edge. Yay! Off you go, little boat.
For centuries, people have been harnessing wind energy and putting it to use, doing everything from pumping water to grinding flour. These days, we're even turning wind energy into electricity. Hoisting a sail is a great way of capturing wind energy and using it to move a heavy boat across the water. The greater the area of a sail, the more energy it captures and the faster the boat goes.
My very first boat, and it's a beauty. Now I just need to build one big enough to carry me.
Ice blocks. These are delicious. I could eat another one. But Mum said keep our hands out of the freezer until tomorrow. What if something else picked up more ice blocks for us? We can't get into trouble for that. And these sticks are going to do our dirty work. We're going to build a model arm. And these are the bones. Okay, a little cut in the end. Now another one at an angle on the side. There, 2 cuts. Now on the second stick, I make 2 little cuts at one end. Like this. Now take a small elastic band and join the 2 sticks together. Join the notched end of the first stick to the unnotched end of the second. Now bend. And use another small elastic band to join the sticks from the other angle. You get a crisscross of elastic band like this. There. This is the elbow joint on our arm. Time to give it some muscles. Take a long elastic band and attach one end here inside the elbow and stretch it out to join on the other end of the arm. Now stretch a second elastic band from the elbow to the outside of the arm. There! We are armed.
Jade's clever model arm shows how the human arm really works. The bone in our upper arm is called the humerus. Running down the back of the humerus is a muscle called the triceps, which gives you the power to straighten your arm. At the front of the humerus is the biceps muscle. It gives you the power to bend your arm. When your brain tells your arm to move, the relevant muscles quickly fill with blood, which makes them contract and pull on the bones.
Okay, time to put my plan into action. Look, Mum, no hands. Well, not in the freezer anyway. I know that was a bit naughty, but I don't think we did any real arm.
Those two sneaks got away with a second ice block thanks to their clever contraption.
Jordan's about to use another clever contraption to get exactly what he wants too.
Time to install our homemade telephone. Jordan's gonna love this. First, a quick lesson on how to work it. Okay, put the speaking end near Jordan's bed and we'll take the cable back outside with us. Now back to our game of checkers. What's that clicking? Oh, it must be Jordan calling. Yes? Yes? He wants orange juice. Our helpline is working. 1 glass of juice.
When Jordan clicks his fingers, the sound vibrations are picked up by the small pencil. When it vibrates, it momentarily breaks the flow of electricity through the circuit. The speaker at the girls' end turns the interruptions back into sound vibration for the girls to hear.
Finally, back to the checkers. Oh dear! He's calling again! What? A chocolate milkshake and donuts? I think it's time we disconnected this phone for good.
What's that, Jordan? And now you want me to bring you a pizza?
We can't make a pizza, Taryn. We're in the middle of a show.
But Jordan says we've reached the end of the show. And hold the anchovies.
See you next time. Coming up, build a wind-powered bird scarer and win the battle of the backyard.
Find out which colour shades are easiest on the eyes.
How to handle a flat tyre with an emergency bike pump.
And are you feeding an army of microscopic dust mites?
Ew, they look disgusting. I'm sure I'm not feeding any dust mites.
Oh, I think you may have a bit of a surprise coming, Dana. But first, Zach has a problem with pests of another kind. Hungry birds.
Lara and I are planting some tomatoes into the veggie patch. Dig a little hole, loosen up the seedling in the pot, and carefully place it in the ground. There, that'll give us lots of tasty tomatoes. As long as those pesky birds don't eat them all.
Those birds sure are cheeky.
There you go, little plant. Time for you to turn out the tomatoes. Oh no! Birds everywhere. They're just waiting to steal my tomatoes. Right, take off, you thieving pirates. Hey! The wind is blowing, I'm just washing around. And the birds don't like the movement at all. That's given me an idea. Why don't we build a wind-powered bird scarer?
Good idea, Zachy boy.
We're off to Carrie Ann's house to get ready for a party. Whoa! That sun is bright, and it's a long walk down to the beach. This white sand is so glary. Time to make some emergency sunglasses. I'll make goggles out of this egg carton. Carrie Ann is cutting out some coloured lenses from that cellophane wrapping paper. Groovy green, man. Those will be cool. Here's the frame for one pair. I'll cut out the eye holes. Hey, mellow yellow. We just press our lenses into the frames, add a little string to keep them in place, and we are good to go. Moon goggle party glasses. Let's see how they cope with the glare on the sand. Bright sunlight is blinding through these yellow lenses. Let's do a swap. On with the groovy green goggles. Hey, with the green lenses, the beach looks much less bright.
The sun's white light is actually made up of a whole spectrum of coloured lights mixed together. Our eyes find green lenses the most comfortable on bright days, because green blocks out more of the light spectrum colours that we find hard on our eyes. On a dull day, yellow lenses can improve visibility because they're good at blocking blue light out of the spectrum. Blue light is particularly reflective and scatters as it bounces off objects, causing glare.
Well, our party glasses are ready. Wish we could say the same for our party lunch.
Hey, these glasses are groovy. I think they're going to become the fashion.
We may be waiting a long time for those to come into fashion. Better go see how Zach's windmill's coming along while we wait.
I'm building a bird-scaring windmill to protect my mini farm. The first step is to make the part that turns in the wind. We'll need to cut this balsa wood into strips the same size. Mark 8 pieces the length of a ruler and cut them off. There, 8 fan blades. Next, we cut out a big cardboard circle, like this. Divide it into 8 even slices of pie with a ruler. And make a cut where each line reaches the edge of the circle. Now put the 8 blades into the cuts. Bend them at an angle and hold them in place with tape. Check it out! See how all the blades are at the same angle? We made a hole in the middle to put a wooden rod through. That gets held in place by 2 little pieces of cork. We've made a bamboo tower to hold the blades. It looks like the Eiffel Tower. Well, sort of. What a spin! Hey, nice touch, Lara. A flag for the top. And our windmill is almost ready to go to work.
Looks like Mum and Dad had lots of wine at their party last night. Someone threw all these corks in the pool. What a mess those silly adults made. We could make something with all these corks. Hey Ashley, want to make cork boats and race them across the pool? Take a few corks and feed them onto a wooden skewer. Once you have 3 corks on the skewer, it's time to add a mast. We're using long sewing needles. Poke one into the front cork. Now, instead of wind power, we're making magnet power sails. Stick a paper clip onto the front of the sail, like this. Then attach it to the mast. There! One super sleek ocean racing yacht. One last thing to make. This is a powerful magnet. I'm using modelling clay to attach it to the end of a long wooden rod. One more and we're ready to race. Okay, Ashley, you're not allowed to touch the boat. Yeah, it's working! This is fun! Who needs wind when you have magnet races?
The force that is moving the boats is not coming from the magnets or the wind, but from the girls. Magnetic attraction draws the paperclip towards the rod. However, it's the moving of the rod that is really pulling the boats along.
Well, we know our boats can race, but can they survive a wild storm at sea?
I wouldn't like to be a sailor on board one of those boats in a storm. Oh, I think I'd be sick.
Speaking of sick, something's making Nicole sick and sneezy. Achoo!
Yuck! Zach makes so much mess. Achoo! It's dusty in here too. I don't know how he lives like this. I'm gonna make an airborne dust collector and show Zach how filthy he is. I've cut out a tag shape from a sheet of card. Poke a hole in the top and stick some tape across the rectangular gap. You end up with a nice sticky surface like this. Attach a piece of string and the air junk detector is ready to hang out. Let's see how dirty the air is outside. I've made another one to stick near filthy old Zach. And let's test the air in the kitchen too. I left my dust collectors hanging for a whole day. Let's see what they can tell us. Outside here, we've definitely caught some dust particles. Looks like tiny specks of dirt. And inside Zach's dusty dungeon, yuck! This dust collector is filthy. And it's not just specks of dirt on this one. Now let's check the kitchen. Not too bad. A bit of dust, but not as bad as next to Zach. At least the kitchen is clean.
Even in a clean house, there are always dust particles floating in the air. Dust is mainly made up of disintegrated fabric fibres, plant pollen, and tiny flakes of human skin. Wherever there is dust, microscopic dust mites can be found. They eat human skin flakes and also cause allergic reactions in many people.
Well, I think I found the dustiest place in the house. Zach is definitely a dust mite's dream.
Kimberly and I are looking for wildlife in the forest. We want to take some pictures of animals for a photographic exhibition. Here, wild animals. We won't hurt you. Uh-oh. There's something wrong with my bike. I think it's the front tire. Yep, completely flat. And I forgot to bring the bike pump. But that's nothing an intrepid wildlife photographer can't handle. Hey, no pictures please, Kim. This is serious. I'll cut a length out of this spare inner tube. This is going to make an emergency tire pump. Have you got a spare film canister, Kimberly? Perfect. Hold the inner tube and I'll squish it into this end. Make sure the solid end is on the outside. Now you put another one in that end. That's good. 2 film canisters with a rubber hose between them. If I make a hole in this end with scissors, it puffs air when you squeeze the rubber hose. Let's tape up the joints to make it stronger. Take a picture of this wild animal. The hose fitting screws into the bottom canister like this. And I'll make a hole in the side of the top canister. Now when I pump, air is drawn into the hole and blown out of the tube. Clever, huh? Now for the big test. A few pumps like this. And yes, it's inflating.
Just like a real bicycle pump, Fraser's clever emergency pump works by compressing air inside and forcing it into the tyre. Air is drawn in at the hole in the canister. Fraser can stop the air from escaping and build up air pressure by covering the hole. When the air pressure is greater inside the pump than in the tyre, air will move into the tyre.
Well, we didn't get around to photographing any wild animals. But who needs them when you can photograph a brilliant inventor?
Quite right, Fraser. You know, this show is full of brilliant inventors. Zach's one of them too. He's invented a wind-powered bird scarer.
My windmill is spinning like crazy in the wind. But those annoying tomato-eating birds aren't being scared away. Hey, good idea, Lara. They won't like the sound of those bells ringing. I'll attach them to the shaft of the windmill. Thank you. A bit of trusty tape. Now the wind spins the blades, and that makes the bells ring. You're smarter than you look, Lara. Let's see how the birds are taking it. They are out of here. See ya, suckers. Gimme 5.
Nice work, Birdbusters.
Zach's windmill is harnessing the power of the wind passing over it. The angle of the blades creates high air pressure in front and low air pressure behind the blades. The high air pressure pushes the blades into the low air pressure space and so keeps the windmill turning. As the blades spin, the dial spins, which in turn rings the bells. Even hungry birds are naturally cautious about coming near moving, noisy objects.
With our windmill keeping the birds away from the veggie patch, Lara and I are free to ride on this wild windmill. Yeehaw!
Swinging around on the washing line, now that's my idea of fun in the garden.
But we can go have a swing right now because we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time.
Coming up, build a hot air balloon and send it soaring into the sky.
Learn the salty secret to preserving food.
Make your own mighty electric motor.
And find out why this ping pong ball is floating in midair.
I think I know how that's done, Dana. Watch this. Maybe not.
We'll find out how it's really done in just a moment. But first, Carrie-Anne's about to have a high-flying idea too.
Rebecca and I need to send an urgent message to Secret Agent Kim. She's trapped in enemy territory, patrolled by vicious guard dogs. How are we going to get it to her? Hey Kim, we have a message for you. Rebecca thinks we could fold it into a paper plane. Nah, it'll never fly. You're so full of hot air, Rebecca. Hey, that's it. Using an age-old spy trick, we'll float our message over, attached to a tissue paper hot air balloon.
Zach and I are planning a camping trip in the wilderness. Well, my back garden, actually. We have all our equipment ready to go. Now we just need to pack some food supplies. But there's no fridge to keep anything cold in the wilderness. But Zach says he knows how to preserve food, so it doesn't need to be kept cold. He's certainly not much of a cook, so I'm a bit worried about his recipe. Fish? Ew! How are we going to keep those fresh in the wilderness? They'll stink, and we'll starve. An oven tray with a layer of salt. In go a whole lot of the tiny fishies. Maybe he's going to cook them. But he's not going to put them in the oven. He's covering them up with more salt instead. Now we have to leave them there for a few hours. That's one of Mum's big preserving jars. Salt in the bottom. In go a few fish. Now more salt. More fish. And more salt. Once the whole jar is full, he tops it right up with salt and closes the lid up tight. I sure hope my fishy dinner is tasty.
Salt draws most of the water out of the cells of the fish. The bacteria that cause foods to go bad need moisture to survive. In a properly salted fish, the bacteria die and the fish stays safe to eat for up to a year.
Well, it's been a hard day's hiking in the wilderness, and I am starving. Zach, my dinner if you please. Ew! Well, they aren't rotten, but they are a bit salty for me. Good thing I brought my own emergency supplies.
A strawberry donut is better than a salty old fish. That's what I call being prepared.
Let's go see how Carrie-Anne's getting on as she prepares to send Kimberly a secret message.
Our mission, and we've chosen to accept it, is to make a hot air balloon. This tissue paper will be perfect. First, we make a template for the balloon's panels out of brown paper. I'll draw a big leaf shape. Cut the shape out. Unfold it. And we have a balloon panel template. Place it on top of the tissue paper, pin it down, and start cutting. Unpin the template and ta-da! Lots of green and yellow balloon panels. Next, we're going to glue them together. Lay one on top of the other. Make sure you can see the edge of the one underneath. Place glue along the top piece and stick them together. Now for the next layer. This time, glue the opposite edge down. Keep going until all 8 panels are glued. Next, we'll fold the already glued middle panels out of the way, so we can glue the first and last panels together. Secret agent work is a sticky business. Okay, now to check there's no holes in our balloon. We'll need to close this one up. Okay, cut out a circle for the top of the balloon and glue it on. Excellent! Our secret message will be floating over to Kim in no time.
hasn't fixed the motor in our DVD player. I'll show him who the real handyman around here is. I'll build my own electric motor. Now, the first thing I need to do is make a coil of wire. It's copper wire with a plastic coating. I'll wrap the wire around this pipe. Make a nice tight coil, then slide it off. Wrap the two ends around the coil to hold it together. Leave some wire sticking out on each side, like this. I'm scraping the plastic coating off one side of the wire. Make sure half the coating stays intact. I only need to do this on one of the poking out ends. The other end gets its coating removed completely. Time to make a power supply. I straightened out 2 paper clips. Now I'm attaching one to each end of a big battery. I end up with 2 metal terminals like this. I'll tape my battery to a plastic stand and get a strong magnet ready to go. It's time to get my motor running. I put the coil into the terminals and give it a little push start. When I hold the magnet here, the coil keeps spinning and spinning. You have to admit, this is way cool.
When an electrical current flows from the battery through the wire, it turns the coil into an electromagnet. The magnet in Jordan's hand and the magnetic coil repel each other, so the coil is pushed away. Now here's the clever bit. The half-covered part of the wire interrupts the electrical current in the coil and effectively switches off the electromagnet for a split second. The coil continues to spin with the momentum it has after being pushed away. Each time the wire makes contact, the coil gets another quick shove, which keeps Jordan's motor turning at top speed.
I think Dad will be impressed with my electric motor, but he'll be really impressed if I can install it into the DVD player.
I hope he knows what he's doing. Jordan is quite a talented inventor, isn't he, Dana?
He sure is. But then everyone has a special talent. Just ask Zach.
Mum says everyone has a special talent. Ashley's is obviously gymnastics. Wonder what mine is. Maybe it's juggling. Here goes. Whoops. This is harder than it looks. Not just any old clown can juggle, you know. The problem with these balls is that they come down so quickly. Juggling would be much easier with a ball that floats in midair. And I know how to make one. Okay, Mum. Point your hairdryer at the sky like this and set it to cool air. Don't take your eyes off this magic ping pong ball. Power on, Mum. I carefully place it in the airflow and yes! The ball is staying right there. How cool is that? Try tipping the hairdryer over, Mum. See if the ball can handle angled airflow. It does! Brilliant!
The fast-moving stream of air flowing out of the hairdryer has enough force to lift the ping pong ball. The ball becomes trapped between this low-pressure airflow and the surrounding higher-pressure air in the atmosphere.
I think I've found my special talent. Who needs juggling when you can do radical gravity-defying ball tricks?
La 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 la. La 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 la. Ah, that's better.
Nothing beats a nice hot shower. Time to floss my teeth. Hey, I just wiped the mirror clean. And it's fogged again already. How can I stop the fog? What if I coat it in something? Like this hair gel. It's nice and slimy. But it makes the mirror blurry. That's no good. Maybe toothpaste will keep the mirror shiny. It works for my teeth. Oh, nope. That's just a sticky mess. What now? Soap. A bit of a rub, like this. And yes, I can see myself much more clearly in the soapy part.
The fog on Jade's mirror is made up of millions of tiny water droplets, held in a rounded shape by surface tension. If you break that surface tension with a surfactant chemical like soap, the droplets can no longer hold their rounded shape, and they spread out into a thin film. Instead of seeing a fog of tiny water droplets, you get a transparent film of water.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the cleverest of them all?
I find blowing a hairdryer over the mirror dries up the fog pretty fast.
Carrie Ann has found another use for a hairdryer. She's using it to fill her hot air balloon.
Come on, Mum. Hold the hairdryer under there. Our balloon is filling with hot, hot air. Earlier, we glued a wire circle into the bottom to help keep its shape. And we stuck the top secret message inside. Now the air inside's nice and hot. So we're ready for launch. Wow! It's lifting! Up, up and away! It's cleared the fence! Look at it go! Our secret message is on its way.
Hot air is lighter than cooler air because it's less dense. That means the atoms that make up the air are spread further apart. An enclosed pocket of hot air, like Carrie Ann's beautiful balloon, will naturally float upwards through cooler air. As the air inside begins to cool off, it can no longer support the weight of the tissue paper and string the balloon is made from. The secret to keeping a hot air balloon flying is to make sure the air inside stays nice and hot.
Our balloon has landed. Read the secret message, Kim. Oh no! Can't she understand the code? Boy, talk about hot air. It's a wonder she doesn't lift off.
Well, I don't know about Kimberly, but it is time for us to lift off.
Why? Are we full of hot air too?
No, silly, we've come to the end of another show.
See you next time. Coming up, hear your friend's secrets with a super spy listening device.
Raise the Jolly Roger on a hydraulic flagpole.
How to avoid a deep freeze disaster.
And learn to bend a soccer ball like David Beckham.
Oh, you know, I'm pretty handy with a soccer ball, Dana. Check out my special kicking skills. What?
Why don't you watch the story before you get all carried away, Taryn? But first, let's hit the high seas with Daniel and his pirate friends.
Arr! We're fearsome pirates, terrorizing the high seas. Hey, you sailor, raise the colors! It means flying the flag, Ashley. Ta! Oh dear, we need a flagpole. That piece of wood would be perfect for a flagpole. Permission to go ashore, sailor. Get me that there wood. Now attach the Jolly Roger to our new flagpole. Go on, raise it up high. Good. Hey, that landlubber's garden hose is giving me a wicked idea. Time to go ashore again on a hose stealing raid. Why have a plane on flagpole? Women can use water pressure to raise the Jolly Roger.
We're having a party tonight. Fraser and I are in charge of the decorations. But our string of fairy lights has blown a bulb. And Fraser looks like he's ready to blow a fuse. I think I better show him how a light bulb lights up. Come on, party animal. For Fraser's light bulb lesson, I need a battery and some globes. From one side of the battery, I clip a wire to one side of the light bulb.
Then I get another wire and clip it from the other battery terminal to the other side of the globe. And ta-da! It's nice and bright. But that's half the problem. Sometimes these sort of bulbs get so hot, the filament inside breaks. So, instead of light bulbs, we're going to use a whole stack of these little babies. They're not like bulbs, but light emitting diodes, LEDs. All we have to do is join them up in a circuit. Attach to the battery and we see the light. Now we make a whole string of them. There we go, phrase. Only a few hundred to go.
Unlike light bulbs, LEDs don't have a filament that will burn out, and they don't get especially hot. They light up as electrons move across what's called semiconductor material. The chemicals used to make the LED semiconductor determine what colour the light will be.
How awesome does this look? Well done, Bride Spark. This is going to be one brilliant party.
That's going to be a fun party. Good decorations really help to set the mood.
Daniel's busy building something to raise a decoration of the pirate kind. Arr!
My motley crew and I are about to make a water-powered flagpole. Let's think. We've got our wooden flagpole. And that long piece of plastic pipe will do nicely. Listen up, Buccaneers. We need a shore raid. You get that plastic pipe, and you get the sprinkler and the hose. Sharpish now. Arr! Right, the plastic pipe will be our shaft. We'll stick the wooden flagpole inside the pipe. Now this bubble bottle will make a perfect piston. We'll tape the sprinkler to the bottom of the pipe, and the water will push it up. All right, we need a flagpole-sized hole in here. You, sailor, go and ask the landlubber to do that. And you, sailor, grab me that tape and scissors. We're gonna connect the sprinkler. Make it tight so water won't leak out. Great, our piston is ready. Up here, sailor. We push the flagpole into this hole. Here, sailor, take the flagpole and the shaft and place it by the mast. Good. Now we slide the flagpole down into the shaft. This flag will be flying in no time.
Hula hooping is great fun and good exercise, but keeping the hoop spinning is thirsty work. Better keep those liquids up. A nice cold drink is what I need. Nothing here in the fridge. I didn't plan this very well. Better pop a bottle in the freezer. It'll cool down nice and quick. Into the deep freeze it goes. At last, it's time for a cold drink. Oh no! The bottle's exploded in the freezer. Yuck! Bursting bottle coming through. Better clean up that sticky mess. I don't want this happening again. I wonder what made the lid pop off like that. Time for a little frozen experiment. I'll make myself half a glass of cordial, just like the stuff in the bottle. Now I mark a line at the level of the drink. That goes into the freezer to turn into ice. Look at this! Now that it's an ice block, the frozen drink level is much higher than the line.
As water freezes, it expands by up to 10% of its volume. Lyra's drink bottle was almost full when it went into the freezer, so it couldn't contain the increased size of the drink as it expanded. If Lyra's drink bottle had been made of glass, it could have been smashed by the expanding liquid.
I think I'll stick with ice cubes from now on. I don't want another deep freeze disaster.
I think Lara learned her lesson the messy way that time.
Ashley's about to learn a lesson too, a lesson in long-distance listening.
Those sneaky boys are up to something. I wonder what they're talking about up there. Why don't I do a little eavesdropping? Careful, careful. I don't want them to notice me. Now I'll just put this microphone down here. Then I can hide behind the bushes and listen in. I wish they'd speak up a bit. The volume's right up. This is no good. I need to boost my listening power. And here's my cunning plan. I'll cover the inside of this golf umbrella with foil. Stick it all down with tape. There. It's like a silver satellite dish. Back out in the garden, I just need to retrieve my microphone. Now I just fix it to the umbrella handle like this. Pretty soon I'll be able to hear every word those boys are saying. Okay, my sound receiving dish goes down here, and I can go back to my hiding spot.
Good thing Ashley's not here.
Now I can hear them talking.
Yeah, she always beats us at cards.
Yep, the sound is coming through loud and clear.
Yes! There it is.
Sound travels through the air in waves that spread out and lose intensity as they get further away from their source. Ashley's foil-lined umbrella reflected sound waves from a large area, concentrating them towards the microphone. Giant satellite dishes work in the same way. They concentrate radio waves travelling from outer space into a single point to make the signal stronger.
Check that out!
Oh no! The boys have seen me! Oh well, I suppose my silver dish is pretty hard to miss. Hi guys, what's up? I guess I'm not much of a spy, so it's lucky I'm good at cards.
The football season is about to kick off for the air, so it's time to get a little practice in. You be the goalie, Sarah. Now watch me kick this one right past her. No! Oh, hit the post. Ah, good save. I won't get into the team at this rate. What will my hero David Beckham do? Hey, that's it. A bent kick. I need to bend it like Beckham. If I kick the ball on one side, it will curve through the air. The ball is harder for Sarah to stop when it bends like this. Hey, now I'm getting somewhere. You beauty! He shoots! He scores!
When David kicks the football on one side, he sets it spinning as it flies through the air. Air passing the ball travels faster on the side that is moving in the same direction as the airflow. This reduces the air pressure on that side of the ball. The ball moves towards the lower air pressure space, and so it continues to bend in the direction it's spinning.
I can bend it this way. I can bend it that way. I'm unstoppable now.
So that's how it's done. A bit of spin on the ball and it curves through the air. Watch me bend it like Taryn.
How did I know that would happen? You go clean up, Taryn. We'll check out how Daniel's hydraulic flagpole turned out.
Okay, our flagpole raiser is ready for its sea trial. Lash it to the mast, sailors. Come on, quicken it up. Ahoy down there. You get on tap duties. Attach the hose to the sprinkler and wait for my command. Raise the colors. Here it comes. Brilliant! The flag's going up. Now that will strike fear into the heart of any seagoing vessel. Excellent work, me mateys.
Captain Daniel has invented a hydraulic flag-raising system. Hydraulics use a liquid under pressure to transfer a force from one location to another. In this case, the water enters the bottom of the pipe from the hose and meets the bottle. Because the water cannot get past the bottle, and because water cannot be squashed into the pipe, the water pressure force from the hose acts on the bottle and moves it up the pipe.
Now where's a treasure ship we can plunder? Oops. There's that shifty landlubber again. How do we get the flag down quick? Sailor Ashley has a plan. Good thinking, sailor. Now we can sneak on by that landlubber and get back to our plundering. Arr!
The only thing wrong with that pirate story was that no one had to walk the plank.
Well, it's time for us to walk the plank now, Taryn, because we've come to the end of the show.
See you next time.